Global Symbiotes, My Symbiote is a Slime. Chapter 451, Dark Energy, Sect Leader's Secret Skill, Mad 9 Decapitations, First Style. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. At this time, Yefeng still had a trump card that he had not used yet. That was naturally the power of the dragon race. If Yefeng's dragon bloodline power was used, it would become an instant kill type of power. Yefeng planned to save this trump card for later on, he might be able to obtain a surprise. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to be able to hold on until then. From the looks of it now, the other party's attacks were still stronger than his. If this continued, Yefeng's strength would be depleted sooner or later. Yefeng's body burst out, pulling a distance away from Evil Spirit. At this time, he was still standing, there was no fluctuation in his heart. What's going on? What? Evil Spirit frowned, a hint of doubt in his eyes. But very quickly, his expression returned to normal, and he let out an arrogant laugh. Haha, I didn't expect that your physical strength could be on par with mine. Although this degree of injury is nothing, it also proves that you are indeed worthy of my serious battle. Humph! Hearing this, Yefeng snorted coldly. He stepped lightly on the ground with the tip of his foot and shot toward Evil Spirit like a cannonball. Yefeng's speed was extremely fast, in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived beside Evil Spirit. His right hand clenched into a fist and punched toward Evil Spirit's body. This punch, Yefeng used almost all of his strength. His fist howled and the fist force rumbled. However, Evil Spirit just sneered and dodged the punch. But Yefeng's reaction was extremely fast, he did not give him any chance to dodge. After his attack missed, he swept his left leg out. Evil Spirit dodged again. With a loud bang, Yefeng's left leg kicked the wall, leaving a deep mark. Yefeng took this chance, he turned around and aimed his right leg at Evil Spirit's stomach, wanting to send him flying. However, Evil Spirit's body moved swiftly and dodged again. The two of them exchanged blows rapidly, and Yefeng's fists collided with the ghost sickle, causing sparks to fly. Boom! 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 The short exchange of blows made Yefeng and Evil Spirit feel a sense of familiarity. This was like a battle between a warrior and a knight. No matter who it was, as long as one side was slightly inferior, they would definitely lose. Hehe, you're no match for me, so kneel down and wait for your death. Evil Spirit laughed coldly. He slashed at Yefeng's shoulder. Yefeng's body trembled slightly, but he did not suffer any serious injuries. Instead, he used this force to soar into the sky. Whoosh! At the next moment, a cloud of black fog suddenly appeared around Yefeng. The black fog spread, blocking Yefeng's vision. Evil Spirit's figure disappeared. Ha! A mocking smile appeared on Yefeng's face. He had already sensed Evil Spirit's scheme, so he was already prepared and stepped into the darkness. Yefeng knew that the moment he entered the black fog region, Evil Spirit's sneak attack had already arrived. Sure enough, at the next moment, Yefeng heard a gust of wind. Shua! 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 Rays of blade rays shot out and blocked all of Yefeng's escape routes, enveloping him within. Clang! 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 Yefeng's body flipped and dodged most of the blade rays. But there were still a few blade rays that slashed at Yefeng's back. He was in great pain. He, how is it? How do you feel now? Evil Spirit's smile was filled with ridicule. This black fog region contains a dense dark energy. This dark energy can corrode your body and increase my strength at the same time. Hearing this, Yefeng's heart sank. Dark energy? This thing was even more terrifying than darkness-type spiritual energy. If he could not solve this problem, it would be very difficult for Yefeng to win. Yefeng took in a deep breath. He activated the water elemental energy in his body and covered his entire body. Zi! Zi. Zi. Under Yefeng's control, the water elemental energy formed a defensive armor that covered Yefeng's body, forming a thick and solid armor. Oh? You actually know how to use external protection. However, it's useless to rely on these things. Evil Spirit said coldly. Holding the ghost sickle, he continued to charge toward Yefeng. His attacks became more and more violent, and the power released by the ghost sickle was also increasing. Yefeng was already being suppressed by Evil Spirit. He waved his fists, creating a series of afterimages. One punch after another, dense and fast. Bang! 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 Yefeng's fist technique looked ordinary, but every time he attacked, it would cause a series of explosions. The power of each of Yefeng's attacks was shocking, but he could not break Evil Spirit's attack. Hee. You've completely infuriated me. Evil Spirit laughed coldly. He raised his arm and a black sword shadow suddenly condensed. Since your defense is so strong, I'll let you try a truly powerful skill. Chi-La. The moment he finished speaking, Evil Spirit waved his ghost sickle. Sharp black blade rays tore through the air and appeared in front of Yefeng. D***mn. Yefeng's pupil shrunk. He quickly activated the water elements in his body, forming a water shield. Pft! 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 But the black blade rays were extremely sharp. In just 3 seconds, Yefeng had to endure 7 to 8 black blade rays. His clothes were torn apart and his skin was covered in injuries. He, this mad 9 decapitations of mine is a modified version of the sect leader's saber technique. It's specially used for bloodthirsty battles. Now, it's your turn to taste it. Evil Spirit laughed sinisterly. He then clapped his hands and the pitch-black ghost sickle flew out of his hands, shooting toward Yefeng with a dark light. What? Yefeng's expression changed. He quickly dodged, but that black ghost sickle seemed to have a mind of its own, it chased after him and continued to stab at his chest. But right at this time, a cold glint shot out from Yefeng's eyes and instantly hit the ghost sickle, causing it to fly out and fall to the side. What's the situation? Evil Spirit was stunned. He clearly felt that his ghost sickle had already stabbed into Yefeng's chest, but it was off course. Humph! How can such a small trick do anything to me? Yefeng's lips curled up. He showed a mocking expression. You're indeed special, but that doesn't mean you can defeat me. Evil Spirit sneered. He stomped his feet and his figure flashed. The ghost sickle in his hand slashed out again. Whoosh! The speed of the ghost sickle was extremely fast. It even exceeded Yefeng's reaction time. In the blink of an eye, the ghost sickle had already arrived in front of Yefeng. Chapter 452, The Third Decisive Battle, The Birth of the Ghost Sickle. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Yefeng's pupil shrunk. He quickly used his movement technique to dodge. Die! Evil Spirit flicked his wrist, and suddenly, a sword ray more than 100 feet in length slashed down. Yefeng's eyelids twitched, he could feel the danger of death. Gritting his teeth, he twisted his body and dodged the sword ray. Then, he raised his right hand and pointed at Evil Spirit with his fingers closed. Hiss! In an instant, Yefeng's body seemed to be filled with a huge amount of energy. His right hand instantly burst out with the ultimate water element power. Yefeng's entire person seemed to have transformed into a sea god king that had descended, the energy gathered in his hands was suddenly blasted out. At this moment, it was as if a meteorite had crashed down with the force of 10,000 catties. Evil Spirit's brows furrowed, his face filled with shock. Although he knew that Yefeng was strong, he did not expect Yefeng to be this strong. Boom! The next moment, the two collided, creating a violent shock wave. Yefeng and Evil Spirit both took a few steps back at the same time, but Yefeng had the advantage. After all, his physical body was too strong, and he had cultivated the dragon race battle form. His recovery ability was far stronger than evil spirits. But even so, Ye Feng could still feel his entire body turning numb and weak. D***mn, the opponent still has the advantage in speed and attack. I can't match his speed at all. Ye Feng gritted his teeth. His heart was filled with endless hatred. Although his dragon race battle form was overbearing, it was being consumed too quickly. He could not fight for a long time. Furthermore, the other party's recovery ability was also heaven-defying. If the battle continued, the one who would suffer in the end would definitely be Ye Feng. Humph! Ye Feng, you're finished. Evil spirit sneered and pounced again. D***mn. Ye Feng's expression was extremely ugly, but he did not retreat. Instead, he turned around and disappeared. What? Evil spirit's expression changed slightly. Where did he go? Swish! He had just looked around when he suddenly felt a cold sensation on his neck. Not good. Sensing that something was wrong, evil spirit suddenly turned around and swept the pitch-black ghost sickle in his hand. Clang! With a crisp sound, the ghost sickle and Ye Feng's sea stone trident collided. Ye Feng only felt a terrifying force spreading from his palm to every part of his body. It made his bones creak and almost fall apart. But thankfully, Ye Feng used the dragon race battle form's strength to resist this attack. Humph! I'd like to see if your trident is more powerful than my ghost sickle. Evil spirit snorted coldly. He raised the ghost sickle with both hands and slashed at Ye Feng again. Shua! This time, his speed was even more shocking, almost reaching the speed of light, and even had a sense of illusion. He was confident that he could easily cut down Ye Feng. But right at this time, a cruel smile appeared on Ye Feng's face. Since that's the case, I'll let you experience true power. Boom! The air currents around Ye Feng surged, a faint golden barrier appeared on the surface of his body. It was like a sphere. Boom! The ghost sickle slashed at the ball. Evil spirit felt a terrifying shock wave pass through the ghost sickle to his body, sending him flying. Ah! What the h***ll is this? Why can't I break it? Evil spirit revealed a shocked expression. The moment they exchanged blows, he could clearly feel that Ye Feng was not ordinary. Hee. But at this moment, Ye Feng sneered, "This is my true power. Receive my attack." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward with a mysterious step. At the same time, he brandished the trident and stabbed forward. Clang! Clang! After another fierce collision, evil spirit's arm went numb, and his jaw dropped. How can this be? Evil spirit's face was filled with shock. The other party's strength was beyond his expectations. However, Ye Feng did not give him any time to think. He followed closely behind and attacked again. Bang! After the attack, Ye Feng retreated rapidly. A hideous wound appeared on his chest, and fresh blood was flowing out. However, evil spirit was even worse off. One of his arms had already been broken. Arg! I'm going to tear you apart! Evil spirit roared madly, his eyes completely scarlet. What Ye Feng did not expect was that evil spirit had grown to such a level. His strength was so strong. However, at this moment, evil spirit suddenly put away his ferocious expression and revealed an evil smile. Hee, is this your biggest secret? Evil spirit stretched out his left hand and bent his fingers like he was picking a flower. Then, he said with a playful smile, "But unfortunately, you'll definitely lose." What do you mean? Ye Feng's expression was dark. He felt that something was amiss. But at that moment, evil spirit's other palm suddenly shattered. Pfft! A cloud of green mist sprayed out from his palm, enveloping Ye Feng in the blink of an eye. Poison! Ye Feng's expression changed. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. The green mist was extremely thick, it quickly seeped into Yefeng's skin and muscles, corroding his body and soul. It was as if it wanted to corrode everything about Yefeng. Keek. This is your secret. I've long known that you have a kind of poison immunity, but do you think I wouldn't guard against it? Don't worry, I've specially prepared this. I guarantee that this poison will make you wish you were dead, and you'll slowly wait for your death. Evil Spirit laughed sinisterly, while Yefeng's face was ashen. D***mn. This fellow had actually made ample preparations. D***mn. Yefeng roared in anger. He tried his best to activate the dragon race battle form in his body to resist the poison, but the poison was too strong. Even with the dragon race battle form, he could not absorb it perfectly. Haha, Yefeng. The more you struggle, the more pain you'll feel. Evil Spirit laughed wildly, his eyes shining with excitement. This is the demonic spider's poison that I spent 10 years to get. You should know by now that you've been poisoned, right? Let me tell you, even a beyond A-grade symbiote will definitely die if they touch it. D***mn it. D***mn it. I can't accept this. Yefeng's head was covered in sweat. The poison was wreaking havoc in his body, causing him to tremble. And at this time, Evil Spirit had already arrived in front of Yefeng. He held the ghost sickle and slashed it down ruthlessly. Go to H***LL. Evil Spirit shouted ferociously. Whoosh! However, the next moment, his face froze. Because Yefeng's body had disappeared into thin air. How was that possible? Evil Spirit was shocked. Don't be delusional. Your dirty tricks are not enough to deal me a fatal blow. Suddenly, Yefeng's cold voice came from behind him. Evil Spirit was shocked. He quickly turned around and saw Yefeng holding the ocean blue trident. He was hanging in the air and stabbing toward him. Chapter 453, Imposing Manner, The Ultimate Aesthetics of Battle. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Fast. It was too fast. After Yefeng released his aura, his entire person seemed to have the momentum of 1,000. The attack of this move contained a monstrous killing intent. If it wasn't for Evil Spirit's extremely sharp reaction and timely avoidance, perhaps he would have been beheaded by now. Hoo. Evil Spirit panted heavily. He looked at Yefeng in fear. And at this time, Yefeng's attacks did not stop. After the attack, Yefeng twisted his wrist, the ocean blue trident drew out a beautiful spear light that swept toward Evil Spirit's neck. Get lost! Evil Spirit let out a low growl, lifted his right leg, and kicked out. Pang! The two of them instantly collided. Pang! 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 When the two separated, Yefeng felt a sweet taste in his throat. A stream of blood flowed out from his lips, while Evil Spirit was in an even worse state. He felt the pain of a bone fracture. His body staggered and almost fell to the ground. Not daring to think too much, Evil Spirit immediately circulated all the dark energy in his body and poured it into the ghost sickle in his hand. Woo! A sharp screech resounded. Evil Spirit held the ghost sickle and pounced toward Yefeng with a foul wind. Humph! Yefeng snorted coldly. He moved his feet lightly. His body was extremely light. He dodged the attack of the ghost sickle by a hair's breadth. Bang! 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 The two of them fought fiercely in the air, and the more Evil Spirit fought, the more frightened he became. This guy could actually contend with him for so long and was still able to do so with ease. He was simply not like a human. And he found that although Yefeng was in a sorry state, his foundation was firm and he did not suffer any serious damage. This made Evil Spirit feel a strong sense of danger. D***mit. I don't care. Let's kill this guy first. A trace of madness flashed in Evil Spirit's eyes. He formed a seal with his hands and muttered, "Darkness Domain." Buzz! In an instant, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. A terrifying pressure swept over from all directions, causing Yefeng's movements to slow down. At the same time, Evil Spirit's figure was like a ghost, and the ghost sickle in his hand bloomed with a demonic blood-red light. Slash! The ghost sickle tore through the air, bringing with it a frosty aura as it pierced toward Yefeng's throat. This was a fatal strike. However, Yefeng's pupils shot out a terrifying sharp light. He gritted his teeth and condensed all his remaining elemental power into the sea stone trident. He swung it down suddenly and met the ghost sickle. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing was deafening. Yefeng was sent flying by this sickle. Ha ha! Evil Spirit laughed wildly. He had used almost all of his strength in that sickle earlier. Even if Yefeng had cultivated the dragon race battle form, he would not be able to withstand it. However, what he did not expect was that at that moment, Yefeng's eyes suddenly turned cold. Boom! Yefeng's entire body burst out with boundless spiritual energy. Following that, from the depths of his soul, a stream of white water element rushed out and destroyed all the elemental energy in the surroundings in an overbearing manner. Ah! Evil Spirit screamed in pain. His face was pale as he looked at Yefeng in shock. His darkness domain was actually destroyed by the other party's flames, and Yefeng's strength was also rapidly increasing. This guy was actually hiding his strength. No. We can't let him continue to grow. Evil Spirit panicked. He didn't dare to stay where he was and immediately retreated. However, he did not know that Yefeng had already locked onto him. Die! A loud roar came, see God's power. Yefeng suddenly raised his arm, and a purple aura appeared. Kaka! This time, the water element air current directly penetrated Evil Spirit's body and exploded, causing him to let out a shrill cry. You'd MNB starred. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to skin you alive. His left shoulder exploded. The place where his arm was cut off was burnt, and he was clearly hit by the sea god's power that Yefeng released. The pain drove Evil Spirit mad, and his face was twisted. He looked at Yefeng with hatred. His eyes were bloodshot. Shua! His body disappeared again. Phantom! Yefeng's eyebrows rose. This was one of Evil Spirit's secret skills. His body would turn into a cloud of smoke, moving silently under the enemy's eyes, making it impossible to guard against. Not good. Suddenly, Yefeng felt a strong sense of danger. He felt a sharp threat coming at him. Die! D*mit. I'll definitely kill you. Evil Spirit's voice was filled with hatred. He had never thought that he would fall into Yefeng's hands. Whoosh! Evil Spirit's body faded in an instant, and he hit again. A powerful evil force burst out from his body. Yefeng's gaze focused. This also meant that the other party was starting to use his true strength. As expected, at the next moment, dark green rays of light extended out from the darkness domain and wrapped around Yefeng's limbs. What is this? Yefeng frowned slightly. He realized that these green light beams were very strange. They seemed to be able to penetrate through one's skin, corroding one's flesh and blood. Even the spiritual energy in one's body could be corroded. However, these things could only erode all life essence and could not cause him any harm. How was that possible? This kid can actually resist the corrosion of the darkness domain. Evil Spirit was shocked. One had to know that this darkness domain was a forbidden skill he had stolen from the evil Holy Land. It was specifically targeted at A-grade symbiotes. Ordinary symbiotes would immediately enter a state of paralysis and be unable to move once they were touched by it. Furthermore, this corrosive power could corrode all life. However, Yefeng was perfectly fine. No wonder Yefeng's strength was so tyrannical. It seemed like he had something to rely on. Brat, you're looking for death. I'm going to tear your bones apart. Evil Spirit roared in anger. He controlled the darkness energy in the darkness domain to surge toward Yefeng, attempting to drown him completely. However, this level of sorted energy was like a drizzle to Ye Feng. It had no effect at all. The darkness domain? Hehe, it'll be your turn soon. As he spoke, Ye Feng's right arm suddenly rose up, a vast and boundless power burst out. Boom! 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 The power in Ye Feng's body was like a torrent. The entire sky was shaking. What? Feeling the explosive power from Ye Feng's body, Evil Spirit was so scared that his soul almost left his body. What's going on? Ye Feng's aura was getting stronger and stronger, and it had already surpassed the peak. No. That's impossible. You're just a lowly mortal, an ant-like existence. How could you have such power? Evil Spirit's face was filled with shock and disbelief, but his attack had already arrived. Netherworld Curse. Chapter 454, The Game of Spiritual Power, Breaking All Evil. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Ye Feng released an extremely powerful mental energy, he used it together with the Netherworld Eyes and instantly activated it. Terrifying lightning swept in all directions, the other party was stunned. Pucci! How is it possible? Evil Spirit's eyes widened, and the mental power it released was torn to pieces almost instantly. Humph! It's just a clone. Ye Feng snorted coldly. He had long noticed that the aura of Evil Spirit was not ordinary, thus he guessed that Evil Spirit should have a clone. But since it's just a clone, then... A cold smile appeared on Ye Feng's face. Then I'll send all of your clones to their deaths. Boom! He took a step forward, and a wild and domineering aura suddenly spread out. See God's power! In an instant, the water elements in the sky gathered together and turned into a destructive force, annihilating all Evil Spirit clones in the surroundings. Ah, what the H*LL is this? No, my clones! Wails and screams were heard. Ye Feng was like the god of the sea. He was slaughtering his way through and slaughtering wantonly. In just a few seconds, Ye Feng had killed 7 to 8 clones of Evil Spirit. He even detonated a sea of lightning, causing Evil Spirit's strength to be greatly reduced. D*mit. You should die. Ye Feng. I'll remember you. There will be a day when you're exhausted. I'll definitely tear you to pieces and let you taste the pain of purgatory. Evil Spirit shrieked, his voice filled with hatred and resentment. Hearing this, Ye Feng revealed a mocking smile. Hehe, you still dare to threaten me? He took a step forward and appeared in front of Evil Spirit in an instant. He stretched out his hand, his fingers clenched into a claw, and ruthlessly stabbed into Evil Spirit's chest. Kika! 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 Evil Spirit's heart was crushed in an instant. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body suddenly exploded. Hula lala! The dark energy around Ye Feng gathered together and turned into a huge black lotus. The black lotus was round, with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The black lotus slowly rotated, releasing a terrifying evil aura. The black lotuses formed by the dark energy could suppress all life essence, making the surrounding space extremely oppressive. This is the soul of Evil Spirit. Ye Feng stared at the huge black lotus floating in the air, his eyes flickered with golden light. Within the black lotus, there was the soul of Evil Spirit. But this Evil Spirit's soul was too strong. Even Ye Feng would need to spend a lot of time to get rid of it. Get out! Ye Feng waved his palm. The powerful wind blade sent the dark energy flying. Ahaha, kid, don't even think about it. However, at this moment, the black lotus suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light. Immediately, an endless black mist spread. There were many ferocious faces hidden in the black mist. Once one got close to it, one would be in fatal danger. However, Ye Feng was not afraid, his strength was far above these Evil Spirit clones, he could easily deal with them. Buzz! With a single palm strike, he instantly split an Evil Spirit clone into 2. The other two evil spirits took the opportunity to escape into the distance. You want to leave? It's too late. A cold killing intent flashed in Ye Feng's eyes, after which, a terrifying force spread out and directly suppressed the Black Lotus. Boom! The Black Lotus trembled intensely, the dark energy within it churned wildly, as if it wanted to break free from its restraints and rush out of Ye Feng's control. No! I can't let him leave. Evil Spirit was both shocked and furious. The evil spirit clones were all condensed by him using a special secret technique. Although they had no consciousness, they had extremely strong fighting will. Even if his real body descended, he might not be a match for them when they joined forces. Now that they were destroyed by Ye Feng, the evil spirits suffered a huge loss. He was unwilling to accept this. Boom! 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 Ye Feng punched out 3 times in a row, directly shattering the Black Lotus. After that, he punched out and completely shattered it. The Black Lotus crumbled and turned into endless dark energy. Humph! I don't think your strength is that great. Ye Feng looked around indifferently. He punched out and another cloud of black mist exploded. Do you think you can escape this time? Ye Feng had a cold smile on his face. He knew that the black mist was formed by evil spirits' remnant will. Once the Black Lotus was destroyed, the remnant will of evil spirit would also disappear. Ye family B** starred. You're looking for death. Finally, a sharp roar sounded from all directions. This was the angry roar of evil spirit. It carried a monstrous viciousness, like an evil ghost from the abyss of H*LL. The roar pierced through the void and even affected the surrounding environment. Weng, 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 weng. At this moment, Ye Feng could hear countless cries and wails, causing him to have a splitting headache. Not good. An illusion. Ye Feng gritted his teeth. All the muscles in his body tensed up and he hugged his arms tightly. Bang! 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 In one breath, he forcefully expelled these miserable voices. Humph! Just a small trick. Ye Feng's lips curled up, the cries of those evil spirits just now could not hurt him at all. But immediately after, a gust of wind swept over. Boom! Boom! The boundless darkness struck, as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. What? Ye Feng squinted his eyes. He looked at the end of the darkness. That was where evil spirit's true body was. You actually didn't die, Ye Feng mumbled to himself. That attack just now was enough to turn any PK and grade expert into ashes. Even a stronger existence would be severely injured. However, not only did evil spirit not die, but he also recovered and became stronger. Ye Feng squinted his eyes. This evil spirit should be cultivating some kind of evil forbidden technique. It could increase his strength by devouring dark beings. Boom! A dark aura filled the air and covered the entire area. A huge evil spirit stood in front of Ye Feng. His body was as tall as a small mountain, his face was thin, eyes were deep, skin was dark, and his entire body was emitting an evil aura. He was like a demon god from the depths of H*LL, suffocating everyone. Keek! I told you, you can't beat me. You will never be able to defeat me in this lifetime. I will destroy everything, destroy this planet. Ha 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 ha. Evil spirit laughed wildly. And at this time, Ye Feng's gaze landed on the Black Lotus behind evil spirit. His eyes shot out a burning fire. I'll be taking your things. Ye Feng snorted coldly. He stomped on the ground and charged forward. You're overestimating yourself. Evil spirit's eyes were filled with ridicule. Chapter 455, Evil Spirit Appears, Passively Activating Power. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Evil Spirit has appeared. Evil Spirit growled. His black robe fluttered even though there was no wind. A layer of extremely dense dark energy haze covered the entire space. An endless amount of dark energy surged and wrapped toward Yefeng. Yefeng's face was filled with solemnness. He used his fingers like a knife, cutting off the black fog's restraints and slashing toward evil spirit. Chi-la! A huge gap was cut open in the Black Lotus, but at the same time, the power of the Black Lotus suddenly increased, almost bursting through the sky. Kikik! This is the price you have to pay for opposing me. Evil spirit laughed crazily. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Yefeng. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Yefeng's neck. Due to the super strong domain restraint and the terrifying crushing aura released by evil spirit, Yefeng could not avoid this attack. His eyes were wide open, and there was a deep disbelief in his eyes. How can this be? Yefeng was completely stunned. He did not expect that evil spirit's strength had already reached such a level. Kikikikikikik! Evil spirit let out a strange laugh. If I drain all your blood and spiritual energy, I will become extremely powerful. Ha ha ha! I'll see how you die. Explode! He roared toward the sky. His aura rose as he punched out, wanting to shatter Yefeng into pieces. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled. The energy produced by Yefeng's body completely erupted at this moment. The power of the dragon? You've finally released it. Evil spirit stared at Yefeng, who had disappeared and reappeared far away. He revealed a playful smile. Hoo is so comfortable. Evil spirit let out a carefree groan. He felt an unprecedented power. Kikikikik, give me more strength. Just a little more. The moment Yefeng escaped, evil spirit absorbed some of the power that was emitted from Yefeng's body. At this moment, he was like a bloodthirsty beast, ferocious and terrifying. I need the Daohu's power. More power. Evil spirit shouted crazily. Give me some power. Ha ha ha. He raised his head and roared. Bang. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, and the black gas on evil spirit's body was instantly torn apart. An extremely terrifying pressure enveloped everything in the surroundings. Yefeng raised his head and looked at the sky. He could feel his heart beating even faster. Beyond a grade. Yefeng's expression turned ugly. This guy had actually broken through. Yefeng's eyes narrowed. He could feel that the aura of evil spirit was rising rapidly. In a short period of time, it had surpassed its previous level. I need Daohu's power. Give me strength. I need powerful armor. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared at the sky. Hiss. Yefeng's figure retreated for a distance. He knew that the current situation was not in his favor. His opponent had already surpassed the A grade. Only beyond A grades could deal with such an existence. Otherwise, even those in the same realm as him would not be able to do anything to him. Ha ha ha, Yefeng, I've said it before, I want you to suffer a fate worse than death. Now, it's my turn to fight back. Evil spirit laughed wildly and took a step forward, causing the void to crack. He opened his 5 claws and directly attacked Yefeng. Yefeng's expression was cold. He stomped his feet and flew up, avoiding evil spirit's attack. His speed was very fast, and his movement technique was unpredictable. Evil spirit was even faster. Bang! 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 The two of them exchanged blows in an instant, and explosions rang out repeatedly. Evil spirit's physical defense was too strong. He was not afraid of Yefeng's attacks at all. On the contrary, as he continued to attack, his body became stronger and stronger. Ha ha! Evil spirit looked up and laughed. His laughter was deafening and made people's livers and galls split. I've finally returned to my peak. I'm back. His eyes were bloodshot, and with a flash, he appeared beside Yefeng. I can feel the pure energy in your body. As long as I can extract it, I'll definitely be able to become even stronger. Hee hee. Evil spirit opened his mouth and bit toward Yefeng. At this moment, in Yefeng's mind, a cold and mechanical voice resounded. Host, Please make your preparations. Immediately after, a power as vast as the stars suddenly gushed out from the depths of his soul. At that instant, Ye Feng felt that he had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It was an invincible, overbearing power. At this moment, Ye Feng had an illusion. It was as if he could destroy all his enemies. Is this the ultimate water elemental power? Ye Feng had a trace of doubt in his heart. How did this power appear? It could actually appear out of thin air? The power of the system was too strong. It could actually be released in such a situation. It was truly a very, very strong existence. This kind of system power made Ye Feng feel like he was cheating. If the opponent's strength remained at this level, Ye Feng could kill him in an instant. Boom! Crack! Crack! At the next second, a clear explosion could be heard from Ye Feng's body. That majestic power flowed through Ye Feng's limbs and bones, washing through all his major organs. Pfft! Ye Feng could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This power is too terrifying. Ye Feng paled in shock. But he couldn't resist. That extremely terrifying power instantly engulfed his entire body. This power had a strange power that seemed to be able to cleanse his body. Kika! Kika! Sounds of metal clashing could be heard from Ye Feng's body. It was the bone armor that was constantly being tempered. My body is improving. Ye Feng was shocked, but a smile soon appeared on his face. His constitution had been further enhanced during this period of time. However, this level of improvement was far from enough. Right now, this kind of improvement was the most crucial. Swoosh! 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 Ye Feng's skin started to crack. Blood mist scattered. Roar! Seeing this, Evil Spirit roared and slashed at Ye Feng with his claws. Ye Feng did not care. He closed his eyes and focused on the transformation. Evil Spirit slammed down with his palm, creating a deep hole in Ye Feng's body. Humph! It's just a last-ditch struggle. Evil Spirit laughed cruelly. However, at the next moment, Ye Feng's body emitted a bright light. His aura suddenly rose. Shua! 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 Around Ye Feng's body, light green aura currents surrounded him. His body was recovering rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Ye Feng's injuries recovered. Chapter 456, Multi-Form Eye of the Netherworld, Evil Thought Clone. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. You actually won't be corroded anymore. Evil Spirit was surprised. Ye Feng grinned. You think I only have this much strength? You're looking for death. Evil Spirit let out a low roar and charged forward again, swinging his claws. However, when his sharp claws touched Ye Feng, it was as if they met with some obstacle. They were directly repelled. How is that possible? Evil Spirit's eyes widened in shock. How could this force be so powerful? Hehe, I've already completely mastered the power. Ye Feng chuckled, now, it's time to send you on your way. He leaped up and suddenly punched out. Boom! Ye Feng's speed was as fast as a ghost. Evil Spirit did not even have time to react before he was sent flying by Ye Feng. The scales on his body shattered, revealing his white flesh. No! Evil Spirit screamed and tried to escape. But how could Ye Feng allow him to escape? He grabbed him and twisted him hard. Ah! 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 Evil Spirit howled miserably. The armor on his body fell off one after another, and he was badly mutilated. You're seeking your own death. Ye Feng pointed with his finger. A ball of water elemental energy appeared and instantly wrapped around Evil Spirit, cleansing him. Roar! Evil Spirit struggled madly. Ye Feng's expression turned sinister. He compressed the water elements in his hands to the extreme. Pfft! In that instant, his physique was enhanced once again, and his strength increased by several times. This also led to his cultivation improving by a step. Ye Feng raised his head. His gaze flickered. The power contained in his body was extremely terrifying. He had a premonition that if he could burst out all the power in his body, he could easily tear evil spirit into pieces and crush him into dregs. However, Ye Feng knew that he had not reached that level yet. Who? Ye Feng panted heavily, looking at evil spirit on the ground that was on the verge of death. He slowly walked over. Evil spirit lay on the ground, looking at Ye Feng. His eyes were filled with hatred. He hated himself for not being strong enough to deal with this little bug in front of him. You can't kill me. Hehe, I am immortal. When I am resurrected, you will still not be able to escape from my sect leader. Hearing evil spirit's words, Ye Feng shook his head slightly. Is that so? He sneered, since that's the case, I'll deal with your sect leader first. Saying so, Ye Feng raised his leg and kicked toward evil spirit's stomach. Bang! Bang! Weev. Evil spirit let out a blood-curdling screech as his bones were shattered, causing him to be in excruciating pain. He wanted to use his origin energy to resist. Unfortunately, it was of no use. His origin energy had been completely exhausted over the years. Right now, with just a remnant will, he could not block Ye Feng's attack. Kaka. Ye Feng broke evil spirit's neck with one foot. Swish. Next, a huge amount of information entered Ye Feng's mind. This information was so much that even Ye Feng could not help but be shocked. This was. He stared at evil spirit's corpse. Evil spirit was indeed not simple. His symbiotic body was actually an ancient super-demonic creature, evil spirit. No wonder he had the ability not to die. The symbiotic demon is so powerful, even more powerful than the legendary divine dragon. Ye Feng was slightly shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful and overbearing symbiotic demon. Ancient super-demonic creature. This was the first time Ye Feng heard of this term. Demons of this level were the most powerful existences among demons. Even though it couldn't compare to the demon race in ancient times, it was still an extremely terrifying race. Ye Feng observed carefully. He was shocked to find that in evil spirit's right eye, there was a black rune that was emitting a dense and eerie aura. Could it be that he also possesses the eye of the netherworld? With such an imprint, Ye Feng could almost immediately tell that it was a type of eye of the netherworld. Ye Feng stared at the dark rune in evil spirit's right eye thoughtfully. It seems that I have to destroy this rune. Otherwise, I will get into trouble sooner or later. Thinking of this, Ye Feng cut off evil spirit's head, splitting it into two. Next, Ye Feng took out evil spirit's heart. He was going to dig it out and crush it. All of a sudden, Ye Feng's expression changed. His pupils suddenly contracted as he stared at the mysterious black shadow above evil spirit's heart. An evil thought clone. Ye Feng's gaze was cold. He did not expect that the heart of this evil spirit would actually have an evil thought clone of evil spirit sealed within it. Keek. Little brat, you didn't expect that we would meet again, did you? A sinister voice sounded, and then evil spirit opened his eyes. His left eye was scarlet red, like a burning flame, with a bloodthirsty taste. Ye Feng did not do anything, because he knew that the person in front of him was just a shadow. His physical body had long since died. I, evil spirit, am an ancient demonic beast. How could I die so easily? Evil spirit sneered. He did not put Ye Feng in its eyes. So you're saying that I'm not even an ant now? Ye Feng sneered, that might not be the case. Ha! An ant is an ant. Even if you can defeat me by luck, so what? Evil spirit said disdainfully, I'm an evil spirit. I can't die. As long as I'm given time, I'll be able to recover my strength very quickly. When that time comes, I'll definitely make you wish you were dead. Evil spirit roared in anger. Humph! Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ye Feng's eyes flashed with battle intent. Just like what evil spirit said, Ye Feng could not kill him unless Ye Feng's strength far surpassed his. But Ye Feng had his own pride. How could he be willing to give in? Cut the crap. Come on, let me see what qualifications an ant like you has to be arrogant. Ye Feng snorted coldly. All the blood in his body started to boil. His entire body seemed to have turned into a furnace. A hot air current gushed out. Humph! An ant is still an ant. Evil spirit glanced at Ye Feng disdainfully. Although you can hurt me, you can only hurt ordinary symbiotes of the same level. Do you think you can defeat me? Let's try. Ye Feng's gaze was cold. His figure instantly charged forward. You're looking for death. Evil spirit sneered, I've killed too many trash like you. Boom! Evil spirit's fist wind was overbearing and sharp. It directly smashed toward Ye Feng's chest. Of course, Ye Feng still did not do anything. After all, this was all fake. Oh? You're actually unmoved. It seems like you've already cultivated your eye of the netherworld to the point of perfection. Humph, kid, you'll receive my critical attack sooner or later. We'll meet again. Evil spirit sneered and disappeared after saying that. Chapter 457, The Queen, Testing. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Ye Feng pursed his mouth. Let's wait and see then. After settling everything, Ye Feng continued to move forward. Although he had used up a lot of his stamina, the slime power was still circulating madly, together with the dragon race battle form and the nourishment from the sea stone set. Ye Feng's recovery ability had reached a crazy state. This was Sky City, but Ye Feng was still not used to it. In fact, everything here was extremely foreign to Ye Feng. After all, this was Sky City. It was a legendary place where a divine race lived. If it was an ordinary person, they would never have the chance to come here. If not for having help, he would not have been able to find the entrance to Sky City so easily. In fact, after experiencing so many things, Ye Feng had spent a lot of time and effort to find the entrance to Sky City and enter it successfully. Ye Feng continued to walk forward. He only had one goal in coming to Sky City. That was to find the last trace of the water elemental Dragon King's soul that had escaped here and completely destroy it. This place was huge, almost equivalent to another small world. Ye Feng had entered for such a long time and had not encountered any living creatures. The amount of spiritual energy here is indeed much denser than the outside world. Ye Feng walked around aimlessly while feeling the nourishment that this environment gave him. The amount of spiritual energy here was beyond Ye Feng's understanding. It was also the first time he felt that there was such a huge amount of spiritual energy here. As expected of Sky City, Ye Feng thought. However, even with such good conditions, this place was a barren land, and even vegetation was hard to find. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying beast's roar came from the front. Next, Ye Feng saw a black light rapidly approaching from the distance. That thing looked like a lizard monster that had only appeared in some animated movies. Its body was huge, and its back was covered in scales. Its tail was thick and powerful, more than 2 meters long. It exuded a suffocating aura, as if it could collapse the entire mountain with a casual whip. Ye Feng frowned. He could feel the strength of this lizard. But he did not back down. This was Sky City. He did not believe that he would encounter any danger here. Roar! Ye Feng roared in anger. He charged toward the lizard. His speed was so fast that the naked eye couldn't see him clearly. Bang! The two collided. The lizard's body shook. Ye Feng's body also flew back. Ye Feng's eyes widened in shock. His full strength was actually on par with this lizard? Roar! Right at this time, the lizard opened its mouth again and tried to bite Ye Feng. Bang! Ye Feng could not dodge in time. The lizard bit his arm. The intense pain caused the muscles on Ye Feng's face to twitch. Rumble. But the lizard's attack was not over yet. It shook off Ye Feng and pounced toward him again. Ye Feng immediately retaliated. He punched the lizard's head, but its extremely hard head did not move at all. At this time, Ye Feng finally understood. Not only did this lizard have immense strength, its defense was also freakish. He didn't dare to linger and immediately cast an illusion. He didn't know if the illusion would work on the lizard, but he had to try in order to survive. He released all of his illusions. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation spread out, and the surrounding scene instantly changed into another scene. A resplendent palace appeared in front of Ye Feng. The top of the palace was embedded with many crystal balls. These crystal balls contained liquids of various colors. And right at this time, Ye Feng realized that the lizard had stopped. It looked around with a lost expression. Roar! Suddenly, the lizard roared and took a step forward. Bang! The next moment, a terrifying force directly shattered the palace door. Not good. Ye Feng's expression changed. He wanted to leave this place, but it was too late. Swish! At the next moment, Ye Feng disappeared. Ye Feng returned to where he was standing earlier. His expression was extremely solemn. He looked at the scene in front of him and fell into deep thought. Not long after he left, one of the towers in Sky City suddenly exploded. A ball of blue flames started burning. Boom! 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 The entire tower quickly collapsed, and at this time, another blue light spot flickered, and then a female figure slowly emerged. Her appearance was beautiful and peerless, as if she was a masterpiece created by the creator. Her body was curvaceous and alluring. Her face was so delicate that it was flawless. She was wearing pure white clothes, her nails were blue and green, her purple hair was blowing in the wind, and her whole body was filled with holy brilliance. Her eyes were deep and dark, as dazzling as the stars. When she appeared in Sky City, countless people in the city knelt down. We pay our respects to your majesty. This woman was the highest level existence in Sky City. She scanned her surroundings indifferently. What was going on? The east side of Sky City is in such a state. Did someone invade it? The queen muttered to herself, a cold chill flowing in her eyes. It's a human. Interesting. As the queen spoke, she raised her right arm, stretched out her palm, and flicked her 5 fingers. Whoosh! 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 5 blue flames appeared out of thin air and landed in the void. The 5 flames were blue, red, yellow, green, and green respectively. The moment each flame appeared, the void would tremble slightly. These 5 flames floated in the air, intertwining with each other. Then, they slowly gathered and condensed into a blue flame giant that emitted a terrifying aura. The flame giant stood on the ground with its arms crossed, staring coldly ahead. Let's test him, the queen whispered. The next moment, the flame giant suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, it had already appeared a few hundred meters away. Ye Feng did not know that he had merely set up some illusionary arrays, but it had actually attracted the attention of the Queen of Sky City, and even caused a huge problem. He was standing on a cliff. Hoo! The wind blew Ye Feng's fringe. As expected, this is the cliff I came to before. This is Sky City's territory. Ye Feng looked down. There was a stone tablet at the bottom of the cliff. The stone tablet was grayish-brown in color, and 3 words were written on it, the Forbidden Sky. Ye Feng stared at these 3 words, his expression was uncertain. The Forbidden Sky. This place could be said to be extremely dangerous. Chapter 458, The Forbidden Sky, The Rusty Dagger. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. It was rumored that this place had once buried divine-grade powerhouses, and even many true gods had fallen. It was said that there were some secrets hidden in the Forbidden Sky. Many transcendents had entered it before, but they had all fallen here. Back then, a transcendent had escaped from this place. He left with a sentence that was still fresh in the memory of the entire world: the Forbidden Sky is the most hidden place in Sky City. Anyone who dares to step in will be killed without mercy. The stone slab contained information about the Forbidden Sky. It was rumored that a true god from ancient times was buried in the Forbidden Sky. He was once the most powerful expert in this land. The Forbidden Sky is a space independent of Earth. It can absorb the wandering souls and wild ghosts in the world. In the Forbidden Sky, there's an evil power called the power of resentment. The power of resentment was a collection of negative energy from ancient times. They are extremely terrifying. They can corrode and devour the soul. At the same time, they can also transform the soul into the power of resentment. Ye Feng's eyebrows twitched. No wonder the residents of Sky City cannot leave once they enter the Forbidden Sky. The power of resentment is a terrifying thing that can destroy an entire country. The power of resentment is terrifying, but it can be traced. The power of resentment has two characteristics. The first is that every 100 years, the Forbidden Sky will explode with a terrifying resentment aura. As long as I can avoid this resentment aura, it will be fine. Once these resentful creatures are born, it will be a great disaster for Sky City. Unless one has the power of a true god, no one can fight against these creatures of resentment. Ye Feng frowned. He felt that there was something strange about the Forbidden Sky, but he did not know what the exact situation was. Let's leave this place first. He thought for a while and prepared to leave the Forbidden Sky. However, just as he was about to take a step forward, his eyes suddenly stopped at a certain place. He saw two metal fragments floating in the air a few hundred meters away from him. The two metal fragments rubbed against each other and released strange magnetic field waves. Moreover, the magnetic field waves seemed to be able to outline something. What? Ye Feng's eyes brightened. He saw that between these two metal fragments, there was still a thin chain. He looked around carefully and finally confirmed, this is an iron chain. The iron chain was about 1.5 meters long and 1 finger thick. There were complicated and mysterious runes carved on it. Moreover, these runes were all made of various rare materials. Even in the Symbiote continent, they were considered good treasures. This iron chain should be produced by the edge of the cliff. Could it be that there's an opportunity? Ye Feng thought as he stretched out his hand toward the metal chain. Kaka! The metal chain suddenly straightened, and a huge shock force surged up. Even though Ye Feng's body was strong, he was still forced back a few steps. His face was filled with shock. Hiss! What a powerful force! It's only a section of the chain, but it's already so powerful. Ye Feng was speechless. His current physical strength was already comparable to a beyond A grade. However, just the strength of this section of metal chain had almost injured him. Perhaps this metal chain is the fortune of the Forbidden Sky. Thinking of this, Ye Feng's eyes flickered. He continued to approach the metal chain. Kaka! 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 He tried a few more times, but he still could not touch the metal chain. This made Ye Feng frown. Looks like I'll have to use brute force. Ye Feng gritted his teeth. He immediately punched the metal chain. Bang! Bang! The iron chain did not move at all. On the other hand, Ye Feng felt a sharp pain in his right arm. He almost lost his grip. This metal chain is so heavy. He was shocked. But since you're so hard, I'll bend you. Ye Feng took in a deep breath. All his spiritual energy was concentrated on his right arm. He then grabbed the metal chain. Chi-la! Under Ye Feng's pulling, this metal chain started to twist. However, he was still unable to break it completely. So tough! Ye Feng frowned slightly. This level of strength was not enough to break the metal chain. I don't believe I can't get rid of you. He shouted angrily, stomped his feet, and his body bounced up at high speed. He jumped to the top of the iron chain, held the iron chain with one hand, and smashed it down fiercely. Boom! Boom! This time, the force was even greater. The iron chain shook violently, and a dazzling light appeared on it, but it still did not break. How could this be? This iron chain is too tough. Ye Feng was a little dumbfounded. He looked up and his pupils suddenly shrank. On the surface of the iron chain, a ferocious ghost face appeared. It was the spirit of resentment. As expected, there's a living being attached to these chains and links. They're not simple chains. At this moment, Ye Feng understood. However, I don't believe I can't break it. Ye Feng gritted his teeth, he activated all his spiritual energy. Break! Ye Feng roared in anger. He waved his hands and a huge fist shadow slammed toward the metal chain. Bang! With an explosion, a cloud of black mist appeared above the iron chain, and then the black mist condensed into a ferocious evil spirit. The evil spirit roared and opened its bloody mouth, spitting out a black poisonous gas. Get lost! Ye Feng snorted coldly. A vast aura appeared around his body, dispersing the black poisonous gas. Roar! The evil spirit screamed in pain. It was sent flying by Ye Feng's punch. But the evil spirit soon regrouped its attacks and charged toward Ye Feng. Blade of Destruction! Ye Feng used his skills repeatedly. Terrifying auras spread out and forced the evil spirit to retreat. However, he didn't manage to kill the evil spirit. Instead, it escaped. These evil spirits are too troublesome. Ye Feng mocked. The Forbidden Sky was extremely dangerous, and one could die if they were not careful. Although Ye Feng's combat strength was strong, he did not dare to be overconfident. Shua! 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 Ye Feng continued to move forward, he encountered more and more creatures along the way. However, his luck seemed to be pretty good. Not long after, he actually saw another treasure. It was a rusty dagger. This short knife was covered in rust, but its edge was extremely sharp, as if it could cut open the void. Ye Feng's eyes brightened, he grabbed the rusty dagger in his hand and felt the coldness of the dagger. Wang! Suddenly, a stream of light rose from the scabbard. The short blade broke free from Ye Feng's control and floated in the air, letting out a buzzing sound. Chapter 459, The God-Slaying Blade, the Top Super Creature. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Wang! The short knife trembled as if something was summoning it. This is... Ye Feng stared at the dagger. He revealed a pondering expression. Could it be that this dagger was once a powerful weapon? But soon, the change in the dagger cleared his doubts, because 3 words slowly appeared on the top of the dagger. God-Slaying Blade. These 3 bold and ancient words entered Ye Feng's sight, a familiar feeling rose up in him. God-Slaying. Ye Feng mumbled to himself. A scene suddenly flashed past his mind. It was an ancient stone gate. There was a crack on the stone door, which seemed to have been split open by an axe. Outside the stone gate, there were countless people fighting for something, and the scene was in chaos. Could it be that the God-Slaying Blade is the name of the dagger in my hand? This blade is called the God-Slaying Blade. Ye Feng came to a realization. At the same time, a strange vibration was transmitted from the dagger. What? Ye Feng could feel a certain emotion within the dagger. It was anger. Yes. The God-Slaying Blade was lost by the owner of this secret realm. Now, it has found its true owner. Only killing can restore its divinity. God-Slaying Blade, kill. Ye Feng seemed to have heard the consciousness of the God-Slaying Blade. His gaze was piercingly cold as he pointed out a finger, directly touching the dagger. With a clang, the God-Slaying Blade fell to the ground. The damaged parts on it were quickly repaired. In the blink of an eye, the God-Slaying Blade had completely recovered. Clang! Ye Feng flicked his wrist and the dagger was unsheathed, emitting a cold light that carried a cold killing intent. Haha, finally got you. This is a divine weapon. Ye Feng laughed wildly, he slashed at the abyssal demons. These abyssal demons seemed to be a little afraid of the cold light of the god-slaying blade and avoided it, not daring to approach. Using this chance, Ye Feng continued to move forward, getting closer and closer to the metal chain. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shaking roar reverberated through the world. An abyssal demon that was 100 meters tall crawled up from the ground. Its body was as large as a small mountain, covered in scales, and it had a pair of huge wings. Its eyes were extremely red, filled with bloodthirst and cruelty. On its back, there was a guy in a black robe. This person was a demonic creature, Dru. Super monster Dru, although Ye Feng had never seen him before, was not rare in the textbooks. Super monsters were considered to be at the top of the fierce beasts. Even a beyond A grade would not be able to resist them, let alone an A+. What Ye Feng could not understand was, there were demonic creatures in Sky City. Wasn't this place supposed to be a holy land? Had it been attacked by demons? Ye Feng made a series of guesses, but he could not guess the answer. After all, he had just entered Sky City, and this holy land was so vast. If he wanted to find the answer, he would need some time. Dru took a step forward. He actually stomped on the ground and directly charged toward Ye Feng. Roar! Die! He let out a furious roar as demonic energy exploded from his body, causing the entire world to fall into darkness. Dru was a powerful magician, but he had fallen to become a demon lord of the abyss. At this moment, the power of the abyss was pushed to the extreme by Dru. He punched out with endless pressure and charged toward Ye Feng. This punch could destroy the heavens and earth. Ye Feng's heart jumped. This Dru was extremely powerful, far beyond the ordinary peak inborn. Die! Ye Feng shouted loudly, the god-slaying blade in his hand formed a beautiful arc as he attacked toward Dru. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, and both of them retreated a few meters. What a powerful body! This Ye Feng is indeed troublesome. Dru's expression was extremely dark, he did not expect that he would not be able to take down Ye Feng. No matter what, I have to kill him. Otherwise, all the treasures in this secret realm will be taken by him. Death Demon Spear. A pitch-black spear suddenly appeared in Dru's hand. Go! Dru threw out his spear. That spear spun in the air and turned into a black lightning bolt, piercing toward Ye Feng. This weapon seems to be the same as the god-slaying blade I got, but its quality is higher. Ye Feng's mind moved quickly, the god-slaying blade and the weapon in Dru's hands should have a close relationship. God-slaying blade, kill! Ye Feng spoke golden words, he held the god-slaying blade and charged toward Dru. Boom! 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 The two exchanged blows, and an earth-shattering collision erupted. At this moment, all the abyssal demons had been chased away, only Ye Feng and Dru were fighting. Dru was tall, dark-skinned, and wore heavy armor. As for Ye Feng, he was holding a dagger, his body was surrounded by traces of lightning aura and a thick blood mist. Their attacks were extremely sharp, and every move was filled with destructive power. If it were any other symbiote, they would have been killed in an instant. Even though Ye Feng managed to block Dru's attack with his strength, he did not relax. Instead, he frowned. Dru was too strong. Moreover, his fighting style was extremely simple and crude. He only used brute force to resist without any skills. In comparison, Ye Feng was much more cautious. After all, Ye Feng had the memories of a symbiote and knew many of their fighting methods. He slashed out with his sword. It looked ordinary, but every time, he was able to block Dru's excellent attack rhythm. This is... Dru's pupils shrank. Who are you? Humph! Cut the crap! Take another one of my blades! Ye Feng snorted coldly. His feet stomped on the ground. His body was like a sharp arrow, and he flew up in an instant. Shua! 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 His figure flickered like a ghost, leaving behind afterimages in the air. A solemn and dignified aura filled the void. Boom! As he swung his dagger, the void became distorted, and wisps of white light could be vaguely seen shooting out. The killing aura was extremely dense. Ye Feng's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Drew, the veins on his arms were bulging. Get lost! Drew struck out with his palm. It collided with Ye Feng's palm. Bang! The two of them were sent flying at the same time. Pfft! Ye Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was severely injured. But Drew was in an even worse state than him. His body was directly torn apart by Ye Feng's blade, turning into black blood that splattered everywhere. Chapter 460, The Bloodline Power That People Drool Over, Super Dark Power. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Roar! Drew roared toward the sky. He did not expect Ye Feng to be so difficult to deal with. This kid is too cunning. I have to show my strength. Boundless hatred rose in his heart. Drew was the Lord of the Abyss, one of the top super monsters. When had he been forced to such an extent? But Drew was not willing to retreat. After all, he had the upper hand and could even kill Ye Feng. If he missed this opportunity, it was likely to lead to failure. If that's the case, then I'll kill you. You must have a big secret on you. After I kill you, I will bring you to the depths of the darkness as a sacrifice. Drew's eyes were filled with greed. The stronger Ye Feng was, the more valuable he was. Furthermore, Ye Feng's cultivation was only at A+, to Drew, this level was as weak as a newborn baby. Drew only needed to use a few tricks to kill him easily. Without further hesitation, Drew raised his hands, and a huge figure slowly appeared behind him. This figure had 3 heads and 6 arms. It was ferocious and terrifying, and it held a weapon in its hand. Little brat, obediently accept your death. The 3-headed and 6-armed Drew roared in anger. His 6 weapons slammed down and slashed toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng's expression was solemn. He felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire. He was unable to move and his speed was greatly reduced. Furthermore, Ye Feng could sense that his physical defense had been weakened. This 3-headed 6-armed demon was extremely powerful. Not only that, this evil demon seemed to have some kind of strange power that could suppress his physical body. D*mit. What do I do? Ye Feng gritted his teeth and resisted, but he was still forced to retreat. Ha 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 ha. Drew laughed wildly. Ye Feng, you are indeed powerful. You can even fight me to a draw. However, you can't do anything in the abyssal demon's territory. Ye Feng's expression became increasingly dark. Die! Drew shouted loudly. 6 weapons with destructive auras attacked Ye Feng from all directions. Boom! Blood splattered as Drew's body shattered into a shower of blood. But immediately after, his body shot out from the blood mist like lightning, his claws were aimed at Ye Feng's heart. What? This sudden attack shocked Ye Feng. He quickly used his movement technique to dodge, but he was a step too late. He was grazed by Drew's sharp claws. 5 clear wounds appeared on his chest. Keek! You're the first one to give me a headache. However, today is your death anniversary. Die! Drew laughed smugly. His sharp claws tore through Ye Feng's tough clothes and skin, leaving a few shocking red marks. It's a pity that your physical body is still a little lacking. Ye Feng grunted, blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Even though he had dodged Drew's fatal blow, he was still injured. This guy's strength was indeed terrifying. As expected of an abyssal demon, it was not something ordinary people could compare to. Although you are stronger than me, you are too slow. Drew shook his head. He had a confident expression. He stared at Ye Feng and laughed. However, your bloodline is something that I drool over. If I absorb your bloodline, my strength will definitely increase a lot. I might even have the chance to break through to the half-transcendent realm. How wonderful! It seems like I can only hope to obtain the bloodline power by killing you. Ye Feng heard that Drew wanted to absorb his bloodline power, his pupil shrunk, his killing intent surged. He did not expect that this guy would even think about his bloodline power. The bloodline was the foundation of the symbiote. How could Ye Feng let the other party succeed? Do you want my bloodline? In your dreams! He roared as he charged forward, and his thick fighting power burst out. Boom! 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 The two of them fought intensely. Drew completely suppressed Ye Feng. Ye Feng's punches and kicks were fierce and overbearing, but because of Drew's fast movement techniques, he could always dodge and counterattack Ye Feng. Bang! Ye Feng's leg lashed out in the air, causing a wave of ripples. What powerful strength! Drew was shocked. His body swayed, and he was in danger. Even though he had the bloodline power of the abyssal demon protecting his body and had unparalleled defense, Ye Feng's attack was too powerful. It was like a lightning bolt. Drew felt his arm tremble slightly. His skin was torn and his flesh was torn, and his bones were about to break. Ye Feng scolded as he fought, "You abyssal demons are all F***ing beasts. Even if I die and become a ghost, I won't let you off." His anger was real. His blood and soul had long been integrated into earth. Even if he were to die, he would not be willing to give his bloodline to a group of evil demons. "Ye Feng, aren't you being too childish by saying this?" Drew sneered. His strength was 2 whole levels higher than Ye Feng. Ye Feng was not his match at all. "If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I might consider sparing you once," Drew said jokingly. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed into slits. Ye Feng, will never admit defeat," he said. He dealt with the other party while looking for an opportunity. Suddenly, whoosh! Ye Feng's body suddenly increased in speed, he crossed 100 meters in an instant and slammed into Drew. Pucci! Ye Feng's iron fist landed on Drew's chest without hesitation. An intense pain spread. Roar! Drew howled in pain as his body flew backward and fell in the distance. Ye Feng also spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of speed is this? Drew was both angry and shocked. The speed just now had already exceeded the fastest speed he knew. It was simply unbelievable. Ye Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes shining with a cold light. "But so what? Since you've come, then all of you shall die." Ye Feng clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, his figure was like the wind, like an illusion, like a demon. Once again, he revealed his invincible posture. Bang! Ye Feng waved his fists, causing Drew to cough out blood. His body was too strong, like a monster made of steel and cement. He was not afraid of the sharp claws at all. "Your strength and speed are both very strong. However, you still have a flaw," Drew sneered. "That is, your strength is too weak. You can't resist the sharpness of the abyssal demon's claws with brute force alone. Your body will be torn apart sooner or later." His claws were filled with dark energy that could corrode everything. "Is that so?" Ye Feng smiled coldly. He raised his right hand and hooked his finger at Drew. "Then come over and try. You're looking for death." Drew laughed hideously, opened his bloody mouth, and pounced. Chapter 461, Devouring Each Other, Soul Suppression. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. His body expanded in an instant, growing to 4 to 5 meters tall in the blink of an eye. The muscles all over its body bulged like a mountain of meat, emitting an incomparably wild aura fluctuation. "Die, lowly insect," he howled and clawed at Ye Feng. "Hee hee." Ye Feng laughed in disdain. His figure disappeared in an instant. He appeared behind Drew, grabbed onto his tail, and pulled it. Kika! 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 With a few crisp sounds, one of Drew's tails was torn off. "Aooo! DMNB starred, you dare to destroy my tail!" Drew screamed in pain. He twisted his body frantically, trying to escape from Yefeng. But Yefeng's legs were circling around him. He was holding onto the tail tightly. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape from Yefeng's grasp. His hand was burning with a layer of flames, and he used all his strength to stab at Drew's heart. The heart of an abyssal demon of this level was bound to be extremely tough, but if it was stabbed, it would be enough to severely injure the other party. Ah! Drew cried out in pain. He felt as if his heart was about to explode, and the intense pain made him extremely uncomfortable. But Yefeng's stab did not pierce through Drew's heart. A green light barrier appeared on Drew's chest, blocking Yefeng's dagger. Yefeng frowned. The abyssal demon's defense was indeed terrifying. "And, you've angered me. You're dead. You must die." Drew's anger reached its peak, and his body rapidly expanded. "What are you doing?" Yefeng was so scared that his hair stood on end. He knew that once the abyssal demon used some kind of forbidden technique, their power would definitely be very terrifying. "I'm going to absorb your power and turn you into a puppet. Then, I'll slowly torture you." Drew laughed hideously. His body rapidly expanded and became even larger. His face also became sharp and ugly. "No, stop. I surrender. I beg you to stop." Yefeng quickly shouted. Unfortunately, Drew didn't listen to his advice and completely ignored him. "Ha ha ha ha, it's useless even if you beg me. I won't let you off. I'm going to suck you to death." He laughed cruelly and stretched out his claws, grabbing at Yefeng. Yefeng's eyes flashed with ferocity. He took a step forward and his body instantly retreated. Boom! 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 Drew's attack landed on the stone wall behind him, instantly stirring up countless debris and dust. "This won't do. This fellow is too strong. Even if I'm in my elemental form, I still can't defeat it. Unless he wants to." A trace of despair flashed past Yefeng's mind. Unless his body was upgraded to another level. However, it would take a lot of time and couldn't be done in a short time. Furthermore, Yefeng felt that if he really returned the way he came from, he would probably meet even more people like Drew. "What should I do?" Yefeng's expression was filled with anxiety. Even if he wasn't afraid of death, he couldn't maintain this state for long. After all, he was in an elemental state and couldn't stay for long. However, staying here would only lead to death. Yefeng's expression froze, his brain was working quickly, thinking of a solution. Suddenly, Yefeng's eyes brightened. "I've got it. Since I can't leave, then I'll kill all of you. Let's see if you can still come out." Yefeng said sinisterly, his expression was getting more and more terrifying, and his eyes were red like fire. "Humph! Since you want to devour me, I can devour you in return. I'd like to see who will devour who." Yefeng let out a deep roar. A cold and ruthless smile appeared on his face. He stepped on the ground and shot out like a cannonball, punching toward Drew. Keek keek. Drew saw that Yefeng was injured. The abyssal demons gathered around him excitedly. But right at this time, a vast and majestic soul fluctuation spread out from Yefeng's soul consciousness, engulfing the surroundings. All the abyssal demons trembled. Soul suppression? What a terrifying pressure! This was the soul suppression that belonged to Yefeng. Although his cultivation was still shallow, he was already close to a whole new realm. Shua! 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 He held the god-slaying blade tightly in his left hand, and the water elemental power was constantly released from his body. His body rushed forward like an arrow. Boom! 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 At this moment, Yefeng was like a bloodthirsty beast. The god-slaying blade in his hand slashed through the void, bringing with it black smoke and wails. Pucci! Fresh blood flowed out, dyeing the ground red. The abyssal demons were dying continuously. Roar! Roar! One after another, the abyssal demons were killed, but Ye Feng also paid a price. Terrifying wounds appeared on his body, he was bathed in blood and was in an extremely miserable state. Chapter 462, Sky City's Crisis, Abyss Alliance's Invasion. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. However, he didn't care about the injuries on his body at all. He relied on the terrifying recovery ability of his elemental transformation to slaughter the abyssal demons. Bang! 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 Finally, an abyssal demon was crushed by his palm and died. Ye Feng stood in a pool of blood. He was breathing heavily, his body was covered in blood, and there were injuries all over his body. Ha 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 ha, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. Come on. All of you are here to kill me. I'm going to suck you dry. He howled at the sky like a madman. We really can't kill you. However, just because you can't kill us doesn't mean that we can't kill you. It doesn't mean that we can't defeat you or that you can stop the Abyssal Legion's invasion. A voice resounded through the clouds. After which, the world shook. A huge palm appeared out of thin air, pressing down on Ye Feng. What is it? Ye Feng's hair stood on end, he felt his scalp turning numb. The power of this palm was too powerful. The power it contained was simply beyond his knowledge. Open! Ye Feng shouted loudly, and his legs stomped on the ground. His body shot out like an arrow released from a bow. However, the strength of that palm was too great, and he could not break free at all. No matter how Ye Feng struggled, that palm did not move. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew. Hoo! As the breeze blew over, Ye Feng's injuries were actually healing at an astonishing speed. How is this possible? Ye Feng's eyes opened wide. He showed an expression of disbelief. That gust of wind was extremely gentle. As it slowly blew on Ye Feng's body, the injuries on Ye Feng's body actually healed at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. In a short 3 minutes, all the wounds had disappeared, and Ye Feng returned to his perfect state. This. Ye Feng's heart was in turmoil. He had never thought that there would be such a strange scene in this world. Just now, he had clearly felt that the other party's strength was very strong, enough to crush him. Why did it suddenly seem like everything was fine? Was he hallucinating? That shouldn't be the case. He had personally experienced that painful feeling, so it was absolutely impossible for him to hallucinate. But what was this strange phenomenon? Just as Ye Feng was feeling confused, another huge explosion occurred in the sky. Ye Feng raised his head and saw a familiar back view. The man was fighting two huge creatures. The two creatures were the abyssal demons that had just beaten him to a pulp. And these two abyssal demons were extremely powerful. Although that person's strength was tyrannical, he was after all outnumbered and could not hold on much longer. Boom! There was another huge explosion. The expert was sent flying by the abyssal demon, and he crashed into a mountain. His face was pale and his lips were purple. He was obviously seriously injured. The other abyssal demon took the opportunity to rush toward him. Go to H*LL, you lowly insect! Roar! The two abyssal demons roared and opened their bloody mouths to bite the expert's head. Pfft! Pfft! However, just as they were about to approach their target, two cracks suddenly appeared in the void. Two golden claws stretched out and suddenly stabbed into the chests of the two abyssal demons. Crack! The two 20-meter-tall abyssal demons were directly torn to pieces. Then, the crack slowly closed and everything returned to normal. Cough, cough, cough. The expert spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, but not too much. He stood up and looked around. I'm still alive, cough. The level of danger just now was so great that even he almost died. But fortunately, he still managed to pull through in the end. What? Suddenly, the man frowned. A ball of black mist suddenly appeared in the distant void. Two figures walked out of the black mist. They were dressed in luxurious clothes, and their bodies emitted a strong evil fluctuation, as if they were evil ghosts that had crawled out of H*LL. Hee, human, you are very strong, one of the young men said with a smile. The young man was handsome, but he exuded a hint of coldness. His eyes glowed with a scarlet light, filled with bloodthirst and ferocity. The old man beside him was holding a walking stick and had a head full of white hair. However, the aura on his body was very strong. The expert stared at the two of them and asked, "What are you guys trying to do?" He, you're indeed a top genius of the human race. You're sharp." The young man grinned. "My name is Alpha Sparrow, and this is Loki Thoradin." Upon hearing this, the man's pupils contracted and he became alert. "So you're the demon lords of the Abyss Alliance, Alphas and Thoradin. Aren't you afraid that I'll report this to the Alliance headquarters?" "Oh, do you think the Alliance headquarters will care about this?" Alphas glanced at him indifferently. "Moreover, this matter is related to the Abyssal invasion. If the Alliance headquarters really investigates this, we would be more than happy to have this matter." Alphas was calm and composed, and there was a hint of conspiracy in his tone. He was right. The Abyssal invasion was of great importance. Even if he attracted the attention of the Alliance headquarters, he would have a way to escape. "Who are these people?" Ye Feng was hiding at the side. He was slightly surprised. As far as he knew, there were only two factions on Earth, the demonic and human camps. Even though humans and demonic creatures were split into many different factions, Ye Feng had never heard of these people. Alliance Headquarters, this name was an international symbiotic organization. Its full name was the Headquarters of the Symbiote Organization. It was a global international symbiotic organization. Ye Feng knew about this. But what was the Abyss Alliance? Ye Feng was dumbfounded. But Ye Feng could sense that the young man and old man from the Abyss, which were Alphas and Thoradin, were demonic creatures. Ye Feng could see it clearly just by looking at this. The Abyss Alliance was invading Sky City. Drew, who was fighting with Ye Feng just now, was one of the big shots of the Abyss Alliance. When Ye Feng thought of this, he felt a little apprehensive. He actually encountered the battle between Sky City and the Abyss Alliance. Most of the people in Sky City were deities, and they were all super mighty beings of another race. However, they had been invaded by this group of people, which was enough to show how powerful the Abyss Alliance was. Perhaps they were coveting something in Sky City. Otherwise, Ye Feng could not understand why they were so hostile toward him. "Ha, your life is worthless. To think that there are still people from the Symbiote organization lurking in here. It seems like we have to speed up our actions." "Die!" Alphas sneered. A white light suddenly flashed, and the expert instantly turned into a mist of blood, drifting away with the wind. Chapter 463, Cleaning up his subordinates, the Flame Giant attacks. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. What's our next step? Alphas looked at the old man Thoradin. "Let's retreat first. We've already been exposed." Thoradin was expressionless. He only said one sentence and summoned a huge teleportation gate. As soon as the teleportation gate appeared, it was followed by a huge impact. In that instant, Ye Feng felt his breath freeze. He was greatly shocked. These two people were definitely not simple. Although they were definitely the big shots of the Abyss Alliance, they were too strong. They were so strong that even Ye Feng could not tell what level they were at. In an instant, the two of them disappeared from Ye Feng's sight. "That was close, I was almost discovered." Ye Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He only came here to find the Water Elemental Dragon King's soul. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. "The lords have left. We'll clean up the rest." The remaining two followers looked at each other and then aimlessly searched for something nearby. They were all minotaurs with huge bull heads, but their auras were not weak. They were all at A and grade. *MN The Symbiote organization, always ruining our plans, especially the Chinese. That one just now simply overestimated himself. Ha ha ha, it's good that he's dead. One of the Minotaurs laughed heartily. You're looking for death. After saying this, Yefeng's body suddenly expanded. His bones crackled, blood flowed, muscles expanded, veins expanded, and a thin layer of blood membrane covered his skin. His entire person became extremely ferocious. He couldn't fight those two, but there was no need for him to not fight the remaining two small fries. He wanted to take revenge for the stranger who had died. Boom! 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 As Yefeng ran, his body became stronger and stronger. He punched out with both his fists, and every strike he made brought with it a monstrous might. Endless energy erupted from his body and he charged forward like a wild beast. Bang! 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 One of the Minotaurs used all sorts of moves to block Yefeng's attacks. However, it could not withstand Yefeng's tide-like attacks. Every time, Yefeng would be forced to retreat, but he would quickly pounce on it again to continue the battle. His attacks became more and more frenzied, and his moves became fiercer. Although Yefeng was furious, he still maintained a calm heart. I'm going to tear you into pieces, he roared and pounced forward, pressing the Minotaur under his body and hugging its waist with both arms. Rise! Yefeng shouted in anger. He exerted strength in his legs and pulled the Minotaur up from the ground. Ah! The Minotaur shouted in anger and pushed its palms toward Yefeng. But Yefeng had no intention of dodging. His physical defense was astonishing. Bang! The Minotaur's palms landed on Yefeng's body, but it was like it had hit an iron wall. Yefeng did not move at all. You should die! Yefeng was furious. It felt as if a mountain was pressing down on it, and its chest was so tight that it was about to explode. Go to H*LL. Yefeng growled. One of his arms wrapped around the Minotaur's neck, while the other arm stabbed out. Pucci! Yefeng's right arm pierced through the throat of the Minotaur, blood splattered everywhere. The Minotaur's eyes were wide open, and it died with a grievance. Crack! Yefeng knelt down on one knee, and his left fist landed on the Minotaur's head, instantly smashing it into a pulp. Hoo-hoo! Yefeng panted heavily, his face was pale. The two punches just now had taken too much of his energy and almost exhausted his essence and spirit. However, he didn't stop. He looked up at the other Minotaur and gritted his teeth. I've said it before, I'm going to tear you into pieces. Yefeng stood up, he took a step forward. Swish! He instantly appeared in front of the remaining Minotaur. Bang! Yefeng slapped it. The Minotaur didn't even have the chance to dodge before it was sent flying. Yefeng jumped up and gave chase again. At this moment, the Minotaur struggled to get up and shouted with its bloody mouth, I want you to die. Bang! Yefeng kicked it in the stomach and sent it flying, breaking two trees. Ah! The Minotaur fell to the ground, clutching its stomach and wailing. Its soul had suffered a severe blow, and its internal organs were ruptured. Pfft! Next, Yefeng's figure flickered and appeared behind it. His right arm pierced into the back of its neck, nailing it to the ground. You! Cough! 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 The Minotaur's body convulsed violently as it spat out blood and its pupils slowly dilated. It turned its head with difficulty and stared at Yefeng, its face was filled with unwillingness and hatred. Yefeng's expression was cold. He pulled out his right arm from the back of its neck without saying a word, and punched its head again. The corpse slowly fell to the ground. At this moment, Yefeng's body was bathed in blood. His eyes were red like a demon's. The surrounding temperature dropped drastically, and it made people shiver. The remaining small fries finally felt fear and did not dare to stay any longer. Let's go, someone shouted in a low voice, and they all fled in panic. Run! A cruel smile appeared on Yefeng's face. He suddenly gathered his spiritual energy, and his speed increased. Boom! 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 In just a few breaths of time, Yefeng had already caught up to one of the escaping creatures. He punched its head. Boom! The second punch landed, and the other creature was sent flying. It fell to the ground and died. He, Yefeng revealed a cold smile. His body was gradually shrinking. Not bad. This was the result he wanted. In order to survive, he was willing to pay any price, even if it meant losing his life. What Yefeng needed now was this power. As long as he could survive, as long as he could obtain greater strength, he was willing to do anything. Boom! Yefeng moved his long legs and sprinted forward. Swish! Behind him, a flame giant's shadow appeared. This illusory flame giant warrior was 5 meters tall. It was covered in golden armor and held a long spear in its hand as it followed behind it step by step. Wherever it went, trees would snap, the ground would cave in, smoke and dust would rise, and the vegetation would wither. Wherever it went, everything was destroyed. What is this thing? Yefeng was shocked. He didn't even know when this flame giant appeared, but it didn't affect him anymore. He would kill anyone who came. Yefeng's breathing was at its maximum. He gave up on his target that was getting far away. He then turned his attention to the flame giant. Boom! Boom! Yefeng and the flame giant started to fight. Chapter 464, The Combination of the Two Powers, Another Form of Awakening. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Boom! 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 Loud explosions kept coming out of the valley. Mountains collapsed one after another, and ancient trees were destroyed one after another. It was like the end of the world. Yefeng's body was charred. The flames burned all over his body. But Yefeng did not care. He only used all his strength to release wave after wave of terrifying power, attacking the flame giant without caring about the cost. Boom! The flame giant was blown away by his punch, and his fist was covered with black dust. Hoo! The flame giant raised its head and roared. Thick smoke came out of its mouth, but it immediately rushed over again. Ha! Yefeng roared toward the sky. His body suddenly rose into the air and then landed heavily. Thump! Yefeng punched out with both his fists, slamming them onto the chest of the flame giant, forcing it to retreat several meters. The flame giant once again went on a killing spree. Ha 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 ha! Yefeng laughed wildly. The two of them began a life and death battle. Boom! 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 With a series of explosions, mountains collapsed one after another. Boom! The flame giant was struck in the chest by Yefeng's elbow. Its ribs were shattered. But the flame giant's reaction was extremely fast. Its body moved quickly. The moment it was sent flying, it grabbed onto Yefeng's legs, wanting to pull him down. Die! Yefeng roared in anger. The muscles in his arms expanded like two pythons coiling around each other, and he grabbed the flame giant's neck and lifted it up. The flame giant was lifted half a meter above the ground. It opened its mouth and spewed out large amounts of fire pillars, wanting to burn Yefeng. But Yefeng was not afraid. He suddenly threw the flame giant out. Boom! The flame giant crashed into the depths of the valley, smashing through several mountain peaks before disappearing. Plop! Yefeng fell to the ground, gasping for breath. The blood in his body was boiling like lava. Get lost! Yefeng snorted coldly and he punched out. Bang! The flame giant's fist collided with Yefeng's, and sparks flew everywhere. The flame giant's body trembled slightly. Its eyes were dull, and its body slowly disappeared. Who, Yefeng heaved a sigh of relief. He was worried that he would not be able to deal with this creature, but it seemed like that was not the case. Ye Feng turned around and walked toward another direction. The clothes on Ye Feng's body were already torn. At this moment, his body was covered in wounds, and there were even many hideous wounds. But he didn't feel any pain at all. Ye Feng was very clear that he had too many enemies. His enemies might be a group of transcendent-level existences. These existences were very likely to be above A and grade, or even beyond A grade. He had to become even stronger. Otherwise, how could he resist an expert of that level? Swish! A wave of strange fluctuations rippled. Ye Feng directly combined dragon power and the slime power. The two powers collided and formed a very special power. Is this the combination of a dragon and a slime? As expected, it's strong enough. Ye Feng's eyes brightened. The dragon power was 3 times stronger than before, and the slime power was purer and of higher quality. The combination of the two had an extremely heaven-defying effect. Ye Feng felt that his physical body had become much stronger, his strength had also increased greatly. However, the slime power seems to have changed its form. No. Ye Feng's expression suddenly froze. He mobilized the slime's energy from his body, and then transported it out according to a certain pattern. He discovered that the slime power could actually transform his body. Is this the genetic modification of the slime? Wasn't the slime's gene a virus? Could it be? Ye Feng's heart was beating rapidly. He understood that slime power might not be a single type of energy. The slime itself contained a huge amount of energy, like a huge container. There were 2 containers in Ye Feng's body. One was the dragon power that came from the dragon seed, and the other was the slime power. The dragon power was genetic energy, while slime power was life essence. Ye Feng injected the power of the dragon seed into the slime power. The slime power seemed to have been activated, and it started to absorb Ye Feng's power crazily. Boom! 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 Ye Feng could feel his blood boiling. Roar! Ye Feng roared toward the sky. Ye Feng's body started to expand. The dragon power and the slime power in his body were fusing and transforming. The 2 powers fused and became even stronger. Ye Feng could feel the blood in his body boiling. His body was expanding rapidly. His muscles began to twist and tear, and blood gushed out of his wounds, dyeing his body red. These wounds recovered in a short time. Ye Feng could feel his strength rising. His physique was transforming. It was becoming stronger and stronger. Finally, at a certain moment, Ye Feng's body emitted a bright golden light. His body became incomparably resplendent, like a golden sculpture. Ye Feng could feel the power in his body surging. It was as if he had the power to destroy the world. Swish! Ye Feng opened his eyes. He felt that his field of vision had expanded greatly. From afar, everything seemed to become blurry. But Ye Feng's 5 senses were extremely sharp. He could even hear the sound of insects crawling, and even the sound of the wind blowing through the grass. How shocking was this? Was this the horror of the path of evolution? Ye Feng felt like he had turned into a slime. He could understand the language of all plants, and he could hear the inner thoughts of all living beings. In fact, Ye Feng could even hear a low groan. It was the sound of a female creature. This is... Ye Feng was shocked. It was unbelievable. He knew that he had been completely reborn. Not only did he possess all the characteristics of the slime, but even his thinking had changed. Ye Feng could understand all languages. He could understand the emotions of plants. He knew that his body was evolving. However, he had no way to determine which state he was evolving into. Roar! Ye Feng roared again. Golden scales appeared on his body, covering every part of his body. His defense became extremely terrifying. Ye Feng raised his hand and grabbed toward a tree at the side. Bang! The thick old willow tree broke and collapsed to the ground. Hiss! Ye Feng took in a breath of cold air. He thought, my physical strength has actually reached such a terrifying level that I can even break this extremely hard old willow tree easily. This is too terrifying. Chapter 465, The Golden-Haired Young Man, Small-Scale Battle. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. This was just the evolution. If he completely fused the slime power and the dragon power, how powerful would he be? Ye Feng was filled with anticipation for the future, but he was also filled with doubts. He didn't know how he should continue. It was like he was wandering in a cloud of fog now. Forget it, let's leave this D*MN place first. Ye Feng shook his head. Even though his strength had greatly improved, his identity had been exposed, and it was not suitable for him to continue staying in this area. He could sense everything around him, even the sound of ants moving and butterflies flapping their wings. The energy in his body had been compressed into a liquid state, and was wrapped in Ye Feng's body. Ye Feng raised his hand and beckoned, only to see that in the air, a small water ball appeared. The water ball was crystal clear and emitted a faint luster. It was condensed from the slime power. Although it was small and exquisite, it contained terrifying power. Ye Feng stretched out his finger and touched this water ball. Immediately, he felt that the slime power was filled with boundless vitality and vitality. The dragon power in his body also trembled and became restless, as if it had encountered a delicious dish and wanted to pounce on it to eat it. So powerful! The slime power is indeed the power of heaven and earth. I've already completely mastered this power. Ye Feng was secretly shocked. This feeling was very comfortable. His body was slowly recovering. His body kept growing taller and he became more and more muscular. And Ye Feng's strength was also rapidly increasing. His physical body was breaking through its limits. His consciousness gradually blurred, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. After confirming that there was no danger around, Ye Feng went to sleep with a peace of mind. I didn't expect this human to be so strong. A beautiful figure appeared above a huge palace. This was the core of the Sky City's region, the real Sky City. Sky City was actually an outer region. There lived the Sky Race, and all of them were transcendents. Due to their small population and the fact that they were all First Realm Masters, they were no longer considered human. Instead, it was another kind of creature, but it was too similar to a human. The supreme leader of the Sky City was the queen who had just spoken. Sky Queen Salia was curious about this young man and wanted to know why he had come to Sky City. However, looking at the scene of destruction in front of her, her thoughts were pulled back. "My queen, the Abyss Alliance has retreated," a man in gorgeous clothes said softly. He was obviously very dissatisfied with the matter. For hundreds of years, no one had been able to set foot in Sky City. However, as the recovery of spiritual energy intensified, the crack between Sky City and the symbiotic continent grew larger. As a result, many capable people entered Sky City in search of opportunities. The Abyssal Tribe, who had a feud with Sky City, had seized this opportunity. "Humph," she snorted. The Sky Queen sneered when she heard the words Abyss Alliance. Those greedy monsters finally couldn't hold back? Forget it. Since they dared to attack Sky City, how can I just sit back and watch? A cold glint flickered in her dark blue eyes. Pass down my orders. Let the warriors of the Sky Race hiding in Sky City teach them a bloody lesson. Yes. The man bowed slightly. Somewhere inside Sky City, a few burly Sky Warriors were fighting with a group of fierce and cruel abyssal demons. With every punch they threw, several abyssal demons were sent flying. These abyssal demons were quite powerful, much more powerful than ordinary abyssal demons. They were the reconnaissance troops sent by the Abyss Alliance, specifically to detect and hunt down Sky City. However, as soon as they got close to Sky City, they were hit hard and almost all of them were killed instantly. As for the Sky Warriors, only 3 of them were injured. Voila! All of a sudden, the sound of wind whistling came from afar. A werewolf with white hair all over his body appeared in this space. His eyes swept over the corpses and then looked at the Sky Warriors. "Who are you? How dare you slaughter the warriors of my Abyss Alliance?" "Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee," the black armored warrior grinned, showing his sharp teeth. His eyes were as cold as swords. "Kill!" At his command, the Sky Warriors charged at the werewolf. The werewolf also charged forward fearlessly. The two of them immediately started fighting, and in an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The werewolf's skin was as hard as iron and had amazing defense. When his fist landed on the Sky Warrior, he could actually send them flying a few meters away. The Sky Warriors had the advantage, but they couldn't do anything to the werewolf. After all, werewolves had thick skin and flesh, and with their shocking explosive power, once they were caught or bitten, they would die without a doubt. Although the Sky Warriors had the upper hand, they were unable to defeat the werewolf. What? At this moment, the commotion attracted the attention of a golden-haired young man. "What's going on? Why is it so noisy?" the young man asked with a frown. He was wearing silver armor, carrying a longbow on his back. A gem was hanging on his waist, and a long spear was under his feet. He looked very heroic. Behind him, there were dozens of Sky Warriors who were also wearing armor. They were all experts. "They're from the Abyss Alliance," someone reported in a low voice. "Oh." The golden-haired young man nodded. "How many warriors did the Abyss Alliance send this time?" "Not even 100. So little." The golden-haired youth raised his eyebrows and looked a little surprised. This time, the Abyss Alliance had come in full force, but they had only sent 100 people? An expert stood out and asked, "How should we deal with this?" "Humph, the Abyss Alliance is nothing but pigs and dogs raised by Sky City. If the Queen did not need them, she would have killed and eaten them. Since they've sent themselves to their deaths, what reason do we have to refuse?" The golden-haired young man sneered. He waved his hand, and his body exuded a faint holy white light. He held a long sword in his hand and walked toward the abyssal demons. "Light judgment," he shouted in a low voice, and a milky white ring of light spread out, enveloping dozens of abyssal demons. Under the halo, these abyssal demons trembled and quickly fell to the ground, losing their lives. Light judgment. Chapter 466, Red-haired werewolf leader, soul summoning. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. It was a divine spell that could expel any evil existence. This move was very effective against abyssal demons because they were essentially dark and afraid of the power of light. The only exception was the divine spells of the Light series. They had a crushing effect on pure creatures like these. Roar! However, just as everyone was in shock, an angry roar came from the distance. A creature covered in red hair was running toward them. Behind the creature, there were many abyssal demons following. They were extremely fast and caught up to the red-haired creature in the blink of an eye. This creature had clearly reached the beyond A-grade level, and its strength was extremely terrifying. Its body was extremely huge, at least 100 feet long. As it charged forward, no matter what it touched, it would be trampled into dust. Bang! When the red-haired creature jumped over the Sky Warrior's head, its claws gently slapped down. The Sky Warrior didn't even have the chance to resist. He was sent flying like a cannonball. He fell on a mountain peak in the distance and stopped breathing. What a good fellow! The golden-haired youth's pupil shrank. This red-haired creature was too powerful. Every single one of the Sky Warriors had a cultivation that surpassed A grade, and they were all armed with weapons. However, he still couldn't block the opponent's attack. The creature was too fast, so fast that it was impossible to see it clearly. The hair on its body was extremely hard, as if it was made of steel and cement. It was not damaged at all even when it was hacked by knives and axes. "Let's retreat," the golden-haired youth said. "It's not the time for the final battle yet." Hearing this, the surrounding sky warriors all agreed. Humph! The red-haired werewolf had a mocking expression on his face. Retreat? Do you want to run? How could it be so easy? As I said just now, the warriors of the Abyss Alliance are here, so let's stay and die together. He pointed at the giant spider in the sky and sneered, Spider Knights, kill all living people. Yes. Immediately, a rumbling sound came from the sky. Immediately after, a group of petite, pitch-black spiders crawled into the air. Their eyes were red, their fangs were sharp, and they had a bloodthirsty aura. Roar! The spiders screeched crazily, then suddenly sprayed out dark green venom. The venom was extremely corrosive, and a drop of it could melt an entire city's buildings. Ah! A few sky warriors screamed as the poison touched their bodies. Their bodies immediately festered and turned into a pool of pus. Be careful! Quickly dodge! The golden-haired young man's expression changed slightly as he urged. At the same time, he raised the long sword in his hand, and a gentle and holy power immediately swept out. The venom was blocked within 100 meters by him, unable to approach this area. You guys leave this place first, the golden-haired young man said to the sky warriors behind him. The sky warriors also knew that they would become a burden if they continued to stay here, so they all left. Hehe, you want to leave? In your dreams. A sinister smile appeared on the red-haired werewolf's face as he looked at the fleeing sky warriors. He suddenly raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. A vast energy appeared out of thin air, binding the fleeing sky warriors. Pucci! In the next moment, blood gushed out of their necks as their heads were twisted off. In that case, you bunch of dirty and ugly bugs, I'll send you to hell. The golden-haired young man laughed and stretched out his right hand again. Song of Heaven, Summoning of the Dead. Roar! In an instant, a shrill ghostly howl sounded in the distance. More than half of the Abyss Alliance had been killed or injured in an instant. This was only a small-scale battle, but more than half of them had already been killed or injured. The red-haired werewolf could not help but take out a flag. Since that's the case, I'll play with you. The red-haired werewolf chuckled and released all the power of the flag. Swish! A huge skeleton appeared. It was about 6 meters tall and was covered in bones. It gave off a strong smell of death. Its body was covered in grey-brown scales, and its head was extremely large. There was even a ferocious-looking horn on its forehead. It was actually the corpse of a dragon. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, the red-haired werewolf laughed wildly. The Song of Heaven, the Summoning of the Dead, was the most powerful summoning spell in the Abyss. As long as they were dead, they could be summoned and commanded by him. As the red-haired werewolf used the summoning technique, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky in the distance, and 3 terrifying figures walked out from it. 2 of them were at the peak of A and grade, and the last one was at the beyond A grade. The 3 figures were a middle-aged man in armor with blue electric arcs flashing all over his body, a handsome young man with a huge sword on his back, and an old man with tentacles. It's 3 transcendents. The sky warriors were shocked and quickly retreated. It's actually 3 undying puppets. The golden-haired youth was shocked. This level of existence wasn't something they could come into contact with. Things are different now. The sky will become the souls of our Abyss Alliance. The 3 undying transcendents slowly walked out, their tone indifferent, filled with dignity. 3 undying transcendents, these self-proclaimed high and mighty sky race beings have offended our demon race. Please seek justice for us, the red-haired werewolf said respectfully. Don't worry, we won't let off these people who blasphemed our territory, the 3 undying transcendents replied in unison. They then turned around and looked at the sky warriors. You're all finished. A white-robed undying transcendent said, the powerful will of the Abyss has descended. It is destined to conquer all of you. Ha ha ha, humans, you are very lucky to have met the 3 of us. The other 2 undying transcendents also spoke. The 3 Abyss undying transcendents represented the will of the Abyss, and their existence could influence the decision of the will of the abyss. The sky race had offended their territory, and the will of the abyss would definitely punish these intruders. It might even personally kill these sky race people. Undying, are you sure you want to invade Sky City? The golden-haired youth asked. He seemed to want to convince the other party. The three undying transcendents of the Abyss Alliance were too terrifying. The three of them stood there, allowing the wind and rain to hit them. They stood tall like mountains, not wavering at all. Humph! You lowly ants of the sky are not worthy of our Abyss Alliance's submission. The red-haired werewolf sneered. Chapter 467, Undying Transcendent, Battle Escalating. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. You're wrong. The sky race is the leader of all creatures. Their wisdom and civilization are not something wild beasts like you can understand. The golden-haired youth said indifferently, if you don't believe in my sincerity, then you will die without a doubt. You dare! We are the Abyss Alliance. The red-haired werewolf roared, whoever dares to insult us will die. Before he could finish his sentence, a ray of light suddenly shot over. Swish! The arrow pierced through the red-haired werewolf's throat. Gilu, gilu, gilu. Blood gushed out from the red-haired werewolf's neck. His eyes widened, and he fell to the ground holding his throat. His body twitched a few times before he died. Seeing this, the other two undying beings' pupils contracted. The golden-haired young man slowly turned around. He held a silver longbow in his hand and stared coldly at the remaining two. D*mit. You're looking for death. The giant bear in armor was furious and swung the giant hammer in its hand. With a rumble, he stepped on lightning and flew toward the golden-haired young man like a meteorite. Fist of Heaven, Heavenly Judgment. The golden-haired youth was expressionless. He punched out, and the entire void seemed to shatter. Bang! Bang! The golden-haired youth's fist smashed against the giant hammer. Boom! A shockwave visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. The armored bear was sent flying by the terrifying shock wave. However, the golden-haired young man did not move at all, and his face was calm. What a strong defense! How is this possible? The armored bear was extremely frightened. Heavenly Judgment! Then, the golden-haired young man waved his fist again. Boom! With one punch, the sky seemed to shatter, and everything changed color. The armored bear could no longer withstand it and was sent flying, spitting out blood. Die! On the other side, the old man who had not moved all this time finally moved. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Endless black mist gathered in his hand and turned into a black sickle. Die! The old man's scythe swept toward the golden-haired young man, bringing with it a monstrous coldness. Heavenly Judgment! The golden-haired youth was still expressionless as he threw another punch. A brilliant radiance bloomed, and the scythe cracked inch by inch before it exploded and disappeared. Pfft! The old man also suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. Heavenly Judgment! The golden-haired young man raised his hand and punched again. Boom! 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 Again and again, the golden-haired young man punched out without any fancy moves, and each punch carried the divine power of heaven. The three undying transcendents were unable to stop the golden-haired youth's attack. He attacked again and again, but they were defeated again and again. The golden-haired young man punched out again and again. The three of them resisted time and time again, but they were sent flying again and again. No, 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 no. In just 3 breaths, they had broken many bones and were severely injured. Run! The three undying transcendents knew how powerful the golden-haired youth was. At this moment, how could they still have any fighting intent? They all took out their most powerful weapons and used all their techniques. Do you think you can escape? The golden-haired youth laughed in disdain. Swish! The golden-haired youth teleported in front of an undying transcendent. This was the middle-aged man. He extended his hand and grabbed his head. However, he blocked it and the golden-haired man was sent flying. Roar! The golden-haired young man raised his head and roared. His voice shook the 9 heavens. His figure was like lightning as he chased after the other two. The middle-aged man was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly activated all his spiritual energy and fled for his life. Die! The golden-haired youth was extremely cold as he raised his sword and slashed down. Shua! One of the middle-aged man's legs had been cut off. His body shook violently and he fell to the ground. Ha ha ha, you can't escape. Ha 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 ha. The golden-haired young man laughed wildly, you are at the transcendent realm, but you only have a pair of wings. You can't escape. After saying that, the silver spear in the golden-haired young man's hand drew an arc and pierced into the other party's chest, nailing him to the ground. I'm not willing to accept this. The middle-aged man was still roaring unwillingly before he died. Fist of heaven, fist of death. Heavenly judgment. Heavenly judgment. The golden-haired young man walked forward step by step. He shook his arm and punched the other party's head. The middle-aged undying immediately shot out a powerful bolt of lightning, instantly sending the golden-haired man flying. Cough, cough. The golden-haired man was so anxious that he coughed. You're still alive. It seems that your physical fitness is not ordinary. Unfortunately, this is pure talent, and it is made for killing. The golden-haired youth got up from the ground. His right fist started to burn, and the raging flames enveloped him. Fist of heaven, burning one's talent in exchange for stronger power. Go to H*LL, the golden-haired youth roared and punched. The power of this punch was so destructive that the space collapsed wherever it went. Die, the golden-haired youth roared. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. What? The golden-haired young man turned around. He saw that the undying bear that he had killed stood up. Furthermore, the bear's injuries were rapidly recovering. It jumped up and pounced at the golden-haired young man with its huge mouth. This is bad. The golden-haired youth immediately cursed in his heart. His punch just now was too brutal, causing the energy in his body to be severely depleted. He couldn't avoid the undying bear's attack at all. Heavenly judgment. The golden-haired youth struggled with all his might and punched the bear's forehead. The giant bear was knocked back 1,000 feet, and its skin was torn apart, but it still stood tall. This scene caused the golden-haired youth to be somewhat shocked. Die! The giant bear roared and struck down with its claw again. Boom! This time, the golden-haired young man did not dodge. He turned around to block, and the aura that burst out of his body changed in an instant. The giant bear's body was torn apart, and blood stained the void. This guy! He's too powerful! We're finished! When the remaining two transcendents saw this scene, they felt a chill down their spine. This devil was too terrifying. His strength was already comparable to a peak undying, and he was even touching the beyond A grade. The old man's heart was filled with fear. The old man turned around and fled. The other middle-aged man in green also escaped. You want to leave? The golden-haired youth snorted coldly. His eyes were cold as he took a step forward. Whoosh! His entire person instantly pierced through the void and appeared in front of the old man. DMN it, DMN it. The old man hurriedly took out a treasure and threw it at the golden-haired youth. Chapter 468, The Fall of an Undying, The Secret of Fallen Soul Valley. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Bang! The treasure exploded. Pfft! A terrifying shock wave forced the golden-haired youth to retreat dozens of meters. However, this impact didn't stop the golden-haired youth for long. Ghostly golden figures kept flashing. With a speed that was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, he was getting closer and closer to the undying old man. Damn it! The undying old man was furious. Boom! He raised a mountain with both arms and threw it out, trying to suppress the golden-haired youth. Get lost! The golden-haired young man's face was ferocious as he struck out with his palm. Bang! The huge mountain peak exploded in the collision, and countless gravel flew everywhere. Die! The white-robed old man took the opportunity to attack. However, a smile appeared on the golden-haired youth's face. The next moment, he suddenly disappeared. The white-robed old man was shocked, and a strong sense of danger welled up in his heart. Boom! An incomparably huge palm descended from the sky and pressed down ruthlessly. No! The white-robed old man shouted in fear, but it was too late. Bang! The giant palm landed and turned him into a bloody pulp. D*MNU. I'm going to kill you. At this moment, a beam of purple light suddenly lit up in the sky not far away. Then, a dazzling purple sun rose out of thin air. The purple light fell to the ground like a meteor, leaving a trail of beautiful flames behind it as it streaked across the sky. Not good. It's the destruction ray. The golden-haired youth was shocked and immediately dodged. Boom! The ray of light brushed past the golden-haired youth and landed on the ground, instantly tearing the earth apart. Ahem, he actually dodged it. I almost killed him. The young undying sighed. What? The golden-haired youth had just heaved a sigh of relief when his face suddenly stiffened. With a series of crackling sounds, countless cracks appeared on the chest of the golden-haired young man. The blood vessels under his skin burst, and blood oozed out. This is bad. The golden-haired youth's face was pale. This is the energy of an immortal-grade weapon. Although I can't fully guide it out, it's enough to destroy me. Boom! The golden-haired young man's body suddenly burst into flames. His chest was completely burned. Ah! The golden-haired young man let out a long howl. The aura around his body quickly withered. It was obvious that he was already a lamp without oil. This weapon was a divine weapon of the Sky Race. No one knew when the weapon had been stolen by the Abyss Alliance. D*MNU. The golden-haired young man's eyes were cold as he looked at the figure that was slowly approaching. His chest was bleeding, and his clothes were dyed red. He looked miserable. Ha ha ha! The handsome young man with the blade laughed wildly in the distance. I thought you were very strong. You're just so-so. He looked down at the golden-haired young man. You're really arrogant. Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are, I'll definitely kill you without waiting for the Demon King to return. The handsome young man with the blade sneered. The golden-haired youth was silent. You want to kill me? The golden-haired youth asked. Can you guess? The young man with the slime blade sneered. Humph! The golden-haired young man sneered. Then, his figure flashed and he suddenly rushed into the depths of the sky. Whoosh! With a flash of black light, the golden-haired young man disappeared. Why aren't you attacking? He ran away. The young man with the blade was a little puzzled. After all, in his eyes, the golden-haired young man had been forced into a corner. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fled. The remaining two undying transcendents looked at each other, and the young transcendent spoke first. There's no need to chase, right? After all, our main battlefield is not in his direction. All right, he's seriously injured and won't live for long. The young undying sneered. He was called Ares, one of the 3 demon generals of the Abyss. His nickname was Six-Armed Demon Ares. Above the 3 demon generals, there was only the Demon King. There was a middle-aged man who was also one of the 3 demon generals, Seven-Tailed Demon Apollo. Abyss Snake Bartoli was also one of the 3 demon generals, but it had been killed by the golden-haired youth. Now, the only leaders of the entire Abyss Alliance were these 2 demon generals. The Demon King would not directly participate in the battle. Moreover, the Abyss Alliance's surprise attack this time was also based on the expansion of the space-time gap. Therefore, they didn't bring many people, but their purpose was revealed. Hu Yefeng woke up from his deep sleep. Looking at the dazzling sunlight, he didn't know how much time had passed. After all, there was no concept of time here, and he didn't wear an electronic device like a watch. His phone had long been out of battery. I've evolved quite a bit. It seems like I've made a small breakthrough this time. Yefeng was extremely happy. He was at least a little closer to his goal of finding the Water Elemental Dragon King's soul. However, he still didn't know where the soul of the Water Elemental Dragon King would appear. What he knew was that the current situation was very delicate. The Abyss Alliance had invaded Sky City, and the war had broken out at this point in time. Let's continue heading west. If I remember correctly, Professor Lei said that direction, the center of the entire Sky City, the real Sky City, Yefeng mumbled in his heart. He didn't want to get too involved in this battle. After all, the forces on both sides had nothing to do with him. Whatever they wanted to fight for had nothing to do with him. What he needed to do now was to find the soul of the Water Elemental Dragon King and kill it. This was the mission of the Academy, the mission of the Symbiote organization, and his own mission. In order to avoid being drawn into this battle, he had to end it as quickly as possible. Yefeng took out the map given by Professor Lei and looked at it carefully. After all, it would be a pity if he didn't make use of such a useful thing. There's actually a place called Fallen Soul Valley here. Yefeng looked at an area and fell into deep thought. The literal meaning of Fallen Soul Valley was not difficult to understand. It was the place where the dead souls gathered. There must be something in this place that attracted these dead souls to go there. System, can you help me analyze the composition of Fallen Soul Valley in Sky City? Yefeng called out in his heart. After all, he was a person with the system, he could basically predict these unknown things very accurately. Ding! Fallen Soul Valley contains a power that surpasses life and death. It nourishes the fallen soul grass. The spiritual energy here is different from the rest. Although the concentration is very low, it can activate a powerful soul power. There is a high chance of triggering a resonance with life and evolving to a certain extent. The system answered quickly. Chapter 469, Dragon King Number 0, The Holy Medicine of Sky City. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Yefeng pondered for a moment before he came to a realization. I guess that the soul of the Water Elemental Dragon King is hiding here. After all, this was Fallen Soul Valley, and the existence of some supernatural powers was exactly what these dead souls needed. It could also nourish the power of the soul and trigger resonance. Since it was an undead being, going to Fallen Soul Valley now would not only stimulate new superpowers, but also allow it to evolve. This might also explain why the Water Elemental Dragon King escaped here. Perhaps it wanted to recover its body faster so that it could rule the world. It must be known that once a Dragon King appeared, it would cause an irreversible catastrophe. This was because all the Dragon King's secret texts shared the same type of secret text, which was secret text number 0, Dragon King. Once this secret text was released, it would speed up the awakening of the Dragon King's followers. Countless creatures, including fierce beasts, creatures, ancient creatures, eternal creatures, and so on, would be triggered and awakened one by one. At this time, Earth was bound to fall into chaos. Even if the entire symbiote organization gathered, it would be impossible to resist such a huge flood of creatures. After deciding on his target, Yefeng flew rapidly, passing through the forest. Swish! He stepped on the void and advanced quickly, constantly speeding into the depths of the forest. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood assaulted his nose. Yefeng frowned. There shouldn't be any signs of biological activity here, and he felt a faint sense of danger. Roar! A huge creature suddenly jumped up and blocked his way. It was a strange beast. Its entire body was pitch black, and its body was covered in spikes and scales. It seemed to be a crocodile, and its mouth was filled with sharp teeth. D***mn. If a creature can appear in Sky City, it must be a creature released by the Abyss Alliance. I didn't expect that Sky City would encounter such a d***ned monster. Crack! With just one punch, Ye Feng crushed the crocodile's head. He then continued to head deeper into the forest. The forest was so dense that one could see as far as the eye could see. The trees were extremely thick, even larger than the mountain range. One of the tree trunks even pierced through the clouds. And in this forest, Ye Feng could smell a strange aura. What is this smell? His brows furrowed as he felt an unpleasant smell wafting over. It was a strange fragrance, like the smell of some kind of wild flower. Ye Feng followed this strange aura and walked forward. After walking for 1,000 feet, he finally saw a strange plant at the top of a huge mountain. It was a blue-purple flower bud. The stamen bloomed, and the petals were crystal clear, making it exceptionally beautiful. What is this? Ye Feng was stunned. He could not believe what he was seeing. This strange flower bud gave Ye Feng a very familiar feeling, as if he had seen it somewhere before. But Ye Feng had no impression of it at all. He reached out to pick a flower and placed it in his palm to examine it carefully. What is this? Ye Feng frowned and mumbled to himself, could this be the sky flower of Sky City? The legendary holy medicine of Sky City. Although Ye Feng was not sure if he had picked the legendary sacred herb, since he had encountered such a rare treasure, he had to get it. Boom! However, just as he was about to pluck the pistol, a violent tremor came from the distance. Ye Feng turned around and saw a huge figure walking over from the edge of the forest. It was a huge python. The python was covered in flames, as if it was burning. Its body was covered with all kinds of fiery red patterns, and there was even a white gold halo around its abdomen. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This giant python flicked its tongue. Its dark green eyes were fixed on Ye Feng. Ye Feng immediately sensed the danger. This giant python was definitely the guardian beast of this place. He did not hesitate to run away, but this python's reaction was faster than his. It blocked Ye Feng's path. Ye Feng quickly took out the heavy sword on his back and slashed at the giant python. Clang! The sound of swords clashing rang out. The heavy sword landed on the giant python's head, and it actually made a sound of metal clashing. What hard scales! What should I do? I can't escape. Ye Feng revealed an anxious expression. He did not expect that he would encounter such trouble right after he woke up and became stronger. The giant python coiled its body, opening its mouth and shooting out hot lava at Ye Feng. Get lost! Ye Feng shouted in anger. He raised the slime blade and slashed it down. His sword had knocked the fireball to one side, but at the same time, he had been burned, and a spark had appeared on his arm. What a terrifying temperature! Ye Feng was shocked, but he could not care so much anymore. He immediately unleashed his water element power. See God's power! Ye Feng shouted in a low voice. Countless water elements were released. The aura that was produced in an instant was enough to lower the surrounding temperature. The cold wind and snow suddenly descended, freezing the surrounding grass and trees into ice sculptures. But to an abyssal demon like the python, it didn't pose much of a threat. Awoo! The giant python howled in anger. It charged toward Ye Feng again, its tail swinging over. Small tricks! Ye Feng's movements were extremely slow, but in the eyes of the giant python, his figure had already disappeared from his original spot. Hoo! Hoo! The giant python roared and whipped its tail over again. This time, the tail was at least 10 meters wide and carried a destructive fluctuation. Boom! Ye Feng tried his best to resist, but he was still sent flying, landing on a huge rock. This beast is truly powerful. My current strength is far inferior to it. Ye Feng gritted his teeth and got up. He didn't continue to fight, but turned around and fled. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The giant python was furious. It chased over and clawed at Ye Feng. If he was caught by it, even if he did not die, he would lose a layer of skin. But Ye Feng's speed was as fast as a ghost, the giant python could not catch him at all. The giant python did not seem to stop attacking. If that's the case, then I can only end the battle quickly. Ye Feng laughed coldly. His body burst out with many powers. Bang! 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 He released half of his aura in one go. Ye Feng could feel a surge of power filling up his entire body. Swish! He slashed out with his sword, and it was as if the stars in the Milky Way were pouring down. Boom! A dazzling sword light slashed the python's neck, and its huge head was instantly cut off. However, there was no wound on its neck, not even a drop of blood. Then, a bloody hole appeared on its neck, and scarlet blood flowed down. The giant python let out a blood-curdling screech and quickly retracted its body. Chapter 470, An Opportunity for Evolution in a Sudden Encounter with a Creature. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Ye Feng knew that this was a rare opportunity. He ignored his injuries and pain, stepped on the python's body, and used the huge inertia to jump into the air. He then punched the python's head. With a boom, the huge python's body was smashed into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ye Feng panted heavily. He looked at the giant python that was on the verge of death. This giant python is indeed worthy of being an A grade creature. Its defense is indeed powerful. But fortunately, I have an extraordinary cultivation. If it was an ordinary A grade symbiote, they probably wouldn't even be able to take a few hits before being killed. Ye Feng was secretly glad that he had broken through. However, this fellow hasn't stopped breathing yet. I must quickly finish it off while it's still recovering from its injuries. Ye Feng walked closer with the slime blade, then stabbed out fiercely. Puchi! This sword was extremely sharp, and it pierced through the python's head. Hiss! 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 The giant python let out a mournful roar. Its body struggled a few times before it stopped breathing. Ye Feng heaved a sigh of relief. His clothes were stained with blood and his body was also corroded by the venom, but he managed to survive. It seems that this giant python is not simple. While I was unconscious, it had been guarding this place. It was probably looking for prey, but it didn't expect me to wake up, Ye Feng thought to himself. Although this was the wilderness, he felt that this forest was not ordinary. He looked around carefully and confirmed his position. He was sitting on the mountainside of the forest, next to a huge tree. The leaves were luxuriant, and the branches crisscrossed, covering the sun and casting a heavy shadow. This place is indeed very dangerous. Ye Feng frowned slightly. Logically speaking, in a forest, unless the environment was extremely harsh, it was impossible for the plants to wither. Even if they had withered, there would not be so many of them. However, in the forest, a random towering tree was as thick as 10 people's arms, and there were even giant ancient trees that were hundreds of meters tall. These giant ancient trees were covered with all kinds of vines, and generally speaking, vines could not live for long. However, these ancient trees seemed to have existed since ancient times. Even though they were covered by vines, they still exuded a vigorous life force. Ye Feng stood up. This area was covered in a dense dark aura. Ye Feng guessed that there should be some powerful creature that descended here. I hope I won't encounter any more demons. Ye Feng sighed. He turned around and looked at the sky flower again. The sky flower bloomed, and the strange energy it emitted attracted his attention. Ye Feng quickly walked forward. The flower of the sky was bluish-white like a flower bud, but it emitted a light purple energy. The energy was pure and beautiful, like a dream. Ye Feng stretched out 2 fingers and touched the petals of the sky flower. Zilalala! Ye Feng's fingers gave off a burning smell, and he quickly moved his fingers away. So hot? Is this really the sky flower? No matter what, let's eat it and see. Ye Feng hesitated for a moment before he took the sky flower and swallowed it. In an instant, Ye Feng felt a wave of heat rising from his stomach, spreading to his limbs and bones. His entire body was filled with an extremely comfortable feeling. It was like he was soaking in a hot spring. Crack! He heard the sound of bones cracking. Immediately after, he felt a warm feeling all over his body, as if a ball of fire had wrapped around his body, making him feel warm and very comfortable. At the same time, there were traces of energy flowing through his meridians. Ye Feng was shocked. He could feel that his muscles, bones, and tendons were transforming and becoming tougher and tougher. More importantly, his cultivation level had increased. In a short period of time, Ye Feng felt that the energy in his body had increased by 2 times. This is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Ye Feng was extremely shocked. This energy was too familiar to him. What he swallowed just now was the legendary heaven and earth spiritual energy. F***ck. The sky flower actually contains the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Isn't this thing too precious? Ye Feng's eyes were wide open, and his breathing was rapid. He didn't really understand the concept of the genetic constraint, but ever since he'd advanced to the A grade, he could clearly feel that every advancement was extremely difficult. This was because his cultivation base could not keep up. If he wanted to break through, he had to accumulate sufficient energy. Otherwise, it would be futile. Now, all he needed to do was to absorb the energy contained in the sky flower. Heavens! This was crazy. Wait a minute, this energy doesn't seem to be just the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Suddenly, Ye Feng felt that this energy was not normal. He tried to transfer the energy in his body into his eyes, but he failed. It was as if the energy had been confined within his body. His eyes flickered with a golden light, and then he found that everything in front of him had changed. It was pitch black. In the darkness, there was an extremely ferocious creature with a huge body. What is this? Ye Feng was shocked. That huge creature seemed to be disturbed by his movements. It slowly raised its head and an ugly face appeared in front of Ye Feng. What the H***ll is this? Ye Feng was shocked. He did not recognize the creature in front of him. The creature was huge and had pitch black skin. However, under the pitch black skin, there was a faint metallic texture. What kind of creature is this? Why does it have a metal-like shell? This creature had a single horn on its head, which was extremely sharp. Roar, roar! This creature growled and pounced at Ye Feng. Its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Ye Feng. Its claws were aimed at Ye Feng's head. Ye Feng's reaction was extremely fast. Almost at the same time when the creature pounced on him, he had already made a dodging posture. Boom! Ye Feng's fist landed on the creature's back. The creature screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Oh my god, what is this? It's too strong. Ye Feng was shocked. This creature's skin and scales had an extremely strong defense. His punch just now did not even leave a mark on its body, and it was only injured and wailing. It did not seem to be fatal. But even so, Ye Feng was still shocked to the point that his scalp turned numb. This creature was tougher than steel. Roar, roar! Chapter 471, Awakening of the Evolution Sequence and the Enhancement of Mental Power. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. At this time, creature stood up again and roared at Ye Feng. F***ck, again. Ye Feng was shocked. He quickly ran away. Although this creature had strong defense, it was not fast. Ye Feng immediately stopped after escaping. He observed the surrounding environment. This forest was very vast, and there were dense grass and shrubs everywhere. Ye Feng knew that if they continued forward, they would definitely encounter some savage beasts, and the strength of those beasts would definitely be extremely terrifying. Ye Feng pondered for a long time. He decided to stay in this forest to cultivate. After all, he still had a lot of time to use. Most importantly, he had no idea what was going on outside. He did not know why the battle between the Abyss Alliance and Sky City had started. Although his goal was only to kill the soul of the Water Elemental Dragon King, he had to find the fallen Soul Valley first. He had to be very low-key and careful. If he exposed his whereabouts easily, it would attract the attention of many parties. Ye Feng did not want to attract fire to himself. Moreover, Ye Feng guessed that the reason why the Abyss Alliance wanted to invade Sky City was definitely because of some kind of resources, like a secret realm or a relic. Since it was a secret realm or a relic, there would definitely be many good treasures inside, and what they lacked the most now was resources. I'd like to see what the use of this sky flower is. Ye Feng took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. He took out the sky flower and placed it in his mouth, biting off the stem and swallowing it in one bite. As the juice flowed down his throat, Ye Feng felt a cool sensation all over his body. Following that, a wave of majestic energy exploded within his body. Boom! 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 He felt his blood boiling, as if some shackles within his body had been broken. Ah! Ye Feng roared toward the sky. All the hair on his body stood up. His entire body expanded, and his muscles were bulging. Ye Feng could feel his bone armor crackling. It was like an active volcano that was about to erupt. This scene caused Ye Feng to be extremely shocked. He opened his eyes and shot out a dazzling golden light. Ye Feng's vision seemed to penetrate through the endless distance, reaching the distant horizon. There, the sky was dark. There was no sun, only endless black clouds. Bolts of lightning struck down from the dark clouds, hitting the towering trees and making a thunderous sound. Heaven and earth phenomenon. Ye Feng's expression changed slightly. I actually broke through to a new level. My bloodline has already evolved to a new level. At this moment, Ye Feng could feel that his body seemed to possess a strange power. It was as if he could control the power of the void, and also time and space. He closed his eyes and sensed the changes in the air. This power is called spiritual power. It can communicate with time and space, and at the same time, control matter. However, my bloodline is still very thin, and my level is also relatively low. I can only use a little of it. However, if I can completely activate my bloodline and master mental power, I'm afraid that even the legendary transcendents may not be able to defeat me. Ye Feng was overjoyed. Mental power was one of the highest levels of power. It was said that once one reached the legendary level or even beyond, one could control time and space, change history, and reverse the universe. However, Ye Feng's mental energy was very shallow. The mental energy attack he used just now was only in its embryonic form. Its power was limited. If I can raise my spiritual power to the next level, that would be really amazing. Ye Feng was filled with hope. However, it was easier said than done to increase one's spiritual power. Spiritual power was the most difficult to comprehend and condense. Even in the illusory world, they were extremely rare and almost extinct. This is my will. It's even more condensed and penetrative than before. It seems to be able to pass through the barriers of time and space and even penetrate the boundless universe. Ye Feng was overjoyed. Ding! It has been detected that the host's bloodline level has exceeded the normal sequence. Evolution mode has been activated. Evolution sequence phase 1 has been activated. When Ye Feng heard the voice in his mind, his emotions surged. The evolution mode is activated. What does this evolution model represent? Ye Feng's understanding of the evolution mode was still very shallow. He only found out from the system that the evolution mode was a stage of evolution, and it was the ultimate version of evolution. Suddenly, Ye Feng frowned. He looked at the vegetation around him and found that they seemed to be emitting a faint green light. The light was soft and full of vitality. Moreover, these plants all had a trace of spiritual power fluctuation. Spiritual power. These plants are all spiritual type. Can I pick them? Thinking of this, Ye Feng immediately plucked an ugly-looking vine. The vine was called Vine of Life, and it was a medicinal herb with extremely strong healing effects. Ye Feng was very familiar with the habits of all kinds of plants. Although this life vine was a little disgusting, it had an extraordinary effect in treating external injuries and recovering spiritual energy. He immediately used the vine of life to refine 2 medicinal pills. After taking them, the spiritual power in his body increased by a large amount. Hey, I'm quite lucky. Ye Feng's face was filled with joy. The plants here all had spiritual power, it was simply a holy land for cultivation. Ye Feng collected all the vines in the forest, then he plunged into the depths of the forest. Roar, roar! In the forest, the howls of wolves could be heard. It was obvious that wild beasts had appeared. Ye Feng was not afraid, he held the slime blade and charged into the wolf group, starting a one-on-one battle. With the swing of the blade, blood splattered. His strength had increased, and this pack of ordinary wild wolves could not do anything to him. Ye Feng slaughtered the wild wolves like he was cutting vegetables, and he obtained a large number of spirit cores. True spiritual power should be all-encompassing. Only with a strong spiritual power could one pose a threat to anything. Where should we go now? Ye Feng looked around. The plants here were all very ferocious, and he could not figure out what species these plants were. Ye Feng shook his head, he wanted to find a place to rest before continuing his search for the water elemental Dragon King's soul. At this moment, a violent tremor suddenly came from the distance. Ye Feng quickly looked up, his expression turned serious. In the distance, many terrifying figures were surging over like a tide. Even further away, a few knights covered in flames were rushing over. The leader was a fierce beast in golden armor, full of majesty and dominance. Its body was slender and well-built, and the muscles were tight and firm. Light red blood flowed all over its body, indicating that it had just experienced a battle. Chapter 472, The Abyssal Night King, Sargeras, and the Head of the Templar Knights. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. It's the Abyss Alliance again. Ye Feng squinted his eyes. He saw the other party's appearance clearly. The people of the Abyss Alliance were all wearing armor and carrying crescent-shaped sickles on their backs. Their bodies were covered in boiling lava. Even if they were not of the fire attribute, their bodies still contained a strong temperature. Ye Feng saw the fire on the other party's body, and his heart shuddered. The temperature of the flames was extremely high, enough to melt steel. Moreover, the scorching flames carried a destructive aura. Once it came into contact with a human body, it would cause permanent damage to the body and even burn the soul. It was extremely terrifying. Not only that, Ye Feng could also sense that this fellow from the Abyss Alliance had a huge aura. That kind of aura was suffocating. Even though he was far away, Ye Feng still felt a sense of suppression. That kind of momentum seemed to be above everything and omnipotent. Is this the aura of the Abyssal Night King, Sargeras? Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. His heart was palpitating. Even though it was only an instant of contact, Ye Feng could still determine that this Abyssal Knight was definitely a mid-stage beyond A-grade existence. What a terrifying Abyssal Knight! I can't believe there's such a powerful figure hidden in the Abyss Alliance. No wonder the Abyss Alliance dares to resist the Sky Race. It turns out that they have a powerful trump card, Ye Feng mumbled to himself. In the memories of his previous life, Abyssal Knights were extremely terrifying existences, and the combat power of these Abyssal Knights could be said to be terrifying. The leader of the Abyssal Knights, Sargeras, was even more terrifying. It was said that Sargeras had broken into a human city alone, defeated the human sovereign and many top overlords, and forced the Sky Race to work together to defeat him. This Abyssal Knight was many times more powerful than a symbiote. No, I have to leave. Otherwise, I'll be in danger if I'm targeted by these Abyssal Knights. Ye Feng thought to himself. The Abyss Alliance had once sent troops to attack human cities, causing the human race to suffer a crushing defeat. However, this incident didn't attract much attention. Instead, Abyssal Knight Sargeras became the nightmare of many human heroes. This Sargeras' strength was too terrifying. He was a legendary figure. The Abyss Alliance led by him as the first demon to be born, and they were also the most powerful demons. No one knew how this demon was born. However, they had the strength of a beyond A grade the moment they were born. This was a real super monster. Sargeras led the Abyss Alliance to sweep through the human race, and the human race was defeated one after another. Ye Feng was not willing to provoke such an enemy. Thus, Ye Feng decided to leave and avoid the danger. But right at this time, Ye Feng suddenly felt a strange wave of energy coming from the forest. This wave was extremely weak, like a tree branch being blown by the wind, as if it would disappear at any moment. All of a sudden, a sharp howl came from the horizon. This shrill sound was extremely ear-piercing, like the cry of a ghost. It caused Ye Feng's scalp to go numb. He felt a wave of dizziness, and he could not bear this pain. Ye Feng's pupils shrunk instantly, a white light flashed past. Whoosh! A silver-white sword ray flew out in front of him. Pucci! The sword ray pierced through one of the burning Abyssal Knights and cut it in half in an instant. Boom! 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 The Abyssal Knight's severed limbs exploded in the air and turned into a rain of fire. When they hit the ground, they immediately burst into flames and corroded the soil until it bubbled. Hiss! Ye Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The speed of the sword ray was unbelievably fast, completely out of his expectations. Even though his swordsmanship had already reached the perfect realm, he did not expect it to reach such a level. Moreover, this sword had also raised his understanding of swordsmanship to a whole new level. Then, a golden-haired young man walked out. He held a long sword in his hand and had an extraordinary temperament. His entire body exuded a unique divine aura. However, this kind of temperament formed a very sharp contrast with the tattered clothes he wore. Who are you? You dare to attack me? Sargeras looked at the blonde young man in anger. His aura became even more intense, and the surrounding environment was instantly plunged into endless darkness and fear. It's just an aura, but it can reach the level of a domain. It's so strong, Ye Feng mumbled in his heart. With the current situation, there was no need for him to get involved. He could just hide at the side and watch the show. Then listen up, my name is Adam Badis, the head commander of Sky City's Templar Knights. The golden-haired young man was in high spirits. He shouted word by word, and the aura on his body burst out to the extreme. I can't believe I can see two knight regiments fighting at the same time. It's a long time to see, but it's just. Ye Feng looked at the number of people on both sides and knew that Badis was at a disadvantage. After all, he was not only alone, but he was also seriously injured. From the aura that he exuded, he could tell that Badis' injury was very serious, to the extent that he was in danger. However, he could still release such a domineering aura. This showed that this young man was not simple. Badis? He, I've heard a lot about you, but you'll die by my hands today. Sargeras snorted coldly. Although he was shocked when he saw the young man in front of him introduce himself, it didn't affect his murderous heart in the slightest. Sargeras clenched his fist and pounded his chest. Then, he walked toward Badis. Roar! A black mist emerged from Sargeras' body. The black mist roiled, and it exuded a ferocious aura. The vegetation in the area grew wildly and luxuriantly. Vines wrapped around Sargeras' feet, making him look even more like a fiend lord. Kill! Sargeras growled and slashed down with the sharp blade in his hand. Shua! The black blade drew an arc like a meteor and slashed at Badis. The speed of this attack was so fast that no one could dodge it, and they could only use their bodies to take it. Ha 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 ha, come on, let me see your power. Badis laughed wildly. His body flickered rapidly and he swung his sword. Clang! The two weapons collided, and a vast force was transmitted from Badis' arm to his body, causing him to retreat involuntarily. He stepped on a few towering trees and crushed them. Clang! 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 Chapter 473, The Battle Between Two Transcendents and the Crazy Output of Power. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Batty staggered, and every time his hind legs stepped, a clear footprint would be left behind. The ground cracked, showing how much pressure he was under. Ha ha ha, good. Again. Batty laughed and raised his sword again. Their attacks became faster and more intense. Every time they clashed, there would be a thunderous boom that shook the surroundings. Waves of air currents blew away countless plants and the ground cracked open inch by inch. It was as if the end of the world had arrived and the world was destroyed. Too terrifying. Is this the legendary god? Ye Feng, who was far away, felt shock in his heart when he saw this scene. Sargeras roared, and suddenly swept his spear. A sharp spear power gathered on the blade, which was as dazzling as the sun. This was Sargeras' ultimate move. This was a profound secret technique that could gather the surrounding elements for one's own use, multiplying one's attack power and bringing with it the power of burning. Humph! A small trick! Batty shouted and suddenly stopped. He raised his right leg and kicked the spear. A muffled bang was heard and the spear's blade collapsed. What? Sargeras' face changed dramatically. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation. He felt as if he had kicked a steel plate. His palm hurt, the web between his thumb and forefinger was torn, and the spear almost flew out of his hand. How is that possible? Just how powerful is this guy to be able to block my ultimate technique? Sargeras was shocked. Ha ha ha! You're strong, but you're not even 1/10 as strong as I am. Sargeras laughed. After saying that, he raised the long spear in his hand and swung it with all his might. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing suddenly sounded. The holy white light and the pitch-black evil darkness collided together, causing a bright light to explode. Batty's arm trembled slightly. On the other side, Sargeras gasped. His arm had been sent flying by the great force, and the web between his thumb and forefinger had exploded. How is this possible? Sargeras couldn't believe it. A smile appeared on Batty's face. He had used the power of the holy light shield to reflect Sargeras' power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to resist the power of Sargeras' move. Not bad. You're amazing. Sargeras pondered for a while, and finally recovered. However, even so, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he shouted excitedly, again. Buzz! His figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Batty's. He held the long spear in his hand and hacked down ruthlessly. The spear radiance broke through the air. Sargeras was very confident in his own strength. He believed that he could defeat his opponent with this strike. Batty narrowed his eyes. Sargeras' speed was terrifying. Even if he was at his peak, Batty couldn't keep up with him, let alone now. However, just as the spear was about to hit him, a mocking smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Batty's mouth. You're looking for death? Sargeras roared. He twisted his wrist, and the spear suddenly changed its direction, aiming at Batty's waist. Sargeras was a fighting machine of the Abyss Alliance, and he was now evenly matched with the other party's fighting machine. Clang! 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 The two of them were madly fighting each other. Both of them were moving at their maximum speed, leaving behind afterimages in the empty forest. Batty's and Sargeras' attacks were so fast that no one could catch them, and only the sound of the wind could be heard. Both of them were at the peak of the 9th rank, and they were equipped with divine armors. Ordinary attacks would not be able to do anything to them. Pucci! Batty's sword pierced through Sargeras' shoulder. But in the next second, Sargeras suddenly swept his long spear across. Pfft! A hideous wound appeared on Batty's chest, and blood was flowing out. Ah! Pain spread throughout his body, and Batties howled at the sky. *mit. You should die. I'm going to grind your bones to dust, he roared and shook his arm. The sword immediately turned into ice and covered Sargeras. Ha ha ha! Sargeras, you were the one who attacked me first. I was just retaliating. You should pay for what you've done, said Batties with a smile. He knew that Sargeras was immune to the fire element, so he had frozen him with ice. When Sargeras broke free from the ice, he would take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and kill him once and for all. Humph! However, Sargeras paid no attention to it. He suddenly pressed his palm against the void. Voila! The air in the entire forest seemed to be boiling with the movement of his palm. Not good. Batties was shocked when he felt the sudden pressure in the forest. In the next second, the temperature in the forest dropped rapidly, and frost filled the air. Be it trees, flowers, or rocks, they were all instantly frozen by this force, turning into hard ice. Sargeras' power has already touched the domain of laws. Ye Feng observed everything that was happening on the battlefield and came to his own conclusion. Sargeras' strength was too terrifying. He could crush 10 peak A and grade experts with his physical strength alone. Furthermore, Sargeras' power wasn't purely physical. It contained the power of the law. This was a qualitative change. Only peak beyond A grades who had comprehended a certain law would be able to use the power of the law. Die! Sargeras' cold voice came. He took a step forward, and the entire forest trembled with a loud rumble. An ear-piercing buzzing sound was heard, and immediately after, endless ice and snow appeared from all directions. Ice and snow covered his body, and one ice skull after another appeared behind him. The skulls behind Sargeras suddenly opened its mouth and bit down with its sharp teeth. Kaka, kaka. Endless ice crystals spurted out of the skull's teeth and spread toward Batties. Batties felt his body stiffen, as if he was sealed, and his movements slowed down. This was something they could not avoid. This was because Sargeras' ice law domain was specifically targeted at the soul. This was a battle of the soul. Batties' soul realm could not withstand such a law domain. A hint of mockery flashed in Sargeras' eyes. He raised his hand and pointed. Crack! Sargeras' attacks were almost all pervasive. Chapter 474, The Heavily Injured Batties, Ye Feng makes his move. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Batties' body fell to the ground. Sargeras kicked him to the ground and punched him. Boom! The mountains in the forest were frozen, and a straight ice river appeared on the ground, charging straight at Batties. Batties stopped acting and released the 2 super skills of Heavenly Judgment. The power released by the skill was enough to offset all the impact of power. *mit. Batties, I'm going to make you die a terrible death. I'll let you taste all the pain. Seeing that Batties was lucky enough to escape again, Sargeras growled in anger. Oh, really? Batties sneered. A blue pearl appeared in his hand. Sargeras' pupils contracted when he saw the blue pearl. A divine orb? This is the treasure of your sky city. Not bad, Sargeras. You're very smart to know it. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I might let you go. Sargeras shook his head. I'm sorry. I don't believe in any god. I don't need to believe. So, your divine arts are meaningless to me. Upon hearing this, Batties' face turned gloomy. If that's the case, then go to H*LL. He activated his divine power, and the divine orb bloomed with bright light. Divine grace, divine judgment. Golden lightning appeared on the surface of the divine orb. Divine judgment. The power of divine judgment. Sargeras, you will be punished by God. Batties roared madly. Boom! In the next moment, the oracle descended. A dazzling light burst out of Sargeras' body and wrapped him up. Arg! I curse you, Sargeras! I curse you to be punished by God and die! Baddies shouted madly. Kaka! Kaka! Countless bolts of golden lightning struck Sargeras' body. His body was scorched black, and his clothes were in tatters, but he still stood upright. Sargeras, how can you be so cowardly? Baddies' eyes were wide open. His divine judgment had no effect? The divine judgment that he was so proud of was actually ineffective. How did this happen? This was completely beyond Baddies' expectations, and it was far beyond the imagination of the others. Ha 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 ha, the power of divine judgment is truly ironic. Sargeras looked up to the sky and roared. Divine judgment was a punishment for blasphemers. However, in the war between the gods, it was used by the gods as one of the killing moves against the other gods. Baddies, do you still remember what I said? You bunch of self-proclaimed orthodox false gods are not worthy of being called gods. Sargeras cursed. You are just a bunch of clowns. Your god is not qualified to be compared with me. Now, a new god is about to be born in the Abyss Alliance. Your end is coming. And you bunch of ant-like false gods are destined to be trampled under my feet. Sargeras roared. You're dreaming, Sargeras. Baddies gritted his teeth and said, you can't transform again. You have no chance. You have failed. It's a complete failure. Baddies' eyes were filled with hatred. Ha 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 ha. I don't have a chance. Sargeras laughed. Then, let me see what you bunch of trash can do to stop me. Hee hee, you still want to kill me? You're simply delusional. Baddies laughed coldly. He pulled his long blade out and slashed it toward Sargeras' head. Sargeras stared at the long blade with cold eyes. Hee hee. He sneered and his body suddenly swayed. With a clatter, the long spear grazed Baddies' head. In the end, Baddies was still no match for him. After all, he was seriously injured, and it was already his limit to be able to withstand a few moves. Boom! The moment Baddies was about to be hit, Ye Feng made his move. He waved his hand, and a terrifying force pushed Sargeras away. What? Sargeras was shocked. He had never thought that his attack would be pushed away by an ordinary mortal. Who are you? Why are you blocking me? Sargeras was furious, and his aura was changing constantly. Hee hee, you're about to become a dead soul. Do you still need to know my name? Ye Feng said coldly. At the same time, he released an extremely powerful aura. Ye Feng, who had 3 types of power at the same time, had reached a whole new level of control over his power. Even if the other party was a beyond A grade, Ye Feng was not afraid. After all, he was already at A and grade, so how could he not be able to kill someone of a higher class? Brat, you're very arrogant. Accept your death. Sargeras roared angrily, and the surrounding environment was instantly distorted to a certain extent. Ye Feng's perception was extremely sensitive. After all, he had already reached the divine perception realm. He could clearly sense the flow of the elements in the surroundings. He was naturally very sensitive to such a large-scale fluctuation. Brother, be careful. That guy is releasing his domain. Baddies reminded him. Although he was heavily injured, he still tried his best to help Ye Feng. He did not know which side Ye Feng was on, but since he had helped him, he was definitely not on the other side. All right, find a place to rest. Ye Feng instructed. He waved his hand and released a group of slimes, enveloping Baddies. The moment slimes came into contact with Baddies, he suddenly quivered. At the same time, the aura on his body was constantly recovering. This slime has the ability to recover. Baddies was shocked. He did not expect a slime to have such a function. Ye Feng saw that Baddies had accepted this setting, so he focused all his attention on Sargeras. Come on! Ye Feng shouted in anger. He summoned the slime blade in his left hand and the god-slaying blade in his right hand. With both blades in his hands, Yefeng's aura instantly increased by several times. Boom! The first clash only lasted for an instant, and the two white lights came into contact in an instant. It didn't take more than a second before they all retreated. You're overestimating yourself. Although you're not strong, you're quite confident. I'll give you a chance. If you beg for mercy, I'll consider sparing your life. Otherwise, I'll tear you apart and eat you. Sargeras said viciously. Yefeng grinned. I said, I'm here to send you to H*LL. The moment he finished speaking, the two blades in Yefeng's hands slashed through the air, leaving behind an afterimage. Chapter 475, Undying King, Systems Warning. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two weapons met, and the two enormous forces collided, causing the entire cave to tremble. Bang! The two of them took a few steps back, and Yefeng's expression turned slightly serious. This Sargeras was more difficult to deal with than any creature he had encountered before. However, Yefeng was not a weakling. He had experienced too much. Thus, his potential had been excavated to the peak. You can actually contend against me? This is interesting. Sargeras frowned. The threatening aura that Yefeng was giving off made him extremely alert. He didn't continue to attack, but calmly observed. This was going to be a tough battle. If he won, he would destroy all obstacles and become a supreme expert. But if he lost, he would be turned into ashes. Yefeng was also cautious. In the instant they exchanged blows, he already knew that this Sargeras was very powerful, and had even surpassed the realm of ordinary super-demonic creatures. He might have already become a completely new existence, an existence above beyond A grade. This made his heart shiver. Sargeras was an old fierce beast, and he was indeed powerful. But Yefeng was not afraid. Yefeng's current cultivation was at A and grade, but he felt that with his current understanding of combat and techniques, even if he didn't use any techniques, just his skills alone would be enough to deal with Sargeras. Roar! Suddenly, Sargeras raised his head and roared, and an illusion of a giant creature that was 7 or 8 meters tall appeared behind him. The creature's body was golden as if it was cast from gold. It was tall and burly, and there were metal spikes all over its body, making it look ferocious and terrifying. When it stood up, it was 4 or 5 meters taller than Sargeras. It stood like an iron tower, and the lines of its muscles were full of explosive beauty. Roar! With a loud roar, this creature pounced toward Yefeng, and it was extremely ferocious. Yefeng's eyelids twitched. He could feel the power of this creature. It was definitely stronger than all the bosses he had met before. Sargeras was using all his power. Since that's the case, I'll use you to practice my skills. Yefeng squinted his eyes. He immediately charged toward the other party. With the god-slaying blade in his hand, he slashed down and slashed the creature's body. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions as the creature's body caved in from the slash, but it remained intact. Ha! Ha 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 ha! And, I am the power bestowed upon me by the Titan Beast. I'm an undying king. Sargeras laughed crazily. An undying king. Hearing the other parties taunting, Yefeng revealed a mocking expression. His wrist started to spin again, the god-slaying blade started to spin rapidly. The sound of friction could be heard as the god-slaying blade continued to strike the creature's body. As for Sargeras, he was slowly gaining the upper hand. Roar! The creature roared continuously. The metal spikes on its body stabbed toward Yefeng. Yefeng stomped on the ground. His body flew into the air, avoiding these metal spikes. Whoosh! 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 And just as Yefeng was about to leave the ground, the creature's tail swung over. Yefeng slashed out with his saber and blocked this attack, but he did not attack back. You can't do it anymore, I'm going to tear you apart. Do you know that my appetite is very strong? especially for a human with a strong bloodline like yours. Sarjara's body became illusory. Not good. Yefeng's pupil shrunk. Was he going to use some secret technique? Sure enough, Sarjara's disappeared before he could react. Humph. When I hide in the dark, you won't even be able to notice me. Yefeng's heart tightened, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if he was being stared at by something. Wang. Right at this moment, a system notification appeared in Yefeng's mind, ding. The host has entered a dangerous state. Please leave the battle immediately. Yefeng gritted his teeth and persevered. D*mit. I'm actually being threatened by a demon. This is the first time the system has given me an early warning. This is enough to show that the other party is already a very powerful existence that can force me to such an extent. I have to be very careful. Yefeng's eyes flickered with strong stubbornness. Even if he had to die, he would not accept it. Boom! A light blue water wave appeared on Yefeng's body. The water wave spread out rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had enveloped Yefeng into a spherical protective barrier. Water elemental armor? This is the special skill of the elemental armor. How could this be? He's a water elementalist. Baddies, who was healing his injuries in the distance, was shocked. Yefeng's skill was extremely rare. Water elementalists were rare to begin with, and only water elementalists were equipped with elemental armors that could defend against enemy attacks. Yefeng's current situation was terrible. He was trapped in a transparent water membrane. The water membrane was round and surrounded by wisps of blue mist, which looked like a defensive armor. This water membrane was a defensive shield created by Yefeng using the power of the water element. Humph! You want to stop me with a mere water elemental armor? Dream on! Break! Sarjara's attack did not stop there. He roared and stretched out his palm. A terrifying pressure spread out from his body, and in an instant, Yefeng's water elemental armor started to crack, as if it was about to collapse. Roar! Sarjara's roared, and his body expanded by 3 times. Kaka! Finally, Yefeng's water elemental armor could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed. Ha ha ha! Sarjara's laughed wildly and threw a punch. Bang! Yefeng was instantly sent flying. He crashed into a rock and created a deep hole in the cave wall. He was embedded in it. Cough, cough. Yefeng spat out a mouthful of blood. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Sarjara's with a sad expression. The other party is indeed very strong, haha. Hehe, what do you think? Do you feel the fear of death? Sarjara's growled in anger. Oh? Then let's continue. Yefeng sneered. Continue fighting. As Yefeng spoke, he bent his body and legs, gathering his strength. Roar! Sarjara's roared in anger. He jumped out and clawed at Yefeng. Good. Yefeng laughed coldly. He charged out and raised his right arm. The god-slaying blade swept out. Woo-woo-woo-woo. The extremely sharp god-slaying blade cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound. With a loud clang, the two weapons collided. Yefeng and Sarjara's were forced back a few steps. Yefeng's face was as pale as snow. He had already used all his strength, but he was still almost defeated. Ha ha ha! Is that all you've got? You don't deserve to possess such an outstanding bloodline. I will be able to break through to S grade after eating you. Sarjara said with wild joy. Chapter 476, Breaking Through the Taboo, Approaching the Strength of a Beyond A grade. S grade. Yefeng raised his eyebrows. There is actually such a level. Keek. Sarjara smiled eerily. You humans always think that you're more advanced than us. You think that you're nobler than us. But you don't know that you're trash in our eyes. Our civilization has long surpassed yours. Your so-called civilization is just a bunch of natives. We are the higher civilization. Sarjara's laughed arrogantly, But right at this time, Ye Feng suddenly sneered, "Since you want to break through so much, I'll send you on your way." "What?" Sargeras was stunned. But immediately after, he was shocked to see that Ye Feng's entire body was burning with the power of a dragon. "What do you want to do? You're crazy!" Sargeras panicked. "Hee, you guess." Ye Feng's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Let me tell you, I'm not an ordinary existence. My combat power is enough to crush you," Sargeras said in disdain. Ye Feng ignored him. His dragon power had already covered his entire body. This was a forbidden skill. It could temporarily increase Ye Feng's strength, but the price to pay was extremely painful. Such an increase would severely damage Ye Feng's vitality. It might even cause his genes to collapse. Ye Feng did not know if he could survive this, so he had to use this forbidden skill. Voila! Ye Feng's aura started to surge. A grade, middle, advanced. He had directly broken through to the early stage of beyond A grade. Boom! His explosive aura suddenly descended, and the temperature of the entire valley seemed to drop along with it, causing many people to shiver uncontrollably. Sargeras' face turned pale, and his eyes were full of shock and fear. How could he reach beyond A grade just by touching it? No, it could not be wrong. Ye Feng's current strength had indeed reached beyond A grade. How is this impossible? You're just an A grade scum. How can you reach such a level? Sargeras' tone had changed. He could not believe what was happening before his eyes. How could Ye Feng break through to beyond A grade? He. Ye Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. He slowly raised his long blade, and his eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. "What do you think?" Buzz! The long blade slashed down as fast as lightning. Sargeras' reaction was fast. He immediately dodged, but Ye Feng's speed did not decrease at all. *mit. How can this guy be so fast? I'm not convinced. I'm an expert. How can I lose to trash like you? Get lost! Sargeras cursed in anger, but Ye Feng ignored him. He continued to chase after him, almost slashing him every time. Furthermore, Sargeras was completely suppressed by Ye Feng. His movements became slow and injuries appeared on his body. What made him even more desperate was that Ye Feng's attack power was rising rapidly and becoming more and more powerful. "No, I can't let this continue." Sargeras was terrified. If this went on, he would definitely die. "I'm running. Ye Feng, I'll remember you. Just you wait." Sargeras let out an angry roar, and his figure flickered. He fled backward at an extremely fast speed. He wanted to escape from Ye Feng's control. You want to leave now? It's too late." Ye Feng's lips twitched. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Whoosh! He stomped his foot and teleported to Sargeras' side. "Get lost!" Sargeras shouted in anger, and he punched toward Ye Feng. "Humph! You're looking for death." Ye Feng also met the attack with a punch. Bang! Bang! The two fists met. Sargeras' arm shattered, and he was sent flying like a cannonball, falling to the ground. To his horror, he saw that Ye Feng's left arm was intact. He did not suffer any injuries. Sargeras' eyes widened, and he cried out, "How is this possible? How can your defense be so ridiculous?" Ye Feng did not say anything. He waved his hand and the god-slaying blade landed in his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! He brandished his dagger and used the wind and thunder slash. In an instant, the sky was filled with blade shadows, and they enveloped Sargeras like a storm. Sargeras roared in anger, and numerous black shadows appeared around him. "Devil! These are the claws and fangs of a demon. I'm going to tear you apart!" Sargeras roared ferociously. Black balls were shot out from his mouth, flying toward Ye Feng. Pang! 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 The black ball and the blade shadow collided, causing a violent explosion and sparks to fly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sargeras quickly retreated. Sargeras did not want to continue. He took in a deep breath and flew into the air, flying away. Boom! Sargeras had just steadied himself when he heard a loud noise coming from his back. Then, he heard a mocking voice. "Idiot, I'm behind you." This was terrible. Sargeras suddenly turned around. However, before he could react, a dagger pierced through his chest. Whoosh! Sargeras' pupils dilated, and he fell to the ground dead with disbelief. His body twitched for a moment, and then there was no more sound. Dead. Ye Feng squinted his eyes. His right knee was completely deformed, his bones were broken, and blood was flowing all over the ground. This was what Sargeras had left behind. Although Ye Feng's attack was fierce, it was not fatal. After all, the two of them were separated by 2 levels. Ye Feng's true killing move was to gather all his strength into his right knee and slam it forward. Doing so would cause his entire right leg to be crushed. However, he had no other choice. Sargeras was too fast. Even if he used all his strength, he wasn't sure if he could catch up to him. He could only rely on external forces. "Sargeras, I told you, you can't run away." Ye Feng gritted his teeth, dragging his injured body as he approached. D****. Sargeras' internal organs were almost shattered. He could not resist Ye Feng's injuries at all. If this dragged on, he would definitely die. "I am Sargeras of the Abyssal Knights, the noble leader of the Knights. How could I be defeated by a mere mortal?" Sargeras seemed to have gone crazy. His aura rose sharply again, and his muscles expanded. He actually wanted to forcefully activate his potential by burning his life. Ye Feng frowned slightly. Sargeras' strength increase was very fast. Ha ha ha! Sargeras looked like he had gone mad. "I'll see what you can do to kill me without power." Sargeras' speed became even faster. Die! Ye Feng only had one word in his mind. Chapter 477, The Secret of Sky City and the Origin of the Abyss Alliance. Pucci! The dagger pierced into the flesh. Ah! Sargeras screamed in pain. His right hand had been cut off by Ye Feng, and blood was spurting out. "You can't kill me, you can't kill me!" Sargeras howled. He knew that this was an illusion created by his despair. If he stopped shouting, he would fall into the illusion and die under Ye Feng's knife. Die! Ye Feng was extremely cold. He raised his saber again. Pfft! The dagger pierced through Sargeras' abdomen, and blood gushed out. "I will not give up. I'm immortal. You can't kill me." Sargeras' face was twisted in extreme pain. But soon, his expression froze. Sargeras had fallen. Who? Ye Feng panted heavily. "I almost died here." His body was a little weak. He had used up all his strength to resist Sargeras' attack. Although he didn't die, his body was on the verge of destruction. If he wasn't treated in time, his life force would rapidly drain away, leading to his death. It seems like this is the side effect of the forbidden skill. Ye Feng shook his head bitterly. His physical condition was terrible. If he had been an ordinary person, he would have been dead by now. But Ye Feng cultivated starfire meditation. The demonic energy and spiritual energy in his body surged over continuously, healing his injuries. Ye Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, circulating his spiritual energy and stabilizing his injuries. "I'm considered to have saved my life this time, Ye Feng mumbled to himself. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness in his head, and his eyelids felt heavy. Am I falling asleep?" Ye Feng was confused. "Am I too tired? But why do I feel so sleepy?" Ye Feng closed his eyes. His consciousness fell into a deep sleep, and he was in a dream. In the darkness, 2 rays of light shone on his body and woke Ye Feng up. He opened his eyes and found himself lying on a stone bed, his limbs sore and weak. "You're awake." The golden-haired man walked over and handed him a bowl of water. "This is our spirit water. Your injuries will recover faster after drinking it." However, to my surprise, your injuries seem to have almost recovered. Baddies seemed to be very surprised by Ye Feng's physique. After all, it was rare to see such a physique, especially when Ye Feng was only a human. A human with such physical fitness was simply a very powerful existence. "All right," he said. Ye Feng took the water and drank it. He felt a refreshing feeling in his stomach, and it came from the depths of his soul. This kind of feeling usually only existed when he was evolving with himself. He didn't expect that he could use this kind of water to stimulate such a feeling. It was really amazing. "What's your name?" Baddies asked with a smile. For hundreds of years, he had never seen such a powerful human who could kill Sargeras, the leader of the Abyssal Knights, in one fell swoop. It was not that he could not do it. After all, he was the head of the Templar Knights of Sky City, and his strength was definitely among the upper class of the entire Sky City. However, due to his injuries, his strength was not as good as before. He had never thought that his old rival would be killed by a human. Furthermore, it was a human that he had never met. "My name is Ye Feng, I'm from Earth, China," Ye Feng said honestly. After all, he knew that the other party was from Sky City, and there might be other things that he needed to ask him for help in the future. Therefore, there was no need to hide anything. "Oh, Ye Feng, hello, I am the head of Sky City's Templar Knights Regiment. Just call me Baddies. I have to say, you are really strong." "You actually killed Sargeras," said Baddies. "It's no big deal. I just couldn't stand him." Ye Feng finished his words and drank the spirit water. The nourishment that the spirit water had given him was already enough to help him recover. He had to admit that the spirit water was indeed a good thing. "I wonder what you're looking for in Sky City?" Baddies asked again. Sky City was a mysterious place. Ordinary people were not qualified to enter, but those who could enter Sky City were not simple. Therefore, they must have come here with their own goals. "I want to find Fallen Soul Valley. I have an opponent there, and I must kill them," Ye Feng said honestly. "Oh? Fallen Soul Valley? That place isn't far from here. You just have to walk west after leaving the forest, but the road is dangerous. Unfortunately, the Abyss Alliance is invading, and I can't send the Templar Knights to protect you in a short time," Baddies sighed and said slowly. Ye Feng was slightly stunned when he heard this. The Abyss Alliance is invading? Does this mean that the Abyss Alliance has already invaded the vicinity of Sky City? "Yes, I've been following the trail of the Abyss Alliance's army to hunt them down." Baddies' face turned serious as he pointed into the distance. "The Abyss Alliance has set up an Abyss Fortress in the east of Sky City. We must destroy it. Otherwise, it may threaten the safety of Sky City at any time." "You know what? There are currently 5 large fortresses outside Sky City. 3 of them are occupied by the Abyss Alliance's army, while the other 2 were only built after the Abyss army retreated. I reckon that they're planning to station more armies outside Sky City. We humans can't stop them at all. Unless a legendary master among us appears, we can only watch them occupy Sky City." Baddies' expression was very heavy. "These abyssal demons, are they really bullying us humans?" Ye Feng gritted his teeth. The Abyss Alliance's invasion of Sky City was equivalent to an invasion of Earth. The humans had to stop them and protect their home. The Abyss Alliance doesn't only consist of abyssal demons, but also humans. These intruders are the top masters of each country, and they are secretly supporting the abyssal demons to attack Sky City. Baddies said, "I even suspect that a few legendary human figures are also involved." Hearing this, Ye Feng frowned. He had long heard of this news, but he did not really believe it. Even though Ye Feng had never seen a legendary figure before, he knew that these people were basically the overlords of a region. How could they possibly collude with the abyssal demons? Aren't the races living in Sky City called the Sky Race? Are you also humans? Ye Feng had a question. He thought for a long time before asking. We've always been humans, but we've changed our identities. We're actually a neutral nation, guarding a space-time rift here, a rift that leads to endless danger. I can't say any more. This involves the core secret of our Sky City, Batty said, shaking his head and looking into the distance. Chapter 478, Continue on the way, Super Giant Python Attacks. Ye Feng nodded his head in understanding. In this era, Sky City was a neutral nation that did not belong to any camp. It had always been in the middle and maintained the balance of this region. Since it's a neutral nation, why is there a war? And it was such a terrifying disaster, Ye Feng continued to ask. It's a long story. If you want to know, I can tell you slowly, said Batties. All right. Ye Feng nodded without hesitation. First of all, the abyssal demons are a race born from the crossbreeding between us humans and the creatures in the abyss. They have the fine blood of us humans, extremely high intelligence, and an extraordinary physique. They also have the characteristics of the abyss. They can change into any appearance, even their skin, scales, and armor can be changed into another appearance. I've once witnessed a gifted monster who could transform into a human, Ye Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. These abyssal demons were indeed powerful. These abyssal demons had the wisdom of humans, but they also had the unique characteristics of demons. For example, they could transform into a human or even someone else's appearance. This was definitely heaven-defying and impossible to guard against. In addition, the recovery ability of the creatures was extremely strong. Ordinary weapons could cause too little damage to them, and their speed was amazing, so they could escape easily. Then do you know who is supporting the Abyss Alliance? Ye Feng asked a very sensitive question. Batties was stunned. He did not expect Ye Feng to ask this question. I can only say that if you want to know the answer, you'll have to explore it yourself, Batties said after a pause. But I'm sure that the mastermind behind the Abyss Alliance is an S-grade super master. S-grade? Ye Feng's pupil shrunk. S-grade was a distant term. Ye Feng had once heard that there were some peak-level humans who broke through the limits of the genetic constraint and reached the legendary S-grade. That was a god. No matter what level they were, even if they had just entered S-grade, they were comparable to gods and could destroy everything. Such an expert was already standing at the top of human civilization, and was respected by hundreds of millions of creatures. However, in this era where S-grade experts were not known to the public, gods were a taboo that no one dared to mention. The existences of gods were too powerful. Once they descended on this planet, all the living beings on the entire planet would be annihilated. Ye Feng had never met one before, but he felt that there should be quite a number of S-grade experts on this planet. After all, this was a magical era, and the humans in Sky City could be the descendants of the legendary gods. In that case, wouldn't Ye Feng's enemy be an S-grade expert? Ye Feng had a slight headache. The enemy this time was much more troublesome than he had imagined. But he did not have any fear. As long as he could raise his strength, even if the road ahead was bumpy, Ye Feng would still persevere. And Ye Feng had also agreed to meet with Batties in Sky City. Hence, they went their separate ways. The night came. The moonlight shone on the ground and the forest. The trees swayed and rustled. A bright full moon hung in the sky, and the lush canopy blocked a large shadow, making the night even darker. Ye Feng sat cross-legged under a big tree. His eyes were closed and his breathing was even. As he adjusted his breathing rhythm, the elemental energy in Ye Feng's body started to circulate slowly. Beside him, there was a light blue water element burning and throbbing, exuding a strong vitality. Suddenly, Ye Feng opened his eyes. His gaze revealed a trace of fierceness, and a smile appeared on his lips. "It's coming," Ye Feng mumbled softly. He could sense that about 500 meters away, a powerful force was approaching, and this powerful aura was getting closer and closer. Boom! 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 It was as if there was thunder, and then the earth began to shake violently. One after another, huge vicious birds spread their wings and took off, bringing with them a gust of wind that blew in all directions, filling the air with sand and dust. Roar! A deafening roar could be heard. Immediately after, the ground shook as two huge figures charged out of the sand and pounced toward Ye Feng. Of the two demons, one was 70 or 80 feet long and was completely black as if it was cast from steel. The other was slightly smaller and was also as black as ink. Monstrous killing intent surged from the two demons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, their sharp fangs flashing with a cold light. Good. Seeing this, Ye Feng was not shocked, but happy. At that moment, the elemental power in his body boiled and gathered on his right arm. He punched out. Bang! A tremendous force exploded and sent one of the demons flying. Although the other demonic creature was not killed by a single punch, its stomach was also crushed by Ye Feng's kick, and its intestines were all over the ground. Roar! The two demonic creatures howled and struggled madly, but in front of Ye Feng, they could not even turn around. Shua! 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 With one slash, he cut off the heads of two demons, and blood splattered everywhere. After dealing with these two demonic creatures, Ye Feng raised his head and looked into the depths of the forest. He could clearly feel that the battle had attracted the attention of the various wild beasts in the forest. They issued warnings and wails before hiding to the side. Roar! At this moment, another violent roar was heard. It sounded like thunder and a lion's roar. This is... Ye Feng raised his eyebrows. Bang! 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 There was a violent collision sound, followed by the muffled crisp sound of bones breaking and miserable screams. Ye Feng's heart twitched a few times. A huge and ferocious body slowly walked out of the forest. It was a huge python, more than 20 meters thick. Its head was covered in scales, and its pair of red lantern-like eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty and cruel gaze. This was a beyond A-grade python. D*mit. How could I have provoked such a terrifying existence? Ye Feng's expression turned ugly. He was not worried about a beyond A-grade creature, but a fierce beast summoned by a beyond A-grade creature would be very troublesome. If a god-level creature descended, all the humans on the planet, including those hidden mysterious masters, would probably be slaughtered. Roar! The giant python let out a shrill roar, and the sound waves rippled out, causing the surrounding trees to shake as if they could not withstand the force. Whoosh! The giant python flicked its tongue. Its scarlet-red tongue made a creepy sound, and its speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had already entered Ye Feng's vision. The stench of blood gushed out, causing Ye Feng to frown. Chapter 479, Killing the Giant Python, the Dark Demon Ox's Attack. The demonic python was actually coming for him. This guy. I'm really unlucky. Ye Feng laughed bitterly. He should have expected that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to survive alone in this world. At this moment, Ye Feng's heart was very heavy. He was very clear that with his current strength, fighting this beyond A-grade giant python was simply asking for a beating. However, since he was already here, he had to give it a try. Ye Feng clenched his fist, his body slightly arched, and the blood in his body flowed like a stream of heat, flowing through his limbs and filling all his veins. Roar! Ye Feng howled toward the sky. The roars of dragons and tigers came from his throat, and his entire aura changed. His body expanded rapidly, his muscles bulging like an ancient bear. The surface of his skin was covered in golden veins. Swish! The elemental power in Ye Feng's body was completely released. It surged into every acupuncture point in his body like a tidal wave, even spreading to his limbs and bones, making his body like a golden statue, dazzling and bright. Roar! Facing the giant python's attack, Ye Feng let out another angry roar. Next, he bent his legs slightly and suddenly jumped up. A whip-like kick carrying an extremely overbearing force swept out. Bang! A wave of air visible to the naked eye swept out, and the giant python howled in pain. Its body was kicked dozens of meters away. Its huge body crashed into a towering tree, breaking the tree in half. The branches broke one after another and fell to the ground. Ye Feng's gaze was cold. He walked toward the giant python step by step. His body exuded a strong pressure. "You evil beast, how dare you invade my territory? Get lost!" As Ye Feng spoke, his eyes shot out a bright purple light. He threw a punch, and a purple beam of light shot out and hit the giant python. Puchi! With a tearing sound, the purple light beam pierced through the giant python's chest, leaving a hole as thick as a bowl, and blood gushed out like a spring. The giant python suffered fatal injuries. It let out a sorrowful cry and turned to escape. But how could Ye Feng let it off so easily? It could only hear rumbling sounds as Ye Feng chased after it. The distance between the two was getting closer. The giant python wagged its tail toward Ye Feng, and Ye Feng met it with his fists. The two of them intertwined and created a series of cracking sounds. Bang! 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 The fists and tail collided, dust flew everywhere. Every punch and kick of Ye Feng contained boundless strength. Even though the giant python's defense was extremely strong, it was still beaten to the point of dying. It could only use its tail to slap Ye Feng. Ye Feng did not hold back either. His palms were like lightning as he continued to hit the giant python's body. The giant python writhed its body, trying to get away from Ye Feng. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it tried, it still couldn't get rid of him. Crack! Finally, the giant python could not hold on any longer. Its spine was crushed by Ye Feng, and it fell to the ground limply. Ye Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Phew! It's a good thing this beast isn't aggressive, otherwise it'd be really hard to deal with. However, even though he had gotten rid of the giant python, Ye Feng knew that this was only the beginning. As expected, the moment the giant python was killed by him, a brutal aura suddenly burst out from the surroundings. A giant claw was aimed at Ye Feng's neck, and it was as if it wanted to kill him. Another beyond A-grade creature. Ye Feng was extremely shocked. Boom! At the crucial moment, Ye Feng punched out, colliding with the giant claw. Boom! A violent wind exploded, and chunks of sand and dirt shot up into the sky. Suddenly, Ye Feng felt a familiar aura. This aura was very familiar. It seemed to be from. He turned his head and looked at another dense forest. Deep roars could be heard from the depths of the forest. Ye Feng squinted his eyes. He recognized the demonic creature in the forest. It was the dark demon ox. That's right, it was the dark demon ox that had attacked him just now. Moreover, this demonic creature was obviously more ferocious than the one he had just killed. Roar! Kikeek! The dark demon ox's roar and eerie laughter could be heard. It then rushed out of the forest and looked at the demonic creature's corpses that had fallen at Ye Feng's feet. It revealed a malevolent expression and its eyes were wide open. Has this dark demon ox gone crazy too? Don't tell me you want to snatch my food. Ye Feng's mouth twitched a few times as he looked at the dark demon ox's actions. This guy was too terrifying. Earlier, Ye Feng had seen with his own eyes how the dark demon ox opened its mouth and swallowed the demonic creature's head. The head of a demonic creature was no ordinary thing. This thing could increase the strength of the dark demon ox, but it swallowed it in one gulp? I don't care. These creatures are a bunch of lunatics. Ye Feng could not be bothered. He walked toward the forest. He was going to look for fresh blood and flesh to improve his cultivation. Roar! Seeing Ye Feng walking over, the dark demon ox let out a low growl. Its entire body was shrouded in a layer of black mist, and one could vaguely see its sharp horns that were shining with a cold light. Ye Feng frowned and stared at it. "Human, you are not welcome here." The dark demon ox stuck out its tongue and licked its lips with its scarlet forked tongue. Its tone was cold. "Do you know that trespassing into my territory will incur my wrath?" "Hee hee." Ye Feng laughed mockingly, "Just a mere dark demon ox, is it really worth me being afraid of?" "What did you just say?" The dark demon ox was furious. A strong darkness energy spread out from its body. "In that case, die!" Whoosh! As soon as it finished speaking, the dark demon ox was like an arrow that left the bow. It pounced toward Ye Feng. This beast's speed was too fast. In just an instant, it appeared above Ye Feng's head, and its sharp fangs were aimed at Ye Feng's neck. Ye Feng raised his hand and punched, ruthlessly hitting the nose of the dark demon ox. Bang! The dark demon ox screamed in pain as it was smashed to the ground. Ye Feng stepped out and stepped on the dark demon ox's face. He looked down at it and said, "An attack of this level is meaningless to me. I advise you to submit obediently. Otherwise, die." After saying this, he retracted his leg and stood up. He didn't pay any more attention to the dark demon ox, but continued to walk forward. After all, Ye Feng needed to find fresh blood and flesh as soon as possible to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, his cultivation progress would be greatly hindered. Chapter 480, The Skinny Old Man Attacks at the Edge of the Giant Fortress. Moreover, this place was full of danger, and no one knew what kind of creature would appear next. Ye Feng did not want to be caught in an endless battle, especially when his strength had not reached his peak. Roar! Looking at Ye Feng's back that was getting further and further away, the dark demon ox was extremely furious. It let out a deafening roar. This time, its roar was extremely mournful and carried a trace of wailing. Ye Feng heard this and frowned slightly. This guy seemed to be injured? Ye Feng did not plan to stop and ask for the reason. He continued to move forward. Boom! An even more majestic pressure covered the sky and the earth. At this moment, even Ye Feng felt a strong pressure, as if a mountain was pressing down on his body, making it difficult for him to move. This is terrible. He suddenly raised his head and found that the dark demon ox's huge body had disappeared. In its place was a thin old man in a black cloak that exuded a cold luster. His eyes emitted a faint green light that seemed to contain some kind of law. It made people tremble and want to kneel down and worship him. Furthermore, his skin was grayish-white in color, and even his fingernails were dark green in color. He was filled with poison. Ye Feng was extremely alert. He immediately went into a defensive stance. "Puny ant, how dare you break into the Abyss Alliance's territory without permission? Simply courting death." The scrawny old man stared at Ye Feng sinisterly. He stretched out his shriveled and pale right hand and waved it. Wang! In an instant, the entire sky changed color, wisps of green dust floated in the air, and the fine powder condensed into a ball, turning into countless thin vines. Like dancing vipers, they wrapped toward Ye Feng. Could this be the giant fortress that baddies mentioned? I didn't expect to meet you so coincidentally. Ye Feng was slightly shocked, but at the same time, he had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. After all, this was a huge fortress, there would definitely be a large number of demonic creatures here. If Ye Feng could not escape in time, the consequences would be too horrible to imagine. I'll deal with this old man first, then think of a way to escape. Ye Feng mumbled in his heart. The old man in front of him was not easy to deal with, so Ye Feng had the confidence to end the battle as soon as possible. After this battle, Ye Feng could still search the surroundings, and he might be able to obtain some important information. Humph! A small trick. Ye Feng snorted coldly. He swept his arms out and spiritual energy surged out, expelling all the green dust that got close to him. At the same time, he struck out with his right palm. The palm blade contained a destructive power as it slashed at the green vines. Immediately, the vines were broken and shattered. The skinny old man seemed to have been shocked as well. His eyes flickered with shock. D****, how did you block my poison ivy? His poison ivy was the weapon he was most proud of. It could easily corrode human flesh, giving him more advantages. But in Yefeng's hands, his attack was actually broken in one move. This made him a little angry. "And, you've angered me. I'm going to use your soul as a sacrifice to my dead soul." His voice was hoarse and filled with hatred and pain. He then raised his left hand and pressed it toward Yefeng. Wang! In an instant, a dark grey hand that covered the sky appeared out of thin air, grabbing toward Yefeng, as if it wanted to crush him into minced meat. "Get lost!" Yefeng snorted coldly. His right fist emitted a bright golden light as he punched forward. Bang! Bang! The two fists collided with each other, setting off a violent wind. Bang! 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 Yefeng only managed to stabilize himself after taking 3 steps back, but the skinny old man did not move at all, as if he was not injured at all. This made Yefeng's pupils shrink. The other party was clearly much stronger than the demonic creatures from before. D****, this is so troublesome. Yefeng's expression was solemn. Although he had strength that surpassed the peak of A+, to the current him, it was not easy to kill an existence at the peak of A+. Kikikikikikik. The skinny old man laughed strangely. He approached Yefeng step by step. "Despicable insect. You are very strong, and can even contend against ordinary A and grade experts. However, you are still too young. You simply do not know how to use your strength. I've already lived for 500 years and experienced a few great wars. I've accumulated enough experience and knowledge. Now, I will grant you death." The moment he finished speaking, a pitch-black dagger appeared in the skinny old man's hand. It was shining with a cold light as it slashed toward Yefeng's throat. Shua! The dagger sliced through the air, emitting a sharp sound, but Yefeng was already on guard. His body slightly shifted to the side. That was close. This old man was really cunning. Fortunately, Yefeng reacted in time and avoided the fatal blow. Otherwise, he would have been cut in half. Hee, interesting. No wonder you could escape from me. But you're really strong. Too bad you met me, Keek. The skinny old man laughed. As he laughed, he took out a long sword from his storage ring, aiming at Yefeng and stabbing at him. Whoosh! 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 A rain of swords poured down, covering a 3-meter radius around Yefeng. What? Yefeng squinted his eyes. The skinny old man was really strong. He could kill ordinary super experts with his sword rain attack. The sword in his hand was definitely a high-grade treasure. If Yefeng was just an ordinary A and grade existence, he would have suffered a crushing defeat. But now, Yefeng's actual battle strength far surpassed his peers. Hoo! Yefeng stomped his feet. His entire body shot out like a cannonball. Bang! 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 He used the sea god's power, his legs turning into lightning, and his speed reaching the extreme, leaving behind after images in the air. The skinny old man was shocked. He did not expect Yefeng to suddenly burst out with such a shocking speed. However, he didn't panic. He held his sword and waved it in the air. A dense rain of swords interweaved into a net and covered the surroundings. Pft! 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 In an instant, Yefeng suffered over 100 attacks. Each attack tore his clothes apart and took away a piece of his flesh. Thin lines appeared on the surface of his skin. These were the traces of his bone armor being shattered. Yefeng grunted. He stepped on the ground and slid for more than 10 meters before stopping. What a powerful attack! If my body wasn't tough enough, I would have been dismembered. Yefeng's heart trembled. Ha ha ha, little bug, so what if you're strong? You still can't escape from me. I'll let you know what true fear is. The skinny old man laughed wildly. He saw Ye Feng struggling, he felt very happy. Humph! Ye Feng's mouth was bleeding. He sneered, since you're so powerful, why don't you kill me yourself? Kikikikik little bug, why don't I kill you myself? Of course, it's because I'm studying you, studying your new body. Your body is very special and contains endless potential. I've decided to transform it into a perfect body. I'm going to refine you into my puppet. Ye Feng's heart thumped when he heard this. His expression became extremely solemn, and his eyes squinted. Chapter 481, Mutual Impact, White-Hot Battle. A puppet. Ye Feng was on alert. If it was just an ordinary expert, they might not be able to threaten him, but this old man's strength was unfathomable, and he even knew how to use evil arts. Ye Feng had to be on guard against him. Brat, just surrender and I'll give you a quick death. The scrawny old man laughed evilly. His eyes were rolling. Suddenly, he waved his hand. Shua! A cloud of black mist flew out of his sleeve and instantly filled a radius of several feet. A nauseating stench came from the black mist. What? Ye Feng's expression changed, and he immediately held his breath. Ha ha ha, little thing, this is a corrosive poison. No matter how strong your martial meridians are, as long as you are touched by it, you will be corroded into a pool of pus. The skinny old man laughed wildly. Corrosive poison, as its name suggested, was a poison specifically targeted at symbiotes. Its power was extraordinary, and even a peak A and grade expert would not be able to withstand it. He, this corrosive poison of mine was extracted from the body of some poisonous insects. It was only formed after cultivating for several years with a secret technique. If you can hold on for a moment, I'll be impressed by your willpower and endurance. The emaciated old man licked his tongue and said gloomily, what a pity. The corrosive poison is extremely domineering. You can't hold on for long. Is that so? Ye Feng grinned. What's wrong? Don't you believe me? The skinny old man sneered, then have you ever heard of the saying, the sins of the heavens can be forgiven, but the sins of one's own self cannot be lived? Saying so, he waved his right hand and that ball of black fog immediately shot toward Ye Feng. Swish! Ye Feng's wrist flickered. The slime blade in his hand emitted a dazzling blade aura that shot toward the black fog. Bang! 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 The two forces collided, creating a circle of ripples. Next, Ye Feng was enveloped by the black mist, and his entire body was in extreme pain. He could feel the corrosive poison burrowing into his muscles, invading his bone marrow and blood vessels. Furthermore, the corrosive poison had actually started to eat away at his spiritual energy. Brat, this is a poison specially used to restrain you humans. No matter how strong you are, don't even think about resisting. The scrawny old man laughed sinisterly, as if he could already see the scene of Ye Feng being corroded to death. Ye Feng's expression was heavy. As expected, it was a poison specially designed to restrain their human symbiotic demons. But even though this black fog was powerful, Ye Feng was not afraid. Qi-la! He activated the spiritual energy in his body and dispelled the black mist. Then, he leaped and jumped behind the skinny old man. The skinny old man was shocked. Ye Feng had just endured so many sword rain attacks, but he was not injured? This guy was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. He was too difficult to deal with. He hurriedly turned around and slashed out, but he realized that Ye Feng's speed had increased, and he easily dodged his attack. And at this time, Ye Feng's slime blade was already close to his neck, slashing past it ruthlessly. Qi-la! A shocking red line appeared on his throat, and blood spurted out. You, how can you be? The emaciated old man covered his neck with his hands, his eyes bulging out in disbelief. "I've told you, you've provoked the wrong person." Ye Feng kept his blade indifferently. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he raised his head to look at the iron sword floating in the air. This old man was a demon, and Ye Feng would not allow him to continue living in this world. Ye Feng took a step forward, his figure was like lightning as he pounced toward the long sword in the air. He held the hilt of the sword with both hands and slashed down madly. Shua! 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 The blade ray was extremely sharp and cut through the air toward the iron sword like a waterfall, giving off a series of clanging sounds of metal and stone. "Little beast, what do you want to do?" The skinny old man was shocked. This iron sword had been with him for a very long time. He had spent a huge sum of money to hire a weapon master and spent countless treasures to buy the materials to forge it. Not only was this sword sharp, but it also carried a strange sealing power. Even a high-level expert would find it difficult to destroy it. And Ye Feng, this junior, was actually able to block the iron sword with his bare hands and even launch a fierce attack? Was he tired of living? Boom! Boom! An explosion resounded in the air. Ye Feng waved his arms wildly. His entire body was like a lone boat in a raging sea, swaying in the wind, but he maintained his stability and did not retreat at all. Every time he attacked, there would be a deafening sound of metal clashing, and even the air would tremble. Pft! 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 Ye Feng's palm was filled with knife marks. Fresh blood was flowing down his palm and dripping onto the ground, but he gritted his teeth and continued to punch the iron sword. He, little thing, aren't you afraid that your palm will be crippled?" The scrawny old man watched on in fear. Although his corrosive poison was terrifying, against Ye Feng's slime blade, he did not seem to have any advantage. Ye Feng waved his saber while snorting coldly. "It's just a piece of trash. I really don't care about it. It can't do anything to me, but I can hurt you. How arrogant! Who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I'll soak you in my venom later," the skinny old man shouted, "and I'll torture you until you beg for mercy." The moment he said that, Ye Feng's slime blade suddenly stopped attacking. "Hehe, you're at your wit's end, right? Obediently surrender, and perhaps if this old master's mood is better, I'll leave your corpse intact." The skinny old man revealed a cruel smile. However, before he finished his sentence, he suddenly realized that Ye Feng's lips curled up in a mocking smile. "Old man, now it's my turn to attack." Saying so, Ye Feng stomped on the ground and increased his speed, charging toward the other party. The skinny old man's pupils suddenly contracted. "Brat, you're looking for death," he shouted loudly, and with a sway of his body, he actually disappeared on the spot. A blurry grey light flashed, and the skinny old man's figure appeared on the other side. Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. He knew that this was some kind of invisibility technique that the skinny old man used. "Kikikikikik little b** starred, you should die now." The scrawny old man laughed eerily. His figure flickered and appeared behind Ye Feng again, and his hand turned into a sharp claw as it grabbed toward Ye Feng's head. Swish! Right at this critical moment, Ye Feng suddenly touched the ground with the tip of his feet. His body did 3.5 rolls in the air, and he barely dodged the skinny old man's fatal sneak attack. This is..." The skinny old man's eyes widened as he stared at the thick tentacles that grew out of Ye Feng's waist. There is actually such a talented young human? How could he possess such terrifying defense and speed? Ye Feng did not care about his shock and doubt. After avoiding this move, he immediately jumped up. Holding the hilt with both hands, he slashed at the other party's chest. Buzz! Another dazzling blade ray flew out like a brilliant galaxy and covered the skinny old man's body. Chapter 482, Blurry and Ethereal, Fast to the Extreme. The skinny old man was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He had never encountered such a strange and unpredictable blade technique. He, brat, you're dead for sure. I'm a beyond A grade, so how can I be defeated by an ant like you? The scrawny old man laughed hideously again. His body twisted and became blurry. He had actually shifted his position in an instant. Boom! 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 His body was like a ghost, constantly changing into different forms. Ye Feng slashed down again and again, but he could only hit a phantom. He could not lock onto his true position. Haha, I've already warned you that the threat of this sword is 100 times stronger than myself. Brat, I've already injected my poison into your body. Now, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to escape death. Kakik, die. Go to H*LL. The skinny old man continued to roar, letting out a series of shrill and ear-piercing sounds. His figure flickered in all directions like a ghost, getting closer to Ye Feng. Ye Feng did not say anything. He only waved his arms and slashed wildly. After 2 breaths of time, a wisp of black fog came out from the back of his hand, moving along the slime blade and slowly crawling to Ye Feng's shoulder, before stabbing into his skin. Ah! Ye Feng groaned. His body went soft and he fell down. Little B****. You've finally fallen into this old man's hands. Ha ha ha, little B****, you're too inexperienced. The skinny old man laughed wildly. He took a step forward and was about to end Ye Feng's life. But right at this moment, a bright white light suddenly appeared on Ye Feng's body. The black fog that was wrapped around his skin immediately dispersed. The emaciated old man was surprised to find that the black mist was actually an extremely tiny, pitch-black worm. They looked like small ants, but they were extremely ferocious and terrifying. They were the size of a thumb, had sharp mouth parts all over their bodies, and their tails even sprayed toxic acid. Slime. The skinny old man was stunned. He could not understand how Ye Feng could summon slimes, and a group of them at that. What did the appearance of slimes mean? Don't tell me it's... The scrawny old man suddenly felt his scalp go numb as he broke out in a cold sweat. His face was filled with shock. Impossible. That's impossible. There are many people who can activate slimes, but most of them are mediocre. Slimes like you should have gone extinct a long time ago. Even if they did appear before, they would definitely be subdued and refined into puppets by those super mighty people. How can you summon so many high-quality slimes? He, you're right. Old thing, you're very unlucky. Ye Feng steadied his body and said with a mocking expression, I can only summon 800 slimes at most. Hiss. When the emaciated old man heard this, he couldn't help but gasp, and his heart almost stopped beating. 800 slimes? This was simply a nightmarish existence. Brat, who are you? Why do you have slime in your blood? Why is your bloodline purer than the slimes I've seen? How did you manage to do that? The skinny old man stared at Ye Feng, his heart was filled with shock and confusion. You're not qualified to know. Ye Feng replied indifferently. He knew that the old man must have seen the special characteristics of the slime's subsidiary bodies, which was why he was so shocked. However, since he knew of the existence of the slimes, he must be an enemy. Since he was an enemy, there was no need to leave him alive. Chi-la. Ye Feng did not waste any time. He held the blade in his right hand and swung his left hand. A ball of green sticky liquid burst out and instantly enveloped the old man. Shua! The old man kept howling in pain, but the mucus had a corrosive effect, so he couldn't break free in a short time. Little B****. Just you wait, the old man roared in anger, and his body expanded rapidly, turning into a giant skeleton that was 5 meters tall. He patted the skeleton's arms hard, making crisp crackling sounds. As his palm fell, the stone tablet in front of him suddenly trembled, and an unparalleled pressure was suddenly released, making people tremble in fear. Kaka! Kaka. Dense turtle patterns appeared on the surface of the stone tablet, and the entire stone tablet seemed to be on the verge of breaking. Not good. Yefeng's expression froze. He, stinky brat, you're dead for sure. This is the devil seal tablet that this old man spent all of my life's savings to create. Even transcendent level symbiotes can forget about breaking it. Not only that, this devil seal tablet can also block out divine sense scanning. Unless it's an extraordinary transcendent, no one will be able to find you. You can't escape. Jikug. Devil seal tablet, devil seal tablet. Hearing these 3 words, Yefeng's pupil shrunk. No wonder he couldn't damage the inscription even when he attacked with all his strength. It turned out that this tablet was the devil seal tablet that was rumored to be able to suppress symbiotic demons. No wonder the old man was so fearless. As expected of the old man who had the resources of the Abyss Alliance. His means were indeed extraordinary. He had actually taken out such a terrifying trump card treasure. He, you brat, you found out too late. This time, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. The devil seal tablet was suspended in the air, and a vast pressure enveloped Yefeng, causing him to feel his body becoming extremely heavy. Kid. Obediently accept your death. The skinny old man laughed wildly. His figure suddenly disappeared, turning into a ray of light as he pounced toward Yefeng. His claws were shining with a dark light. He grabbed toward Yefeng's throat. Once he was grabbed by the neck, Yefeng would definitely die. Yefeng gritted his teeth. Using the last bit of his strength to wave his fists, he welcomed the attack. Bang! It was another head-on collision. Yefeng was sent flying again. He crashed into the wall, and his mouth was wide open as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He, let's see how you can dodge this time. Die! The scrawny old man laughed sinisterly as he leaped up and charged forward again. His body became blurry and ethereal, his speed was extremely fast, and it was like teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Yefeng, and he clawed at Yefeng's chest. Boom! Yefeng was grabbed. His body was lifted up and thrown into the air. D***mn. Yefeng cursed in his heart. This time, he was really in danger. Even the slime subsidiary bodies could not do anything to the skinny old man. This old man was as strong as an iron plate. Bang, bang, bang. The skinny old man was like a human-shaped tank. He was crushing Yefeng. He attacked while laughing, die, go, and die. Chapter 483, The Will of the Ancient Demon God and Slime's Main Body. You lowly and dirty ant, how dare you provoke me? This is the biggest mistake you've made. Do you think that you can defy the heavens by relying on the power of a slime? Ha, you idiot! Although slimes are powerful, they are still insects. As for me, I am a beyond A-grade expert. A little piece of trash like you, how can you be my match? Even if you are currently at A and grade, you still can't be my match. If it wasn't for your physical fitness and the extremely powerful body protection, you would have died 1,000 times over. Ha. He looked up and laughed like a madman. He obviously hated the appearance of the slime. Little B****, you're seeking your own death. Death has arrived. Boom. The scrawny old man exuded a monstrous aura. He slammed his palm down, and it was as if a mountain had collapsed. It smashed down with a power that could destroy the world. This palm strike was enough to destroy any symbiotic demon. This power is overwhelming, Yefeng sighed in his heart. He knew that with his remaining strength and physical strength, he could not resist the skinny old man's move at all. This time, it would be truly dangerous. Weng, 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 weng. Suddenly, the void shook and a low buzzing sound could be heard. Immediately, Yefeng felt the spiritual energy in the surroundings start to fluctuate. What? The skinny old man suddenly raised his head, and his expression changed slightly. A black cloud suddenly appeared above them, blocking the sun and the moon. It was pitch black. This black cloud seemed to have a terrifying attractive force. It actually pulled Yefeng and the skinny old man toward the sky. What is it? Yefeng's heart jumped. This black cloud seemed to have traveled from another dimension, and its target seemed to be him. This is bad. It's another power that had seeped in. Could it be that old man's will? Or did our battle catch the attention of the higher beings in the fortress? A thought appeared in Yefeng's mind. Whoosh! 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 The endless resentment turned into dark clouds and swept over. Yefeng and the skinny old man were both trapped within. Yefeng resisted with all his might. He punched out with both fists, and the fist force exploded. However, no matter how amazing the attack was, it would be swallowed by the black cloud. He even circulated the remaining energy in his body, and his body drifted and flickered between the black clouds. However, the outcome was still the same, and it was still of no use. The black cloud seemed to be endless as it continued to spread out. Soon, it covered the entire area. Boom! Boom! A series of muffled rumbles sounded in the black clouds. Yefeng could faintly hear thin and long tentacles extending out from the dark clouds. Those tentacles! Yefeng's pupils shrunk, and a sense of danger rose in his heart. He suddenly turned his head and found that the tentacles had reached into the cracks in the wall and were swimming toward him. The color of these tentacles was purple gold, they were filled with a strong corrosive power. They even contained a destructive power that made Yefeng's heart palpitate. D*****. Yefeng was both shocked and furious. He quickly used both his fists to attack. While shattering the tentacles, he also activated the slime power in his body, wanting to expel the black cloud. Kikik! Do you think you can stop God's descent? Don't try to struggle, the skinny old man said with a cold smile. Just wait for your death. Not good, this D*****mn old thing wants to use me to make pills to improve himself. What a pity, you're destined to have no chance. The emaciated old man was in the middle of his sentence when he suddenly froze. Because, just as he was about to kill Yefeng, he was shocked to find out that Yefeng had disappeared from where he was standing, and in his place, was an extremely huge slime. The slime's trunk was more than 10 meters tall, and it was covered with dense patterns. What was more terrifying was that a vast and unparalleled majesty shrouded it, as if it was an ancient demon god. This is... The skinny old man was shocked, but he reacted in the next moment. Hee, you want to stop me with just a slime? Get lost! The skinny old man roared and kicked the slime's waist. Kaka! The slime's waist bent directly, but its four limbs firmly held onto the skinny old man's legs and feet, not relaxing at all. Get lost! The skinny old man was burning with anger. The muscles on his body expanded a few times, and an explosive power burst out in an instant. Bang! Then, the slime's four limbs were shaken off by his kick, but immediately after, two more slime's 8 claws wrapped around the skinny old man. Hiss! The skinny old man gasped. Because these two slimes actually had the strength equivalent to an A-grade symbiote. Moreover, they were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had crawled all over the skinny old man's body. How is that possible? The skinny old man was shocked. In such a short time, he was actually entangled by two slimes? No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. This slime was too strange. Don't tell me, they are. The emaciated old man suddenly realized something. His pupils immediately contracted, revealing an unconcealed fear. Oh no, a slime with elemental power. Boom! 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 Before the scrawny old man could finish his sentence, a thick water elemental power suddenly cut through the sky. No! With a shrill scream, the skinny old man's body was smoking as he was struck to the ground. His body was charred black, and the blood under his skin was already boiling. He had clearly suffered heavy injuries. Hu. At this time, Ye Feng was breathing heavily. His face was pale as he fell from the stone platform. He was almost devoured by the black cloud just now. Fortunately, he had summoned the will of the slime's main body in time. Otherwise, he would have been eaten up by the black cloud. Cough, cough, cough. Ye Feng coughed intensely, spitting out a large amount of blood. His face was as white as a sheet. However, he didn't stop. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and began to recover from his injuries. Ye Feng could feel that his strength did not remain at a single stage, and it was constantly improving. As expected, one's potential can only be activated at the moment of life and death. Although my injuries are severe, it's also because of my injuries that I've comprehended more profound true meanings. I didn't expect to be able to use part of the Slime King's power at the end. This is amazing. Ye Feng's face was filled with joy. Chapter 484, The Huge Warhorse and the Scene of Fallen Soul Valley. The level of danger just now had exceeded his expectations. If not for the Slime King's power, Ye Feng would have been completely annihilated. However, even though Ye Feng managed to escape, the skinny old man was in a very miserable state. He was already on the verge of death from the slime's torture, and he did not even have the strength to move. He. Little bug, you win. The skinny old man stared at Ye Feng, and his eyes revealed a trace of despair and bitterness. Under the suppression of absolute strength, he was not Ye Feng's opponent at all. Tell me. How can I leave this D*MN place? Ye Feng stood up. His gaze was sharp and his tone was cold. Humph. You don't have to ask me. I'm only responsible for spreading faith. I won't tell you anything else, the skinny old man said with a scornful smile. Oh. Ye Feng's lips curved up. So you're quite tough. Then I'll add something more for you. He raised his hand and waved it. A drop of golden blood floated out of his fingertip and landed on the transparent capsule. What is this? Seeing this drop of golden blood, the skinny old man couldn't help but tremble. His eyes widened, and he revealed an expression of disbelief. Divine blood. This drop of blood contained a rich divinity and emitted a majestic divine aura. Just a whiff was enough to make one feel relaxed and happy. This blood could only be the blood of a god. This is your last chance. Tell me the map of the fortress and I might consider sparing you. Ye Feng said indifferently. No. Hearing Ye Feng's words, the skinny old man immediately shook his head. I will never betray the alliance, and I will never reveal any secrets. Are you sure? Ye Feng squinted his eyes. He seemed to be feeling a little regretful. However, in the next moment, he suddenly shook his arms. After a series of crisp sounds, an extremely sharp dagger suddenly appeared in his palm. Pucci! The dagger pierced into the skinny old man's body. What are you doing? The skinny old man shouted in fear. Of course, Ye Feng sneered, I'm sending you to meet your god. Buzz! He pulled out the dagger and turned his wrist slightly at the same time. The dagger swept horizontally and cut off the skinny old man's head. At this point, Ye Feng had finally killed this skinny old man. This was something he should have done. After dealing with the skinny old man, Ye Feng continued to look for a new target. There was a huge fortress nearby, Ye Feng knew this, but what was its structure and what was its use? To Ye Feng, he was still in a state of confusion. If he continued to search blindly, not only would the progress not be smooth, many things might happen. This was something that Ye Feng did not want to happen. According to what baddies had told him, there were 3 giant fortresses. If he wanted to uproot all of them, it would take a lot of time and energy. If something dangerous happened, Ye Feng would be at a huge disadvantage. I might as well go to Fallen Soul Valley to look for the Water Elemental Dragon King's soul first before making other plans. After all, this is not the matter that I'm responsible for in this mission. Ye Feng secretly made up his mind. This place was still too dangerous for Ye Feng. If he continued to attack, he would have to expend even more energy. No matter how Ye Feng thought about it, he felt that he had suffered a loss. After exiting the forest, head west, and you will reach it. However, the journey is extremely dangerous. It's a pity that the Abyss Alliance is currently invading. Ye Feng recalled what baddies had said. He had already decided on the route. Ye Feng immediately stood up and released some small slimes to devour the remains of the skinny old man and his remaining spiritual energy. After all, after the little slimes finished devouring, they would disappear automatically. Ye Feng did not suffer any damage, but the energy that they devoured and absorbed could be completely converted by Ye Feng. After devouring the remaining spiritual energy, Ye Feng's strength increased by another level. Then, he walked out of the forest. This region was extremely vast. Ye Feng spent half a day before he passed through the dense forest and arrived at the entrance of a valley. Looking from afar, the towering fortress wall stood in the middle of the valley. The flags on the wall fluttered in the wind, and countless demonic beast troops patrolled around the wall. What? Ye Feng suddenly frowned. He saw a huge plaque hanging above the fortress. Fallen Soul Valley. Ye Feng mumbled these 3 words in a low voice. These words were clearly written by a powerful existence. Fallen Soul Valley was written in blood red. The strokes of these 3 words were vigorous and powerful, and they faintly revealed a domineering energy, as if there was a primordial fierce beast entrenched in the sky. All the auras seemed to be saying, no one is allowed to enter Fallen Soul Valley. Those who violate this will be killed without mercy. The rules of Fallen Soul Valley were that harsh. Any human symbiote who dared to intrude into Fallen Soul Valley would be severely punished and even killed. Moreover, Fallen Soul Valley was filled with all kinds of poison and miasma, which ordinary people could not resist. Even a powerful symbiote had to be extremely careful when entering Fallen Soul Valley. Because there were many terrifying demons here. After observing for a while, Ye Feng quietly entered the valley because he was not afraid of anything, not to mention death. The valley was 100 meters long and extremely wide. There were precipitous stone walls on both sides, and one could not see the end of it. But this was not a problem for Ye Feng. After jumping around a few times, he quickly flew in a direction. There were many places in Fallen Soul Valley that had traces of demonic creatures, but Ye Feng's luck was not bad. Other than meeting 1 or 2 low-level demonic creatures, he did not meet any high-level demonic creatures. Ye Feng continued to run. Not long after, he saw a group of knights in silver-white armor. This group of cavalrymen held weapons in their hands and rode on huge war horses. They marched in the direction of Fallen Soul Valley. Their armors shone with a metallic luster, and there were a lot of patterns engraved on them, making them look gorgeous and beautiful. That silver armor with strange patterns. It should be a demon. Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. He could feel traces of threatening fluctuations from these knights. He did not approach this group of knights rashly. Instead, he stayed around 5 to 6 kilometers away from them and observed them carefully. Although he was not afraid of these demonic creatures, Ye Feng did not want to cause trouble. And those demonic creatures did not care about Ye Feng. These guys clearly knew Ye Feng and his strength, hence they did not attack him. After Ye Feng stopped here for a while, he heard some loud scolding. Chapter 485, The fist force was as fast as lightning, and the fist shadows danced in the sky. Not far from the knights, some of the symbiotes seemed to be under attack. In front of them, there were dozens of huge creatures covered in green scales. Their skin was dark green, they had a pair of fleshy wings on their backs, bone spikes on their tails, and purple-green lips. These guys were not weak, especially the leading creature, who actually had the strength of a beyond A grade. D***Ned Demon. Despicable and dirty things, you actually took the opportunity to sneak attack. I'm going to kill you. The human race's symbiotic demons roared in anger. Their eyes were red, and their equipment was clearly damaged. Some of them even had scars on their bodies. It seemed like they had just experienced a bitter battle. However, although the demons had the advantage, they could do nothing to these demons. They could only stare at them with resentment, but did not dare to attack rashly. Human symbiote. Right at this time, the leader of the demonic creatures noticed Ye Feng. It laughed wildly. "Human, what are you doing here? This is our territory. We won't allow you trash to enter. Is this Fallen Soul Valley qualified to be your territory?" Ye Feng asked indifferently. "Since that's the case, I will deal with you guys first." Arrogant. The creature snorted and waved its hand to signal its companions to get ready. Ye Feng did not move from his spot. He waited quietly. These guys were all quite strong, but they were only around A grade. But Ye Feng did not need to do it himself. "Human, you will pay for what you just said." "Brothers, go," the leader of the demonic creatures shouted angrily. At once, all the demonic creatures charged out. They pounced toward Ye Feng with a cold killing intent. Humph! Ye Feng's expression was calm. He raised his foot and took a step forward. The soil under his feet started to shake. Bang! 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 A burst of explosions sounded. Then, yellow-brown ripples spread out in all directions. Ayayayay! Under the effect of these ripples, a nearby creature instantly screamed and fell to the ground. Its body twitched and white foam came out of its mouth. *mit. What's going on? Seeing their companion suddenly fall to the ground, the other creatures all screamed in horror. Roar! The demonic creature leader roared in anger. It flapped its wings and created a huge tornado, trying to force Ye Feng back. Unfortunately, its actions were in vain. Ye Feng did not move from his original spot. He maintained that posture, but the ground beneath his feet continued to crack, creating ripples that pushed the demonic creatures back. Boom! 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 Finally, with a loud explosion, the soil under Ye Feng's feet completely crumbled. Endless yellow ripples swept out like a wave. Puchy! Puchy! The demons that were affected by the ripples spat out blood. They were all knocked out and fell to the ground, unconscious. Roar! The demonic creature was not spared either. It roared in anger, but its body was already stiff. This, Ye Feng's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. What skill is this? Isn't this too much of an exaggeration? He only stomped his feet, and a circle of ripples appeared under his feet like an earthquake. If he wanted to, could he shake the entire mountain peak with a stomp of his feet? In any case, he was finally relieved. After all, those demons were not strong, and he could deal with them. Why hasn't this guy left yet? At this time, the demonic creature leader looked at Ye Feng and let out a sharp roar. With a thought, the concealment runes were immediately released, concealing its true appearance. "The treasure here has nothing to do with you," the leader of the demons said in a cold tone. "Get lost, or die." "Are you talking to me?" Ye Feng laughed. "Nonsense! So you're saying that as long as I don't leave, this treasure is mine?" Ye Feng said with a smile. "Human, you're looking for death." The leader of the demonic creatures was furious. "Catch him!" Roar, roar! Many demonic creatures howled in unison, looking ferocious and brutal. Whoosh! 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 At the next moment, these demonic creatures pounced toward Ye Feng with extreme speed. They arrived beside him almost instantly and stretched out their claws and fangs to attack. Ye Feng did not panic. He moved his feet slightly and dodged a few of the attacks. He then swung his arm and punched out. Bang! 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 His fist force was as fast as lightning, and the shadow of his fist danced in the sky. All the demons were hit by this tyrant fist. A terrifying shock force seeped out from his fist and instantly spread throughout their bodies, causing all the demons to cry out in pain and roll on the ground. "Aren't you all very powerful? You're not going to eat me? Come on!" Ye Feng said coldly. He stepped forward again and punched out a few more times, suppressing these demonic creatures. At this time, Ye Feng saw a black dot approaching. His vision was getting clearer. A huge creature was running at high speed. It was a giant beast that was more than 5 meters tall. It was covered in thick armor and had a pair of fangs that were half a foot long. Its scarlet eyes were filled with bloodlust and greed. "Human, you've angered me. Die!" This giant beast growled deeply, and it charged toward Ye Feng madly. A beyond A-grade demonic general. Ye Feng frowned. A demonic general was comparable to a beyond A-grade high-level demon, and its defense was shocking. Although Ye Feng had defeated more than 20 A-grade fierce beasts and even killed a few of them, he still felt that there would be some trouble when he encountered this creature. But Ye Feng was not afraid. "Kill!" He took a big step forward. Boom! 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 A series of fist forces burst out like bombs. The demon general couldn't withstand such an attack at all, and its body was smashed into pieces. Ye Feng attacked while muttering to himself, "So weak? I thought a beyond A-grade demonic general would be very powerful." Roar! The giant beast let out a shrill roar, and blood flowed out of its eyes. Its chest had been pierced and its internal organs were damaged. It couldn't hold on for much longer. "No, I can't die." The giant beast roared and used all its strength to charge at Ye Feng. "You're looking for death." Ye Feng's eyes were cold. He knew that the giant beast must be the guardian of the ruins. This place must have some kind of secret that outsiders were not allowed to enter. Ye Feng was too lazy to deal with this demonic creature. He directly teleported. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Chapter 486, In the Name of the Gods, the Owner of the Bones. When he appeared the next second, Ye Feng was already standing beside the demonic creature general. Not good. The leader of the demonic creatures immediately felt a fatal threat and was about to dodge. Kaka! But it was too late. Ye Feng's fist landed on its back and broke its spine. The huge force even penetrated its body and came out from the other side. This attack directly shattered the body of the demonic general. D*mit. "You should die," it roared in anger, but it was too late to resist. A wisp of flame shot out from its head and burned it to ashes. Ye Feng clapped his hands and turned to leave. The corpses of these demons were not of much use to him. However, this relic was obviously not an ordinary place, even such a fierce beast could be born. The level of danger here might be more severe than Ye Feng had imagined. He continued to walk forward. Not long later, a ray of light suddenly shone. Ye Feng's heart shuddered, and he quickly stopped moving forward. He stared at the place where the light came from warily. This light seemed to contain an extremely strong attraction force, causing the surrounding mist to thin and reveal the scene here. There, a white skeleton appeared. The skeleton's skin was a metallic silver-white color and glowed with a faint light. There was some golden powder scattered on the skeleton. "It's a golden bone." Ye Feng's pupil shrunk. The material of a golden bone was one of the top refining materials. It was extremely valuable. Even if only a bone was left, it would have great effects and could even improve the quality of a spirit weapon. Other than the golden bones, there were also many other rare treasures, all of which were excellent materials for refining weapons. Not only that, but there was also the corpse of a powerful demon buried here, which contained great wealth and opportunities. These things were all priceless treasures. Ye Feng's eyes immediately widened. As expected of a fierce beast, it really plundered endlessly. He didn't hesitate and immediately walked over to pick up the golden bones. Then, he prepared to take away the golden bones and the other materials. Buzz. The moment he picked up one of the items, the golden skeleton's body suddenly released a brilliant blue light. A wave of boundless fluctuation was released from the golden bone. Immediately after, an illusionary human figure drilled out of the golden bone's body. The figure looked to be only 3 or 4 years old. He was very handsome and wore a blue-purple robe. There's still a living person. Ye Feng was surprised. The figure had an evil smile on his face as he stretched out his slender palm. Hand over everything you have and submit to me. Ye Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, Who do you think you are? No matter who I am, as long as you can satisfy me, you can obtain unimaginable benefits. You will obtain eternal life. The illusionary figure spoke slowly, his voice full of temptation and enchantment, as if there was an inexplicable demonic nature. Ye Feng squinted his eyes. The light of wisdom flashed in the depths of his eyes. He could tell that the illusionary figure in front of him was far more powerful than him. It could be said that the other party could easily crush him, and he had no room to resist at all. Humph, eternal life. Ye Feng snorted coldly, aren't your words a little too exaggerated? The figure shook his head. There are many things in this world that you can't understand. There are many things you don't understand. You only need to understand that I am the only salvation. Someone must believe in my existence, or else. At this point, his tone suddenly turned cold. Otherwise, the entire world will be in trouble. Hearing his words, Ye Feng's hair stood on end, and an extremely terrifying aura engulfed his heart. This aura was 100, 1,000, 10,000 times stronger than the strongest existence that Ye Feng had ever met. Who are you? Ye Feng could not help but ask. I am, the figure was about to say something. At this moment, a violent explosion was heard. The 5-meter-tall stone statue suddenly cracked open. Then, a crystal-clear pearl shot out and went straight for the illusionary figure. The bead contained a strange power that directly scattered the remnant soul of the illusionary figure. What? That's... Ye Feng was stunned for a moment before exclaiming, that's a divine spark. Although the illusionary figure was only a remnant soul, he was still at the godly state. Judging from his power fluctuations, he was probably not far from his peak state. In the end, he was beaten into nothingness by the bead. Ye Feng quickly gave chase. However, he was still a step too slow. The divine spark had already entered the body of the stone statue. How could it be like this? He was a little confused. This stone statue actually contained a divine persona. Didn't that mean that this was the place where a god had fallen? But why didn't he leave behind a divine spark? Ye Feng frowned. He sensed his surroundings and found a picture. In the picture, a graceful figure stood in the void with a sharp sword in her hand, cutting through the sky. At the top of the picture was a sentence. All living things are ants, only we gods can live forever. There was a thick sense of arrogance in the words. Which god is she? Ye Feng thought to himself, but soon, he laughed. God, how many true gods are there in this world? They're just using God's name to deceive all living beings. But this sentence also piqued Ye Feng's interest, because this sentence meant that this tomb was not set up by ordinary people. What secret was hidden behind it? You're looking for divinity. At this time, the illusionary figure that had just disappeared floated out from the golden bone again. Ye Feng was stunned, but he quickly reacted. You're the owner of this skeleton? If that's the case, why did you still bring me in? That illusionary figure did not reply, instead, he looked at Ye Feng with interest. The aura on your body is very familiar. It seems to be related to me in the past. Oh? I have a connection with this skeleton? That's good. Ye Feng's eyes brightened when he heard this. He was quite lucky to have found a bone that was related to him. Who is the owner of this place? Ye Feng quickly asked. You don't need to know, the illusory figure waved his hand. If you know what's good for you. She said, kneel before me. I can grant you eternal life. No need to talk nonsense. Tell me where the divine spark is. Ye Feng was too lazy to waste any more time. Ha 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 ha. The illusory figure laughed wildly. Do you think you're worthy of a divine spark? You're not worthy. Not worthy? Why? Ye Feng frowned and said, I'm the only transmigrator. Why am I not worthy? Chapter 487, The Only Transmigrator, a Wisp of Incomplete Dragon Soul. Ha ha ha, only transmigrators? In this world, there are 6 other people. As for the others, the illusory figure said arrogantly, their souls have long been annihilated. Your soul is destined to be devoured by me. Ye Feng was stunned. You want to take over my body and become another me? Not bad. You're the only transmigrator. I don't just need your body, I also need your memories and even your soul. Don't even think about it. Ye Feng rejected without hesitation. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. If that's the case, then I'll have to eat you, the illusory human figure roared. As he said, he took a step forward, and in an instant, a destructive power surged into Ye Feng's body, causing his blood to boil and his veins to expand. Pfft! Gritting his teeth and enduring this immense pressure, Ye Feng coughed out a mouthful of blood. You! He widened his eyes. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You can't blame me. The illusionary human figure laughed maliciously. He slapped out both his palms and slammed them onto Ye Feng's chest. Bang! Ye Feng's entire body was like a shooting star as he crashed into the cave wall, causing the rock wall to crack. He then fell down and was unable to get up after falling to the ground for a long time. At this moment, his entire body was in excruciating pain, as if countless ants were tearing and gnawing at his body. It was an unbearable pain. Ye Feng wanted to faint. Your willpower is quite strong. You haven't fainted even after this. But, I don't think you can hold on for much longer. The illusory figure approached him and reached out to grab him. Ye Feng gritted his teeth. Using all his strength, he finally broke free from the restraints and stood up. At the same time, he waved his right hand, a black light slashed out and blocked the other party's arm. The illusionary human figure snorted coldly. He opened his right hand and a fiery red light swept over, enveloping Ye Feng. In that instant, Ye Feng's entire body stiffened. He could not move, and it was as if he was frozen in a world of ice. Next, Ye Feng felt a warm current flowing through his entire body. Wherever this heat flow went, the corroded muscles and tendons in his body were actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. What shocked him even more was that this warm flow was constantly repairing the damage to his soul. To his horror, he discovered that his strength had actually begun to increase. What was going on? Ye Feng's mind was filled with questions. This body of yours is actually a dragon race combat form bone armor condensed purely from the dragon seed power. Your soul is not an ordinary soul either. In that case, I've gained something. The illusionary figure looked at Ye Feng's face and revealed a trace of greed. Ye Feng gritted his teeth and said, What are you? I am a wisp of divine soul. I've been born here for hundreds of years, the illusory figure said indifferently. I've only been able to maintain my soul form by absorbing the power of this divine skeleton, but I can't hold on for long. Ye Feng frowned and asked, Why did you find me? He. The illusionary human figure looked at Ye Feng in disdain. Who asked you to be the only transmigrator? Although I've been born for who knows how long, I've never seen a real transmigrator. He paused for a moment before continuing. I don't care what abilities you have. Since you were able to come here and be found by me, it is enough to prove that the fate between the two of us is deep. As long as you are willing to offer your soul and everything to me, then you will still be the only transmigrator in this world and receive endless resources and inheritance. Why should I trust you? Ye Feng asked coldly. You don't have a choice. You don't trust me? Very well, then you can wait for your death. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a burning sensation. Ye Feng screamed and fell to the ground. D***mn, what did you do to me? Ye Feng roared in anger. I didn't do anything. It's just that your soul is now under my control. I can destroy you at any time. The illusory figure's arrogant voice sounded. Hearing this, Ye Feng's eyes flashed with uncertainty. The other party could actually control his soul. What the h**ll are you? Ye Feng asked with difficulty. Hehe, you should have guessed it. I am a dragon soul, a wisp of an incomplete dragon soul. The illusory figure laughed. Was it really so? You want me to give up everything I have? Do you want my soul? Ye Feng sighed in his heart. What kind of terrifying existence had he provoked? That's right. I'm going to use your soul to improve my own strength. As for you, there's no third path for you except death and devouring your soul. Otherwise, I'll immediately destroy your body and make you disappear completely, the dragon soul said gloomily. Ye Feng was silent. Have you thought it through? The dragon soul urged. Let me go first, then I'll agree to sign the contract with you. Haha, do you think you have any room to bargain now? The dragon soul mocked. All right, kill me then, Ye Feng said calmly. The dragon soul was stunned and immediately became furious. D***mn ant, you dare to threaten me? He pounced on Ye Feng. He clenched his fists and brought about the howling of wind and thunder. With a loud boom, he punched Ye Feng until his nose and mouth started bleeding. But Ye Feng still stubbornly kept his mouth shut. He would rather die in battle than compromise. This caused the dragon soul to fly into a rage, but there was nothing he could do. This guy's soul was too d***mn tough. It was many times tougher than the fierce beasts he had encountered. Humph, I can't kill you. I have to keep your soul. Otherwise, I won't be able to completely refine this dragon race combat form. But remember, you owe me a huge debt. One day, I will find you and take back the power that belongs to me, the dragon soul said fiercely. After saying that, he turned around and left. His figure gradually disappeared into the mountain. Ye Feng finally heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped the blood from his mouth and sat down cross-legged. At this moment, he had already regained the ability to move. However, he didn't rush to heal his injuries. Instead, he took out a few spirit fruits and swallowed them. These spirit fruits were all treasures that Ye Feng obtained after killing a demonic creature. One of them was called the Dragon God Quenching Fruit. After eating it, one's body would become even stronger, and it also had a nourishing effect on one's soul. What? Not long after Ye Feng consumed the spirit fruit, he could feel that there was a certain power in his soul that was stirring. He observed carefully and realized that the power was actually a wisp of dragon energy. He was slightly surprised. Chapter 489, Super Black Bear, Shooting Sparks. Ye Feng looked over, only to see a 3-meter-tall black figure walking out from the dust. This was a pitch-black monkey with dark golden hair growing on its back, its eyes were blood-red, and its fangs and claws were terrifying. It stared at Ye Feng and let out a sharp and ear-piercing roar. He, you're still alive. The monkey said in a hoarse voice, I've been waiting for you for a long time. We haven't crossed swords for hundreds of years. Today, I've finally met a human ancient martial art practitioner. He, I can't wait to enjoy your flesh and blood. As it spoke, the monkey started running on all 4 limbs. Its speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. It charged toward Ye Feng. The monkey's speed was extremely fast, as if it had teleported. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed a distance of 7 to 8 meters. Ye Feng laughed coldly. He stretched out his right hand. A red flame appeared on his palm, and he grabbed toward the monkey. Swoosh! With a flash of crimson flames, more than half of the black spikes on the monkey's body were charred. It cried out in pain and its body immediately came to a stop. What is this? The monkey was extremely frightened. It immediately retreated and stopped attacking Ye Feng. It turned around and prepared to escape. Since you're here, don't leave. Ye Feng's figure suddenly burst out. He was like a shooting star that landed on the ground. Instantly blocking the monkey's path of retreat, he punched toward the monkey's head. Bang! With a muffled groan, the monkey was sent flying. Its head had been crushed like a watermelon, and the red and white parts were scattered on the ground. But Ye Feng did not pursue. He just stood at the side and watched. In the battle just now, Ye Feng had already figured out his own strength level. Right now, he already had the combat power of a peak beyond A grade. This monkey was only comparable to an early stage beyond A grade, so it was naturally a one-hit kill. All of this seemed to take time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a short moment. Roar! All of a sudden, an angry roar came from behind Ye Feng. He suddenly turned his head and saw that another stone wall not far away had suddenly exploded. Immediately after, a huge snow-white tiger pounced over. This giant tiger was muscular and had a strong build. Its eyes were bloodshot. Its mouth and nostrils were spewing out a thick baleful aura, causing Ye Feng to feel a chill in his body. Buzz! The white tiger jumped up and bit toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng's gaze turned cold. His figure suddenly rose, and he punched toward the white tiger's head. Thump! With a loud sound, the white tiger was smashed to the ground by Ye Feng's punch. Its skull was broken and fresh blood gushed out. Just as Ye Feng was about to continue his attack and kill it, he suddenly heard an angry roar from afar. Following that, a huge aura enveloped the surroundings, and it was as if the entire secret realm was trembling. Ye Feng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly looked toward the direction of the sound. It was a giant bear that was 3 meters tall. It was completely black and had shiny fur. Its body was as tall and sturdy as a tower, giving people a strong visual impact. That's a super black bear, comparable to a human's peak A and grade. Ye Feng's expression darkened. But no matter what, he couldn't just wait helplessly for death, right? Ye Feng took in a deep breath, his gaze focused, and he was prepared to fight with all his might. The super black bear roared and pounced toward Ye Feng. It slammed down with its claws, causing the ground to collapse. Ye Feng dodged to the side. He swung his blade horizontally and slashed at the giant palm. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions as the blade aura slashed at the giant palm. Countless rays of light burst forth, but only a shallow wound was left behind. Ye Feng's pupil shrunk, and he showed a shocked expression. Ha ha ha, human, although you're strong, you're not my match. It's not that easy to kill me, the super black bear roared into the sky, its voice rolling like the tide. You rascal! Ye Feng's face was filled with anger. He did not say anything and slashed out again. The super black bear's eyes glowed with a cold light. You're looking for death. Ha ha! With a swing of its tail, the wind and clouds were stirred up. It was like a whip that was aimed at Ye Feng's chest. There was a clatter. The tip of the whip hit Ye Feng's chest, but he actually blocked it. His clothes were torn, and 2 red marks were left on his skin. This super black bear was indeed worthy of being at the peak of A and grade. Its strength was indeed strong. D*MN human, I'll eat your flesh and blood clean. The super black bear let out a deep roar. Its tail whipped toward Ye Feng again. Ye Feng's body spun like a spinning top. He dodged the tail whip and instead stabbed the slime blade into the super black bear's abdomen, causing blood to flow out. However, the super black bear's skin was tough and its flesh was thick. This small injury was not fatal. Moreover, this fellow's recovery speed was quite terrifying. The wound healed in the blink of an eye. Ye Feng could not help but frown. Human, kneel before me obediently. Otherwise, you will die a miserable death, the super black bear sneered. The injuries on its body healed quickly, and its aura became more brutal. This guy's body was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Boom! The super black bear raised its right foot and stomped on the ground. A ripple spread out. Ye Feng was caught off guard, and his body fell backward. Bang! Bang! Ye Feng's back crashed into a mountain wall. Immediately, rocks flew everywhere, dust filled the air, and a huge pit appeared in front of Ye Feng. Ye Feng's internal organs were churning intensely. Pfft! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. Roar! The super black bear let out a long roar toward the sky. Its roar contained dignity and was filled with dominance. Is this a fierce beast with high intelligence? You even know how to use words to motivate me. Ye Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and he squinted his eyes. Human, are you willing to submit to me? The super black bear asked coldly. Why should I submit? Ye Feng laughed coldly. He had never thought of submitting. After all, this was the soul world, which was fake. He didn't think he would be killed. Even if the other party was much stronger than him, he still firmly believed that he would have the chance to kill this animal sooner or later. You're stubborn. Then, die, the super black bear roared in anger. It took a step forward and its huge body disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Ye Feng. Ye Feng's expression was filled with shock. He immediately raised his saber to fight. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The super black bear's sharp claws pressed down with a terrifying force. Ye Feng was almost unable to breathe. Ye Feng tried his best to resist, but he was still sent flying by the claw. A few of his ribs were broken. Oh my god, that's too brutal. Ye Feng's heart thumped wildly. The super black bear's attacks were too sharp. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Ye Feng crossed his arms and blocked the attack. He stomped on the ground, and his body was like a dragon as he dodged quickly. Chapter 488, The Purest Yang Energy, Soul Transformation Completed. Dragon energy was the purest Yang energy in the world. It contained extremely strong vitality and destructive power. If consumed rashly, it could even cause the collapse of the soul. Ye Feng hesitated for a moment, and he decided to give it a try. He mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body and poured it into the depths of his soul. Then, he slowly guided a wisp of dragon energy and gathered it in his right arm. After the dragon energy entered his arm, it immediately entered his meridians and blood. Ye Feng's skin started to glow with a faint golden light. At the same time, a suffocating energy was rampaging in his meridians. It was like a flood, causing Ye Feng to groan in pain. At this time, Ye Feng's entire body was covered in a light golden color. Bang! 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 Ye Feng's body let out a series of explosive sounds. It was like the blood in his body was boiling. Crack! Crack! A series of crisp sounds came from Ye Feng's limbs. His originally withered and aged skin quickly regained its elasticity and vitality, green veins appeared, and he was filled with strength. In less than 15 minutes, Ye Feng's originally hunched back had become much straighter, his pale face had become ruddy, his height had also increased by a lot, and his energy had reached its peak. Ha ha ha, I feel like my strength has increased by several times. If I encounter that creature again, I'll definitely be able to crush its head with one palm. Ye Feng was extremely excited. This dragon god quenching fruit was indeed a top-tier treasure. In just a short time, his cultivation base had soared and reached a new realm in one fell swoop. It didn't stop there and still maintained the upward trend. This made Ye Feng extremely shocked. The dragon god quenching fruit could actually increase his strength instantly. It was simply heaven-defying. This was a treatment that only Transcendent Realm experts could enjoy. This dragon energy doesn't seem to be ordinary dragon energy. It also contains traces of dragon might. Ye Feng suddenly realized that the moment the dragon energy entered his body, he felt a vast and boundless energy nourishing his meridians, bones, internal organs, and the depths of his soul. His body had transformed, and his soul had sublimated. Although this dragon energy is a bit mixed, it's indeed good for me. Ye Feng's face revealed a look of joy. I understand. This is the dragon race's origin dragon energy. It's the purest form of energy in their bodies. It'll only be produced when they advance to the Dragon King realm. Ye Feng's skin expanded rapidly, his muscles were bulging, and they were as hard as rocks. Furthermore, this surge of energy did not stop. It rampaged in his blood and meridians. Wherever it passed, everything would be crushed into dust. Even Ye Feng's soul was no exception. Fortunately, Ye Feng had the dragon soul protecting his soul. Otherwise, just this surge of energy would have torn him into pieces. This is dense dragon energy? Why do I have dragon energy? Could it be that my soul has already transformed into a dragon's? Ye Feng's heart was filled with questions. However, he quickly cast aside his thoughts and focused on his cultivation. Once his soul transformed into a true dragon, it would mean that he would possess the true dragon race's bloodline. His strength would also skyrocket, and his lifespan would also be greatly extended. Ye Feng's body started to emit a strong life force fluctuation. This fluctuation continued to spread out, attracting the surrounding trees, flowers, as well as all sorts of insects and beasts. Next, water elements appeared on the surface of Ye Feng's body. The strength of his physical body was rising continuously. Not far away. The dragon soul's eyes widened in shock when it saw this. Oh my god, there's actually dragon energy. Could this guy be the illegitimate child of some dragon king in the human world? The dragon soul muttered to himself, no, it's impossible. The dragon king died thousands of years ago. Who is he then? At the thought of this, the dragon soul was even more shocked. It seems that I still have a lot of things to do. After I complete my task and return to the ancestral land, I must report this to the Dragon Emperor. 3 days later, Ye Feng's soul completed its transformation. The benefits that the dragon soul had brought him were also quite obvious. His spiritual power had increased, and had become more condensed, almost reaching an extreme. Whew! The moment he opened his eyes, Ye Feng let out a long breath. A cloud of white mist started to spread. This was the release of vigor, which could destroy everything within a certain range. Ye Feng stood up and looked at his surroundings. It was a completely different world here. Although it was a huge valley with extremely heavy yin energy, the spiritual energy content was unusually high. It was also because of this that countless souls were nourished and attracted to occupy this place. Ye Feng knew that the more souls there were in this secret realm, the more benefits it would bring to the soul. He walked out of the cave and continued to kill those souls along the way. After that, he devoured their memories and obtained a lot of information. His understanding of the path of the soul gradually deepened. Most of the souls in this secret realm were incomplete or had not completely disappeared. Some of these souls were humans, while others were demons and ghosts. Most of them were swept into the void turbulence because of a disaster. They were lucky enough to escape, but they lost their way and were trapped here. Some of them had already died, but most of them were still lingering here, unwilling to leave. Ye Feng could not help but sigh, these people are all heroes. It is a pity that they cannot return to the human world and reincarnate. They do not even have the chance to reincarnate. The environment here was much worse than on Earth. Without any natural treasures, even if one had a soul, they couldn't survive for long. Ye Feng's heart was filled with pity, but he had no way to change this. In this secret realm, other than these souls, there would occasionally be 1 or 2 corpses, but their bodies had all rotted. Ye Feng guessed that after a transcendent died, the dust that their body turned into drifted into this place. After the death of an A-grade transcendent symbiote, their bodies contained a huge amount of energy that could nourish some low-level souls, but at the same time, it could also nourish some fierce beasts. However, those low-level souls did not have any intelligence at all. Ye Feng only needed to release a little bit of his aura to scare them away. As for those high-level souls, they did not dare to provoke Ye Feng either because the aura of this human youth was too terrifying. They were all afraid. Right at this time, Ye Feng's brows twitched, he raised his arm and pointed. Boom! An explosion sounded, and a huge ancient tree in the distance collapsed. Countless branches fell and overturned a small hill nearby. Chapter 490, The Super Black Bear's Combat Power and the Strange Man with Disheveled Hair. Humph! The Super Black Bear snorted in disdain, and its thick tail suddenly whipped out. Boom! Ye Feng was in a dangerous situation, but fortunately, he sensed the danger in advance and dodged this move in time. Otherwise, he would have died. There was another burn wound on his body. However, he had also gained some experience. Taking advantage of the Super Black Bear's moment of shock, he suddenly took a big step forward, went around to the left side of the Super Black Bear, and slashed at its neck with a sharp knife. With a ripping sound, the left side of the Super Black Bear's head was cut off. This guy howled in pain. However, what followed was an even more terrifying attack. Bang! The other half of the Super Black Bear's head was also cut off by Ye Feng. Roar! Roar! The Super Black Bear roared in anger. Two of its heads fell off, and a large amount of blood spurted out. The surrounding vegetation withered, and a large number of trees withered. Its strength plummeted, from its original peak state to the early A-end grade. But this was still not enough to deal with Ye Feng. You human ant, I'll skin you alive. The Super Black Bear's voice was shrill and sharp, it seemed to hate Ye Feng to the core. Its huge body suddenly rose from the ground and opened its mouth to bite Ye Feng. Go to H*LL. The Super Black Bear was extremely ferocious. Ye Feng retreated rapidly, avoiding the other party's attack. Ha ha ha, let's see where you can run to. Human, I'll tear you to pieces after I eat all of your blood. The Super Black Bear laughed wildly. Ye Feng had a mocking expression on his face. His body flashed and he appeared behind the Super Black Bear. His fists landed on the Super Black Bear's spine. Crack! The sound of bones shattering could be heard. The Super Black Bear's body suddenly bent, and it sat on the ground, wailing in pain. The Super Black Bear's body twitched. It had just gained sentience, and although it had many secret methods and trump cards, it was still far from perfect. Thus, its combat power was not indestructible, but it would take some time. But now, its spine was severely injured and it could not use any skills for a short time. Ye Feng stood up and slowly walked toward the Super Black Bear. You dare to kill me? When you're just a human ant? The Great King will not let you off. The Super Black Bear was extremely frightened. Hee, Great King? Who are you talking about? Ye Feng said indifferently. What kind of king could make him so afraid? You will never know the great figure of that king. You can continue down this path, you will die without a doubt. The Super Black Bear spat out the last sentence and exploded. Humph, what kind of king can be so powerful? Just as Ye Feng was thinking, he suddenly thought of something. King? If that was the case, the Water Elemental Dragon King's soul that he had been searching for must be here. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that there were other kings here, but Ye Feng's instincts told him that the Water Elemental Dragon King would most likely appear here. After all, there was a very powerful water element energy here. You're looking for death. How dare you kill my subordinate? An ancient language was spoken, causing Ye Feng's head to swell, as if he was being suppressed. But this feeling didn't last long. Ye Feng quickly adapted to the suppression of this power. What? Behind the hill in the distance, an illusionary shadow gradually appeared. Ye Feng stared there. His heart was filled with fear. It was a weirdo in a grey robe with disheveled hair. His eyes were white, his nose was high, and his lips were as thin as a knife. His entire body was filled with a thick aura of death. What a pure creature bloodline! The grey-robed man stared at Ye Feng, his eyes shining. No injuries, no death energy, such a pure creature, this is simply a heaven-sent opportunity. As he spoke, the grey-robed man stretched out his right hand and tried to grab Ye Feng. Get back! A terrifying power rushed out. The man in grey groaned and his body flew backward, crashing into a small mountain. Such powerful strength, this is definitely not something that a human can possess. Who the *LL are you? The man in grey clutched his chest, his face filled with horror. Ye Feng looked at him coldly. I will ask you one last time. Who are you? Why are you here? The grey-robed man's pupils shrunk. He stared at Ye Feng. This isn't a place you should be. Leave. Hearing this, Ye Feng raised his eyebrows. Don't play dumb. You are the remnant soul of the Water Elemental Dragon King, right? What Water Elemental Dragon King? I don't know at all, the man in grey said as he avoided eye contact. Human brat, I advise you to leave immediately, or else. Or else what? Ye Feng asked. Otherwise, I'll kill you. All right then. Ye Feng sighed. At this time, he didn't plan to waste time with the other party and directly rushed over. You're looking for death. The grey-robed man's expression turned extremely dark. His speed was extremely fast. He twisted his body and turned into a black flood serpent, pouncing toward Ye Feng. Bang! 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 The two of them were fighting. Ye Feng used his strength to block his opponent's attack. Each punch and kick had the force of a thunderbolt. Human brat, you've gone too far. The man in grey was forced into a corner. His arms suddenly became extremely thick, his muscles bulged, and his skin turned red. An icy cold current spread out from his arm and enveloped his entire palm. This punch was like an undercurrent at the bottom of the ocean erupting. The extremely cold temperature swept in all directions, enveloping Ye Feng. Water fist. Ye Feng sneered. He did not fear anything. He waved his fists and welcomed the attack. Boom! When the two fists met, a deafening explosion was heard. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Ye Feng did not move an inch, but the man in grey took 3 steps back. His face was extremely red and his breathing was rapid. D****, he cursed in a low voice. He didn't dare to fight again. He turned his body and dashed out like a cheetah, disappearing in the blink of an eye. You want to run? Ye Feng shook his head and chased after him. This guy was obviously afraid of him. Before he escaped, he even threw down a bomb that Ye Feng did not know. With a loud explosion, a cloud of smoke rose up. Ye Feng squinted his eyes. He could see a green light sliding down the slope. His figure flickered and he jumped to chase after him. I didn't expect the Water Elemental Dragon King to be able to gather so much power even after being severely injured. He even transformed into a human. It seems that Fallen Soul Valley is really a good place. No wonder he thought of a way to come to Fallen Soul Valley. A few minutes later, Ye Feng finally arrived at the foot of the hill. The green light had stopped. It was a tree. The tree was tall and reached the clouds. It was emerald green in color and its branches were straight and twisted, like a giant sword that pierced the sky. Ye Feng took a look and was shocked. It was actually a towering ancient tree. Chapter 491, The Lifelike Giant Python's Shadow, the Misfortune Technique's Secret Technique. No one knew how long this ancient tree had lived. Its bark was as hard as gold and iron, and its leaves were lush. Wisps of green light flowed on its surface like green jade. What was even more peculiar was that there was an illusionary image of a giant python coiled on the tree trunk. It was so vivid and lifelike that it seemed real, causing one to shiver in fear. Could this be another space of Fallen Soul Valley? Why is it so strange? Ye Feng did not understand, but he could not back down now. After all, his enemy was right in front of him. He had spent so much effort to come to Sky City just to kill the last trace of the Water Elemental Dragon King's soul. However, things seemed to be different now. This Water Elemental Dragon King had become even stronger than before. It was very likely that he had absorbed something contained here, or he had obtained some other mysterious sacrifice. Ye Feng did not know how strong it had become, but he was sure that this Water Elemental Dragon King was no longer the one he had injured. This was the first plant that Ye Feng had encountered after coming to this foreign land. Although it was a demonic beast, it at least meant that the plants here were not only alive, they could even cultivate into spiritual creatures. This was a new era, and all kinds of materials and rules were being modified. Or maybe, the heavens gave everyone a chance, that was why Ye Feng accidentally entered this foreign land. Ye Feng raised his head and looked over. A pillar of light pierced through the sky and rained down, covering the entire earth. It was boundless and seemed to be connecting to another world. A huge body emerged from the light. This figure was majestic and vast, covering half the sky. His entire body was covered in green scales, and there was a golden crown on his head. His body was covered in armor, and he held a large saber in his hand. Dragon race? Haha, Ye Feng mumbled to himself. This green-scaled water elemental dragon king looked very majestic and had a majestic aura. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. In the next second, the green-scaled water elemental dragon king opened his eyes. His eyes were cold, deep, and ancient, as if they could see through the world and the future. A sharp gaze shot toward Ye Feng. It was as if it pierced through space and landed on his body. "And you still managed to catch up. You're simply tired of living." The green-scaled water elemental dragon king let out a deep roar. Ye Feng stood far away and looked at him. He did not reply. "Human." The green-scaled water elemental dragon king frowned. His tone was filled with doubt, as if he felt that something was wrong. He slowly walked forward, his figure slowly approaching. As he moved, the air around Ye Feng started to freeze. His body released an extremely overbearing and destructive pressure. Ye Feng had once seen this kind of pressure from a super demonic creature from the ancient era. That was the Fire Crow. However, the green-scaled water elemental dragon king's aura was obviously more overbearing and powerful than the Fire Crow's aura. It even made people breathless. This kind of power was extremely overbearing. There's actually such a powerful force. It seems like he has really obtained a super large recovery. Ye Feng was slightly shocked. After all, this water elemental dragon king was only left with a trace of its soul after being beaten by him. As expected of an existence at the Dragon King level. Even if it was just a trace of soul, it could obtain such a huge evolution in the end. And this green-scaled water elemental Dragon King in front of him, the aura that was emitted from his body directly suppressed Ye Feng. This was the purest form of competition among the dragon race. Whoever's dragon seed power was stronger, more powerful, and more profound would have a stronger pressure. Obviously, the water elemental dragon king had 100% of the power of the dragon seed in its body. He even had 100% of his dragon soul power. This was a power that Ye Feng did not have. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king was crushing Ye Feng with an absolute power. Don't tell me. Thinking of this, Ye Feng's heart started to beat rapidly, and his breathing became more rapid. No matter what, let's test it out first. Thinking of this, Ye Feng rushed forward. Buzz! His body flickered, and he instantly appeared in front of the green-scaled water elemental dragon king. Without any delay, he raised his left fist and smashed it on the chest of the green-scaled water elemental dragon king. Bang! With a muffled sound, Ye Feng's body trembled. A strong impact was transmitted to his internal organs, causing his blood to boil. Ye Feng's physical fitness was very high, but he was not a fierce beast, after all. That punch earlier had already surpassed the limits of what a normal symbiote could withstand. Ye Feng! You've actually improved so quickly in such a short time. You're quite something. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king's mouth was wide open, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His eyes were extremely fierce. He clutched his chest with his right hand and kicked out with an angry roar. Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. He immediately retreated and dodged, barely avoiding the attack. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king's leg technique was extremely fast. After his kick missed, it didn't leave any afterimages. This guy is so fast. Ye Feng's eyes turned cold. His eyes emitted a bright silver light. At this moment, Ye Feng's eyes turned silver. The color of his eyeballs was completely different from normal people. They were light blue, as clear as crystal. A powerful spiritual fluctuation surged out and spread in all directions, instantly locking onto the green-scaled water elemental dragon king. Buzz! In an instant, the green-scaled water elemental dragon king's body suddenly froze in mid-air, as if he had been attacked by something. His body twisted and struggled slightly as if he wanted to get rid of this spiritual restraint, but he couldn't do it at all. This scene gave Ye Feng a huge fright. He had only used his spiritual power to slightly hinder the water elemental dragon king, but it was enough to put the water elemental dragon king in a stalemate. This showed how terrifying his spiritual power was. As expected of the spiritual energy. Under the illumination of the silver light, Ye Feng's eyes seemed to have turned into two silver gemstones, shining brightly. Within his pupils, beams of starlight flickered, containing a mysterious fluctuation. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king's body suddenly became stiff. I've found you! Ye Feng's gaze was as sharp as a knife. He stared at the green-scaled water elemental dragon king's eyes. He clearly captured a detail. In the bottom of the green-scaled water elemental dragon king's left eye, there was a pitch-black whirlpool. The whirlpool spun as if it could devour everything. Even with Ye Feng's tyrannical strength, he could not help but feel dizzy and dazed when he was looked at by the whirlpool. The vortex was so evil. D****, how can there be such a power? Ye Feng's expression was uncertain. He suddenly recalled that he had once heard of a secret technique called the Art of Misfortune on Earth. That misfortune spell had a very terrifying ability. Chapter 492, Incomparably Powerful Spiritual Energy, Confrontation with Dark Spiritual Energy. It could cause the caster's enemy to be bound by bad luck, and the person bound by bad luck would even disappear inexplicably and disappear from this world. And the person who cast this technique would obtain unparalleled power. D****. Ye Feng was suddenly in a daze. He felt that his body was out of his control, and his head was also becoming dizzy, as if he was about to fall. In this situation, Ye Feng's reaction speed was clearly lower. Ha ha ha, you stupid and despicable human! Do you think that you were able to defeat me before because your strength has reached a certain level? It's simply ridiculous. If it wasn't for the spiritual energy tide, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to live until now. Now, this king shall bestow you with eternal nirvana. Right at this moment, the green-scaled water elemental dragon king let out a sinister laugh. A huge amount of energy burst out from his body, surging like a tidal wave. Boom! He slammed his palm on Ye Feng's chest. Ye Feng's body was sent flying, and he crashed into the wall. Pfft! He spat out another mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a sheet. Even though he managed to activate all of his cultivation in time to block it, he was still injured. And most importantly, Ye Feng felt that his entire body was sore and weak, as if he was about to collapse. Ye Feng knew that it was not caused by his body being injured. His consciousness began to blur. No, I have to evacuate immediately. Ye Feng's eyes revealed a look of shock. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to mobilize the spiritual energy in his danshan, escaping toward the door. Hee hee, you want to run? It's too late. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King laughed maliciously as he chased after Ye Feng. His speed was extremely fast. He appeared behind Ye Feng in the blink of an eye and clawed at Ye Feng. A strong sense of danger rose in Ye Feng's heart. He turned around with all his might and gathered all his strength. Roar! He let out a long roar and crossed his arms to block the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's claws. Bang! 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 Ye Feng's body was directly sent flying. The sound of bones breaking could be heard, and his entire arm was almost broken. His body fell to the ground. Ye Feng felt a sweetness in his throat. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and he felt that every part of his body was in so much pain that it felt like it was about to split apart. Humph! Puny ant! The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King let out a cold voice. He walked toward Ye Feng. A lowly slave like you is really weak. I can crush trash like you with one finger. He stretched out his hand to grab Ye Feng. This claw caused the surrounding wind to change. The violent energy instantly condensed into an energy storm, enveloping Ye Feng. Ye Feng only felt waves of oppressive energy attacking him. Even breathing became difficult. The spiritual energy in his body stopped moving, and he could not circulate it. I'm finished. That was the only thought in his mind. Pade! That terrifying aura suddenly dissipated, and Ye Feng's body regained control of his body. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King roared ferociously, "Ant! You can't even withstand a single blow." His huge claws grabbed onto Ye Feng's arms. With a loud crack, Ye Feng's arms were broken. His body flew out and landed heavily on the ground. The damage caused by this attack was too great. His bones were broken inch by inch, his veins were shattered, and his internal organs were also damaged. If not for Ye Feng's special physique, he would have turned into dust long ago. Cough, 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 what are you? Ye Feng's mouth was filled with blood. He raised his head and looked at this gigantic green-scaled water elemental Dragon King with fear in his eyes. A mere human is worthy of asking about this king's identity. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King snorted in disdain. He walked forward and slowly approached Ye Feng. Ye Feng felt a strong sense of danger approaching. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's aura was too powerful. Just his aura alone was enough to suppress Ye Feng to the point where he could not even breathe. His body could not even move a single step. Ah! Ye Feng shouted crazily. His blood was boiling, and his body was burning with flames. Boom! An intense explosion occurred, and Ye Feng actually struggled to get up. Ants are still just ants. Even after burning life force, you're still so weak, the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King said in disdain. Ye Feng's eyes were red and bloodshot. He stared at the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King without saying anything. His will was extremely strong. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, his mental energy increased rapidly, and he finally touched a certain realm. Boom! A thunderous sound resounded in Ye Feng's ears. His body suddenly trembled, and then his eyes bloomed with a bright golden light, like two golden suns, piercing through the night. Swoosh! 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 A wave of majestic mental energy rushed out from Ye Feng's body, and his aura suddenly rose. What a powerful aura! Is this spiritual power? The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King looked at the current Ye Feng, and his eyes were slightly stunned. He then cursed in anger. You're looking for death. His eyes flickered with a cold light, as if a black shadow was floating out of his pupils. This black shadow was not a physical entity, but a strange energy. Dark spiritual energy. Once this energy came into contact with the human body, it would immediately seep into the body and destroy the life force within. And now, this ball of dark spiritual energy was actually pouncing toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng immediately felt that all the hair on his body was standing up, as if poisonous insects had burrowed into his skin, causing his muscles to be taut and his body to be extremely stiff. No matter how he circulated the spiritual energy in his body, it was of no use. D*mn. Ye Feng cried out in his heart, but at this time, he could not avoid it. He could only watch helplessly as the dark spiritual energy pounced on his body and quickly spread to the top of his head. Get lost! Ye Feng used all his strength to expel the dark spiritual energy that had invaded his body. However, it had no effect. His eyeballs and head swelled up at the same time, as if they would explode at any moment. Ha ha ha, Ant, you're destined to pay the price for offending our noble existences. A lowly slave like you can't bear the weight of our grand existence. The wild laughter of the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King reverberated in the surrounding space. Ye Feng's eyes were filled with blood, the veins on his forehead were popping, his face was twisted, and his body was trembling. But he didn't say a word. He gritted his teeth and held on desperately. This green-scaled water elemental Dragon King was extremely cruel. He wanted to refine him into a puppet. But Ye Feng refused to give in. He would never become a puppet. Ye Feng's will was extremely strong. When the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King saw this situation, he was actually very interested. He knew that after he failed in creating the puppet, he had to nurture a stronger existence. But this kind of low-level existence did not fit his taste. Thus, he had placed his attention on Ye Feng. Chapter 493, What kind of monster are you? Now, he admired Ye Feng's stubbornness. And, you've got balls. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's eyes were dark, his body was surging with a brutal aura as he swiped at Ye Feng with his claw, sending him flying. Bang! Bang! Ye Feng crashed into the wall. The wall shattered and his body fell onto the square. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as a sheet. And, your bones are really tough. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King bared his fangs, his eyes shining with a cold light. However, no matter how hard they are, you still have to die. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of black mist toward Ye Feng. As soon as the black gas touched the air, a corrosive smell immediately appeared in the air. Wherever it passed, the air was broken with a hissing sound, making a sharp friction sound. Moreover, the black gas was highly toxic. Ah! Ye Feng let out a painful roar. His body immediately had many abscesses, and there were even a few spots where pus flowed out, flowing to the ground and corroding holes. The black water that came out of the abscesses emitted a foul smell. A drop of it was enough to corrode steel, but it couldn't do anything to the terrifying poison brought by the dark spiritual energy. Ha! You should be clear about my methods. The more pain you feel, the more mournful you wail, the more powerful the poison will be. The water elemental Dragon King's mocking voice floated out from the dark spiritual energy. You can't be thinking that you're the only one who has the talent to resist poison, right? Ye Feng gritted his teeth. The dark spiritual energy was indeed very difficult to deal with, but Ye Feng believed in his own body. In that case, let's try it. His eyes burst with a determined light, and he suddenly reached out to grab the hilt. Ye Feng knew that it was impossible for him to resist the corrosion of the dark spiritual energy, thus he could only fight to the death. Swish! He unsheathed his sharp blade. It was a dark blue long blade, its body covered with profound patterns, and the blade glowed with a dark light. It was clearly an extraordinary treasured weapon. The slime blade. Ye Feng held the hilt of his blade, his entire body seemed to be burning. Ha! With a fierce slash, a thick blade shadow appeared in the air instantly, slashing down at the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. What a swift and fierce attack! Feeling this fierce attack, the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's pupils shrank. The wings on his back flapped twice, and his body suddenly jumped up, avoiding the blade. Bang! 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 The slime blade cut through the void and hit the ground, leaving a 5-meter-long ditch. It was a shocking sight. Humph, humph. After dodging this sure-kill move, the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King looked down at Ye Feng from above. You think you can defeat me? You're wrong. Even if you can hurt me, you can't kill me. Your attack is too weak. It can't even scratch an itch. You don't believe me? Then why don't you try? Ye Feng's eyes were filled with determination and decisiveness. He charged forward with his blade. Boom! His entire body bloomed with light as he threw a punch at the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. A violent and overbearing wind swept over. And the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King laughed out of anger. He swung his tail toward Ye Feng. Bang! The two sides collided, and Ye Feng was forced back more than 10 steps, but he still stood up straight. What's going on? You can actually continue to fight. What kind of monster are you? The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's eyes almost popped out. He couldn't understand this situation at all. Just now, Ye Feng had already been hit by his tail several times. All of his bones were broken and blood was flowing out, but now, he actually came back to attack again. Hee hee. Ye Feng smiled coldly, revealing a cruel expression. You don't understand. Ants don't have the right to know. After he finished speaking, he charged forward again. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's speed was not fast, but it was a Dragon King after all, the highest level of existence among demonic creatures. His strength was outstanding, and his defense was even stronger. Even if Ye Feng had the slime blade, he could not harm him in a short period of time. According to Ye Feng's current understanding, he knew that the dragon race was the highest level leader of all demonic creatures. The 8 Dragon Kings were the highest level of existence among all the creatures and fierce beasts. A Dragon King was like a natural leader, and their existence seemed to be the greatest existence. This also explained why the water elemental Dragon King was so difficult to deal with. It was because existences at their level were almost immortal. Even if the last trace of their soul was killed by Ye Feng, they could still be resurrected through various methods. But if Ye Feng killed the last trace of the water elemental Dragon King's soul, even if he wanted to be resurrected, he would have to wait for an extremely long time. The two sides clashed. And, what kind of weapon is this? It can actually hurt me. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King felt that he was getting more and more difficult to deal with. The weapon in this guy's hand seemed to be specifically aimed at him, and every attack would cause him to be injured. Especially when Ye Feng held the slime blade and stabbed him, the pain of his skin being torn apart and his bones being pierced made the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King feel a deep pain in his heart. Although I didn't forge this weapon, it's tougher than any ordinary divine weapon. What's going on? Ye Feng also could not understand. It was reasonable to say that the material of the slime blade should be very fragile. Even if he used all his strength to perform the blade technique, he could only cause a slight injury to the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King at most. But the fact was far beyond his expectations. Every slash of the blade would always deal a fatal blow to the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. Could it be that after the slime blade fused with me, its quality became higher, and it has more powerful strength? Ye Feng's brows twitched, and his eyes were shining with excitement. He vaguely guessed that it might be related to the original name of the blade. You humans are not only despicable and cunning, but your brains are also very fast. You are indeed an intelligent life form. But what about it? This swamp has long been sealed off, and no one can escape. With your strength? I'm afraid you're not enough to be my opponent. You're dead. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King let out a sinister smile. I'd like to see how long you can last. Is that so? Ye Feng shook his head indifferently. Then I will wait and see. Humph. Then I'll let you experience what despair is. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's voice suddenly turned low. This swamp is just one of my domains. Your movements will be suppressed by me. Unless you can break through my domain, Don't even think about leaving this place. Chapter 494, Thoughts Blossoming, the Sea Boiling. After he said that, a vast and unparalleled pressure descended. It was like a huge mountain, and it pressed down on Yefeng's shoulder. Kaka. Cracking sounds could be heard from his shoulder blades. Yefeng felt like he was carrying a huge mountain, and he was almost suffocating. This degree of pressure had exceeded the scope of a fierce beast. Even an ordinary fierce beast might not be able to bear it. And at this time, the poisonous swamp snakes in the surroundings finally found an opportunity, and they all pounced toward Yefeng. Not good, help! Help me! Yefeng hurriedly asked for help. These snakes were not very strong, but there were many of them. If he was left alone, he would be bitten or even eaten by them. However, the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King didn't even bother to attack, and no one paid him any attention. He stood quietly at the side, coldly looking at Yefeng being surrounded by the poisonous snakes. His eyes were filled with mockery, as if he was enjoying a hunting game. Bang! Bang! All of a sudden, a golden light flashed past, followed by a violent explosion. The venomous snakes that filled the sky were reduced to ashes and disappeared. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King was stunned. He only saw Yefeng climbing up from a pile of mud. The venom of these snakes was extremely strong. Normal humans would lose their ability to resist after being infected by them, but Yefeng was able to resist the corrosion of the venom and escape successfully. What's going on? You've clearly inhaled the venom. Why are you still alive and kicking? The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's eyes were filled with confusion. Yefeng did not speak. He slowly raised the slime blade. The emerald on the slime blade lit up with a dark light. Then, a destructive power rose, and the entire space was suppressed by this power. Everything was frozen. Yefeng waved the slime blade. Shua, 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 shua. A series of green lights shot out. It was a net of light made up of countless slimes. Every ray of light had a terrifying cutting ability. Shua, shua, shua. The venomous snakes were split in half in the net of light. This was the slime's attack. It had the cutting ability to ignore all obstacles and material defenses. As long as it touched the enemy, it would cause terrible destruction. D***mn. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King roared and spat out dragon flames. Hoo! The blue-purple flames surged and burned everything, but these flames were blocked by the green light. No matter how they burned, they could not do anything to the slime blade in Yefeng's hand. Ha ha ha! Old freak, I've told you, we humans are intelligent. Your domain is useless against me. Yefeng laughed arrogantly. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's eyes were filled with a baleful aura. His huge body suddenly started to spiral. Following which, circular ripples spread out, and the waves from all directions started to roll up, forming a huge wave that surrounded Yefeng. You've really pissed me off. I'm going to kill you and hang your body on a tree to dry. I'm going to make you suffer all the humiliation. After a roar, a ferocious dragon head emerged from the sea. Boom! The dragon head emerged from the water. It was 30 meters long, with clear facial features and red eyes. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King actually transformed into a dragon. His huge body suddenly sprang up, claws grabbing toward Yefeng with shocking speed and terrifying strength. Whoosh! As the dragon tail swept past, the sea water splashed. So fast! Yefeng had a bad feeling. However, this time, he did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward to meet the battle. Slime blade, explode! Hiss! As he willed it, an invisible force bloomed on the slime blade. Following which, the entire long blade expanded, turning into a huge blade that was placed in front of Yefeng's chest. There was a loud clang. The dragon claw and the blade collided. Yefeng staggered backward. His heart trembled. This guy's strength is too terrifying. Even though the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King was also a dragon, his body was much larger than Yefeng's, and he had immense strength. At the moment of their confrontation, Yefeng felt as if he had been hit by a speeding car, and he almost lost his balance. "You're dead, human. No matter how strong you are, you'll have to surrender now," the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King roared. His huge dragon body twisted and tore toward Yefeng. It crushed the space and created waves of water. Hee hee. Yefeng squinted his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's huge body was reflected in his eyes, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. "I know. This should be your trump card. Unfortunately, it is still not enough in front of me." Yefeng's voice was filled with dominance. At the same time, it also contained a trace of disdain and mockery. "What?" The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King was stunned. He did not understand what Yefeng meant. "I told you, no one in this world can control me." Yefeng snorted coldly. He raised his right arm and the slime blade was raised high up. A bright and piercing green light shone out. "Now, it is my turn to attack." Shoo, shoo, shoo. The slime blade turned into a green shadow and slashed down, hitting the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's huge head. Pucci! A ray of blood shot out. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King howled in pain as he was forced to retreat. At this moment, Yefeng realized that the bodies of dragons were extremely tough. It was almost impossible to break through them, unless one had a terrifying weapon like the slime blade. But Yefeng's current realm was not high enough, and he could not unleash the full power of the slime blade. Otherwise, if the blade went down and directly cut off the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's head, he would be finished. Roar! The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King was in extreme pain. He twisted his body with all his might, trying to struggle. A large amount of blood flowed out from his head, but strangely, this kind of injury was nothing to a super demonic beast. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King didn't even need to rest, and only needed a moment to recover. However, he didn't dare to stay and desperately tried to escape from this sea area. "You want to run?" Yefeng snorted coldly. His body flashed and he appeared in front of the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. "You're looking for death." The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King roared in anger and swung his tail. It whipped out a terrifying wind that was as heavy as Mount Tai. "Get lost!" Yefeng was fearless. He waved the slime blade to block it. Boom! 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 Yefeng and the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King fought, and the sea water was boiling. Roar! The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King roared in anger. His body was too strong. Even if Yefeng had the absolute advantage, he could not gain any advantage, let alone kill him. "Slime blade, explode!" Yefeng shouted in a low voice. The bones in his body creaked. Boom! His body suddenly turned red, like a cooked shrimp, but then it became extremely transparent. Roar! The slime blade trembled violently, as if it was under great pressure. "Go to H*LL. Yefeng roared loudly and slammed the slime blade onto the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's head. With a loud bang, a crack appeared on the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's head. It was so deep that one could see the bone. 495 A dense killing intent rises, and a fist strikes down like lightning. "Human, you have completely infuriated this Dragon King." The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King wailed in pain, but his eyes were already filled with killing intent. Dragon language magic, crystal cage. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King opened his mouth and spat out a pitch-black ball. This black ball rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it grew from the size of a fist to the size of a house. A thick layer of ice froze, sealing the space and trapping Yefeng within. D*M in it. Ye Feng's expression changed drastically. He quickly used the dragon steps to dodge. At the same time, he waved the slime blade and slashed at the ice around him. Shua, shua, shua. Sparks flew in all directions, and ravines and cracks appeared on the ice surface, but it did not collapse. Ha ha ha! Stupid human, my ice elemental cage is made up of ice elements. How can a weak human like you break my defense? You are destined to freeze to death. The wild laughter of the green-scaled water elemental dragon king spread in all directions. But Ye Feng did not panic. He knew that his attack was useless, and he kept the slime blade and let the black ball wrap around him. Eh? What's wrong with this human? Seeing Ye Feng suddenly stop, the green-scaled water elemental dragon king was confused. Logically speaking, inside the crystal cage, Ye Feng would be panicking and would use all his strength to attack the ice wall, hoping to escape. But why did he stop attacking? Could it be that he had accepted his fate? I don't care. I'll take advantage of this now to get rid of this eyesore. Thinking of this, the green-scaled water elemental dragon king opened his mouth and spat out a ball of blue liquid. Ice element bomb. Shua, shua, shua. The blue liquid landed on the ice wall and instantly exploded. Ripples spread out. Kaka, kaka, kaka. With a crisp sound, the 2-meter-thick ice wall cracked like a spider web. Hood. Continue to blow it up, blow up the entire island. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king was in a good mood. He raised his head and shouted, "Lowly mortal, just wait to be blown into ashes." Hee hee. But what shocked the green-scaled water elemental dragon king was that after the ice cracked, Ye Feng was completely unharmed. He stood on the spot with his arms crossed, a mocking smile on his face. You, how is that possible? The green-scaled water elemental dragon king was so shocked that he even suspected that he was hallucinating. Those ice blocks were formed from his own spiritual energy. Even a PK and grade symbiote would be instantly blown to death. How could it not harm this puny human? It's no use. Ye Feng shook his head. Although my strength is not enough to unleash 20 to 30% of the slime blade's power, my defense is not bad. An attack of this level can't even scratch me. DMN human, go to HLL. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king roared and charged toward Ye Feng. Boom! 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 The huge impact overturned countless algae and corals, setting off a foul wind and a rain of blood. Slime blade destruction. Ye Feng attacked again. He had used all his strength in this strike. The slime blade burst out with a dazzling light, like a small sun. Pfft! This attack finally pierced through the green-scaled water elemental dragon king's body. Roar! Shrill howls could be heard thousands of miles away. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king was severely injured, and countless scars appeared on his body. D***Ned human. I will kill you. I'll kill you. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king had gone completely mad. As a dragon king level creature, he was humiliated that he was injured by a lowly ant. Boom! The green-scaled water elemental dragon king's huge body swayed and rolled toward Ye Feng, causing him to fly upwards. Whoosh! However, before he could fly up into the sky, the green-scaled water elemental dragon king opened his mouth and let out a dragon breath. This dragon breath contained extreme coldness and instantly descended. Ye Feng felt as if he had fallen into ice. His entire body was numb, and even his movements were stiff. Meanwhile, the green-scaled water elemental dragon king took the opportunity to pounce over, his huge claws slashing down at Ye Feng. Ye Feng desperately used his slime blade to block it, but it was to no avail. Bang! Ye Feng was hit by this palm. He fell into the water and created a huge crater. Water splashed everywhere. Ha ha ha, puny human, I will torture you to death. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king laughed madly, his eyes full of hatred. This despicable human actually dared to sneak attack him. He had to torture him to death, or else he would not be able to dispel the hatred in his heart. D***mn. Ye Feng gritted his teeth. He struggled to get up from the bottom of the water. At this time, the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King was already in front of him. His sharp claws were slashing toward him, and Ye Feng's skin was instantly torn. Blood was dripping. Ye Feng felt a bone-chilling cold entering his body through his wounds, his muscles, bones, internal organs, and even blood were all corroded. He became cold and stiff. D***mn, this beast is too strong. I can't win. Ye Feng gritted his teeth, circulating his spiritual energy with difficulty to resist. Kikik. Human, you're completely under my control, so just surrender. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King opened his bloody mouth, revealing his white fangs. Even if Ye Feng's strength was relatively weak, he still had a cultivation that was comparable to a beyond A grade. If such an expert was not controlled, he would be a hidden danger. You want to catch me? Don't even think about it. Ye Feng roared in anger, and a look of determination flashed past his eyes. His body expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned from an ordinary person into a battle-crazed state. This lowly ant actually dares to challenge me, the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King roared in anger. Ye Feng's current appearance was extremely disheveled. He was covered in blood, and his clothes were almost stripped off. However, his eyes were still filled with determination. This was something that the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King admired. This lowly human was not bad. If he could serve this king, perhaps he could be forgiven for his sins. Just as he was thinking about this, suddenly, Ye Feng's body expanded to twice its original size. This time, he turned into a tall monster. A god of war who was covered in pitch-black armor. The moment Ye Feng appeared, the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King could feel an extremely overbearing aura, causing him to feel fear. What the H**LL is this? Humph! I've chosen the path of a warrior and am no longer that symbiotic demon who only knows how to attack as a mage. Have a taste of my berserk combat attacks. Ye Feng grinned. He spread his wings and soared into the sky, punching toward the head of the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. Boom! 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 Ye Feng's fist was like lightning, and it was extremely ferocious. Bang! Bang! 496 Eternal Slumber, Hallucinating Spell, and the Law of Water. This punch hit the water elemental Dragon King's forehead, and a few of his huge scales were shattered. He was in so much pain that he cried out. As expected of the dragon race. Even if Ye Feng transformed, he could not insta-kill the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. He could barely suppress the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. However, the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King did not know how terrifying Ye Feng's strength was. Thus, even though he tried his best to avoid Ye Feng's attacks, he was still beaten black and blue. He was extremely furious, but Ye Feng's speed was too fast, and he could not catch up. Ye Feng! I'm going to kill you! The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King roared at the sky. His body suddenly grew, and a huge green vortex condensed. The noise of the scales. This move was the life-saving move of the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. He had once used this move to kill many enemies of the same level. Whoosh! The green whirlpool started to spin rapidly, the endless water currents were stirred up, forming a huge wave that rushed toward Ye Feng. Whoosh! The water curtain swept past Ye Feng, and he felt like he was in the middle of a huge wave. He was being carried by the surging water. No matter how he tried to escape, he could not leave this area. His body began to convulse violently, and his skin began to crack open, with blood flowing out. Furthermore, Ye Feng's movements were getting slower and slower, and even his reactions had slowed down. Terrible! What technique did this guy use to actually affect my movements? Ye Feng was slightly shocked. His willpower was extremely strong, but now, his consciousness was gradually dissipating, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. He could clearly feel that his thoughts were becoming slower and slower, and his consciousness was becoming more and more unconscious, as if he would fall into an eternal sleep in the next moment. Ha ha ha, puny human ant, you actually dare to disobey this king's will. This king will eat you first. Seeing that Ye Feng had fallen into a deep sleep, the green-scaled water elemental dragon king let out a shrill cry of excitement. He opened his mouth and was ready to swallow Ye Feng into his stomach. But at this time, a buzzing sound came from Ye Feng's body. Wang! Ye Feng's body emitted an incomparably bright light, and it was like a burning flame. Ah! A furious roar burst out from Ye Feng's body. This voice shot up to the sky and shook the surface of the sea. Ye Feng was awake. This poor worm actually survived the green-scaled water elemental dragon king's hallucinating technique with his willpower and potential, and woke up. How is that possible? A mere human symbiotic demon actually survived my hallucinating spell and even regained his consciousness. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king even suspected that he was hallucinating. That attack just now was enough to make any expert at the peak of beyond A grade faint. However, Ye Feng actually managed to withstand it. Ye Feng opened his eyes. At this moment, he was wearing a black armor. The armor was covered with dense runes that flickered with a strange blue light. It was a set of super divine equipment. These runes were the runes carved on the mysterious stone coffin, and they had special healing effects. These runes were extremely valuable to Ye Feng. See stone armor. D*MNU, lowly human. I'll tear your soul apart and crush your body. Roar. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king was completely enraged. He waved his huge claws and slammed them toward Ye Feng. Pa! A palm landed on Ye Feng's shoulder. However, he was disappointed. The armor on Ye Feng's body had extremely high defense, and it was comparable to a true divine-level treasure. When he slapped down, he only sent Ye Feng flying, and he did not hurt him. Wang! Ye Feng's backhanded slash landed on the tail of the green-scaled water elemental dragon king, instantly breaking through its defense and leaving behind a deep gash. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king writhed in pain, his huge body twisting as he swung his tail. Roar! Puny human, you're looking for death. This guy had finally gone crazy. His dragon might was as vast as the ocean. The surrounding water mist was gathered by it, forming a huge water pillar that crashed toward Ye Feng. Get lost! Ye Feng snorted coldly. He raised his hand and punched. Pfft! This punch seemed to carry some kind of indescribable power. It easily pierced through the huge water pillar and then hit the head of the water elemental dragon king, sending him flying. The water elemental dragon king's body was instantly smashed into the bottom of the water, raising a wave that rolled for hundreds of meters before stabilizing. He struggled to get up, but Ye Feng followed closely behind. Human, I want you dead. The water elemental dragon king was extremely angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of ice power, freezing the lake within a radius of a few thousand feet. Ye Feng was wrapped in ice. He was immediately sealed in ice, and a thick layer of ice crystals formed on his body. His entire body was frozen there. Hee, human, so what if your defense is amazing? In the face of absolute power, all schemes and intrigues are useless. Your physical body is about to be destroyed. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king laughed maniacally. His huge body swam in the water and soon arrived before Ye Feng. This water elemental dragon king opened his mouth and bit toward Ye Feng. My soul is actually being disturbed. Ye Feng frowned. He could feel that his soul was being disturbed by some kind of power. Although he had a soul clone and his soul power was extremely strong, he still could not block that attack. This kind of attack was very terrifying. It caused his head to hurt so much that it felt like it was going to split open. His vision became blurry and he almost lost consciousness. Ye Feng knew that he was in danger this time. This water elemental dragon king was too despicable. Not only did he use hallucinating spells, but he also made use of the law of water and buried a mine in his soul. I have to get rid of this binding power immediately. Otherwise, I will fall into a permanent coma. And in the process, the green-scaled water elemental dragon king will definitely bite off my neck without hesitation. Ye Feng circulated the dragon vein technique with all his might, trying to make his spiritual energy stronger. However, this green-scaled water elemental dragon king's attack was too fierce. Human ant, you can't escape. I will bite your throat and suck all your blood. After I devour you, I'll be able to advance and break through to become a divine beast, or even a dragon god. At that time, I can leave this barren star area and seek a higher realm. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king roared. This was his dream. This plane was too barren to contain the ancestor of water elements. He needed to change to an environment that was more suitable for his own cultivation before he could continue to improve. And Ye Feng was the prey that he had been searching for all these years. 497 The power of the water element symbiote, the defeat of the water elemental dragon king. This freakish water elemental symbiotic demon was just right to satisfy his appetite. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king's speed was getting faster and faster, and he was getting closer and closer to Ye Feng. He bared his fangs and gave off a foul smell. He was about to tear Ye Feng into pieces. But at this crucial moment, Ye Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and two golden flames started to dance. D*MNU, you can actually escape from my soul control. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king let out a blood-curdling screech. He saw that Ye Feng's body had suddenly turned into a pure gold color, like a statue made of gold. At the same time, Ye Feng's aura also underwent an earth-shaking change, and it became extremely sharp and aggressive. Not good. This human's aura has become so terrifying. His strength has increased by more than 10 times. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king roared loudly. He sensed a strong sense of death. He was not willing to wait for death. He immediately activated all the energy in his body and unleashed terrifying attacks toward Ye Feng. Bang! 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 Ye Feng's body was burning with battle intent. He was like an extremely sharp blade, forcing this green-scaled water elemental dragon king to retreat. His body was covered in wounds. This green-scaled water elemental dragon king didn't have a perfect body technique or a strong defense, but his power was too terrifying. Each of his attacks contained the laws of water and was extremely powerful. Ye Feng was forced to retreat from the impact, and his feet broke through the lake. The power of the water element is really troublesome. Ye Feng squinted his eyes. He was thinking of a plan in his mind. If he didn't have a way to break this power, even if he had reached beyond A grade, he still wouldn't be able to compete with this green-scaled water elemental dragon king. It seems like I can only give up the advantage of my soul power and directly use my physical body to take it head-on. Ye Feng sighed internally. He was prepared to use his final killer move. Die! Right at this time, the green-scaled water elemental dragon king pounced at Ye Feng again. He already had the absolute advantage. As long as Ye Feng dared to face him, he would definitely lose. This old water elemental dragon king opened his mouth excitedly, revealing his sharp white teeth. He believed that with this bite, he could completely devour Ye Feng. Come on! But right at this time, Ye Feng suddenly shouted. His body emitted a piercing light. A black shadow came out of his body and instantly wrapped around the water elemental dragon king's body. Peng, peng, peng. A terrifying force exploded and sent the water elemental dragon king flying. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king was shocked and quickly retracted his dragon claws. Ye Feng's aura instantly suppressed the green-scaled water elemental dragon king. Break! Ye Feng howled towards the sky, a golden sword ray slashed through the sky. Chi-la! The tough body of the water elemental Dragon King was hit by the sword ray. A terrifying wound appeared, and the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's body was almost split in half by Yefeng's sword. No, this is impossible. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King was terrified. He had never encountered such a situation before. How can this guy's body be so strong? No wonder even I was forced into such a difficult situation by him. His strength is beyond imagination. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King finally realized the severity of the problem. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Wang! Yefeng stretched out his hand and grabbed a scale on the tail of the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. Then, he tore off the tail of the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King let out a shrill cry. His entire tail fell into the lake, splashing up 100-meter wave. Yefeng's speed was extremely fast. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party was injured, he swung his fist and punched toward the other party's head. This punch carried an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth, causing a circle of ripples in the space. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King was shocked. He hurriedly mobilized all his power to form an ice shield. Crack! When Yefeng's fist landed on the ice shield, the violent force passed through the ice shield and entered the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's body, instantly shattering his ribs and rupturing his internal organs. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King wailed in pain, and his huge body fell into the lake, setting off waves. With a plop, Yefeng jumped into the lake. Roar! Lowly human, our water elemental dragon clan will never let you off, the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King roared in anger. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. You can't even protect yourself, and you still say that you'll let me go. Yefeng laughed loudly. Then, he rushed over and hugged the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King tightly, madly absorbing the power from his body. Yefeng had the bloodline of the ancient dragon race. Although it could not compare to the purity of the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's bloodline, he had the advantage of his powerful recovery ability, as well as other abilities. His body was transforming rapidly, and his strength was increasing. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King was filled with grief and indignation. He was a dragon race being that had lived for billions of years, yet it had fallen at the hands of a human symbiote. Unfortunately, this kind of ending was destined to end. I'm going to kill you! The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King roared and struggled, using all his strength to shake off Yefeng. A sinister smile appeared on Yefeng's face. He suddenly opened his arms and hugged the water elemental Dragon King even tighter. Since you hate me so much, I might as well kill you so that you won't have to seek revenge on me in the future. Yefeng's tone was cold. A cold glint flickered in his eyes, and his entire body exuded an endless killing intent. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King was shocked. Yefeng's words caused him to feel a trace of fear. This human actually wanted to kill him. No. I don't want to die. You can't kill me, the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King exclaimed. I know many secrets. I'm willing to tell you. Yefeng's eyes shined with light. Oh? What do you know? Why don't you tell me? He said with interest. In fact, he didn't need to listen to what the other party had to say. As long as he seized the opportunity to kill the other party, all secrets would no longer be secrets. I can tell you all the secrets I have, but please spare my life. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King pleaded with a trembling voice. Do you think I'll agree to it? Yefeng asked with a faint smile. You'll definitely agree. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King said, you just used some kind of forbidden technique. This kind of forbidden power consumes too much energy, and your current combat power has been greatly reduced. If I run away, what will you use to chase me? Do you think I'll give you such an opportunity? Yefeng shook his head and spoke word by word. No. You're wrong, this lake isn't an ordinary lake. If you jump in, you'll sink to the bottom. The bottom of this lake is over 3,000 zhang deep. It's enough for me to escape your attack range. You think I'll believe you?" Ye Feng snorted coldly, and he continued to pursue. 498 The Secret of the Water Elemental Dragon King and the Magic of the Soul-Catching Stone. I'm not lying to you, there's something strange about this lake. You won't be able to swim after you jump in. You can't kill me, the green-scaled water elemental dragon king shouted anxiously. Alright then, tell me. If the secret you tell me is worthy of your life, I promise to let you go. Ye Feng said. After all, the green-scaled water elemental dragon king only had a trace of his soul left, and he was not strong enough to be Ye Feng's opponent. And now that he was heavily injured by Ye Feng, he basically had no chance to continue fighting with Ye Feng. Fallen Soul Valley actually has a powerful source of energy, so this is a place that every undead wants to come to. It's also known as the Land of Bliss. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king, his eyes focused. That's the soul-catching stone. If you can find the soul-catching stone, you will be able to mobilize 1,000,000 undead. At that time, you will be able to use these 1,000,000 undead to achieve anything you want. After the green-scaled water elemental dragon king finished speaking, he immediately smiled. This secret was indeed very important. Ye Feng heard this and fell into deep thought. If the soul-catching stone was really that powerful, it would become everyone's nightmare. After all, this was no joke. Of course, Ye Feng had this need. If he could find the soul-catching stone, he would be able to help the people of Sky City. Furthermore, it was equivalent to providing him with more combat strength. This was an army of 1,000,000 undead. If they were to be ordered around, it would be terrible. This was an existence that could destroy anything in an instant. Where's the exact location? Ye Feng asked. This secret shocked Ye Feng. Of course I will tell you. The soul-catching stone is in Fallen Soul Valley. It is in the most obvious place, the highest point of Fallen Soul Valley. It is a star-like object that is illuminated. After the green-scaled water elemental dragon king finished speaking, he gestured for Ye Feng to look up. Ye Feng looked in the direction of the green-scaled water elemental dragon king, and indeed, there was a shining object there. That's actually a stone. Ye Feng could not help but ask. Because he had noticed that place from the beginning. At first, Ye Feng thought that it was a new star, but to think that it was actually the soul-catching stone. This was too miraculous. Ye Feng frowned as he stared at it for a few seconds, his heart shuddered, he suddenly felt his body becoming weak. He felt dizzy. As expected, this lake was full of oddities. He immediately activated his divine sense. In an instant, his perception ability was greatly improved. Hwalala! A faint layer of black fog appeared around Ye Feng's body, and his body seemed to become light as a feather, moving slowly and arduously. Ye Feng understood that the potential in his body was rapidly flowing away, his body could not withstand the pressure of the energy being drained away, and he was gradually aging and withering. D*MN. Seeing this scene, the green-scaled water elemental dragon king's eyes opened wide. What evil technique did he use? Not good. I have to escape. Otherwise, I'll end up like him, having all my energy sucked out of me and turning into a corpse. Despicable human, you better remember this. One day, I will kill you with my own hands. I will tear you into pieces, burn your bones, and scatter your ashes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king issued his final threat. He then turned around and quickly swam back to the surface of the lake. He had already lost the ability to resist. Ye Feng also retracted his aura. He lay quietly in the lake, allowing the water to wash over his body. This time, I've suffered a huge loss. Ye Feng smiled bitterly. This time, he absorbed a little bit of the green-scaled water elemental dragon king's power. He still managed to escape. Ye Feng looked at the surface of the lake. As the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King escaped, the domain here was also gradually dissipating. However, this caused him to be seriously injured and even revealed some secrets. I'll deal with him after I've fully recovered. Ye Feng thought to himself. After all, this matter could not be resolved immediately. It had to be a gradual cycle. However, there's soul-catching flower in this lake. I have to get it. Ye Feng thought to himself. He then prepared to leave this place. But he suddenly discovered that the lake water was actually evaporating rapidly. What's going on? Ye Feng was stunned. At this moment, he suddenly heard a call from the depths of the lake. Save me! Her voice was very soft. But Ye Feng's sharp senses detected the direction of the voice. Without any hesitation, he jumped and dived into the lake. And right after Ye Feng dived into the lake, a wave suddenly appeared in the middle of the lake. Following that, a ball of blue liquid floated up from the bottom of the lake. The liquid exuded a strong fragrance. Soul-catching flower. Ye Feng's eyes widened. The soul-catching flower was an extremely precious herb. After consuming it, it could speed up one's cultivation and even increase one's perception. It seems that I've made the right choice. Ye Feng revealed an excited expression. He immediately stretched out his hand to grab the soul-losing flower. However, at this moment, he suddenly sensed danger approaching. Boom! The water surface exploded. A tentacle slammed into the space in front of Ye Feng, and the surface of the tentacle was covered with a thick and hard shell, like steel. Ye Feng's pupil shrunk, and he quickly dodged. However, he was still a beat too slow and was smashed by the tentacle. Bang! A dull sound of collision resounded, and Ye Feng was sent flying. Pucci! Blood splattered everywhere. Ye Feng felt as if his internal organs were being crushed by a huge force. The intense pain caused his facial muscles to twist. D*MNU. Ye Feng gritted his teeth. Although this attack did not have much power, it still made Ye Feng feel like he could not block it. Roar! With a deafening roar, the lake water churned, and the tentacle attacked again with a fierce aura. Ye Feng quickly used swift walk to dodge. Whoosh! The tentacle cut through the lake water and set off a huge ripple. But immediately after, another tentacle shot out from the bottom of the water. It also brought with it a terrifying force as it whipped toward Ye Feng. F***ck. Ye Feng was shocked. He quickly dodged and the tentacle brushed past his clothes. There was a burning sensation on his chest. Roar! The water in the lake churned as if something was crawling out from the bottom of the lake. A 2-meter-long silver-grey tentacle wriggled at the bottom of the water, before coiling toward Ye Feng. F***ck. Seeing this, Ye Feng cursed in anger. He punched out and destroyed the tentacle. Hiss! However, even more tentacles emerged from the water and tried to wrap around Ye Feng. Mother f***er! Ye Feng blocked while observing. There were many tentacles at the bottom of the lake. Furthermore, each tentacle had the power of an A and grade. D*MN. Ye Feng gritted his teeth. If this continued, he would be exhausted to death by the lake water sooner or later. 499 The black-striped crocodile king that's courting death, stabilizing strength is the best strategy. The water here is poisonous. Ye Feng soon discovered the problem. He had just absorbed a portion of the demonic energy of the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King, and his body had stored a small amount of water-type energy. However, when the water was poisonous, the energy was instantly turned into nothing. There's no other way. Ye Feng took in a deep breath. He knew that what he needed to do now was to conserve his strength and try to find an opportunity to kill the thing in the lake in one fell swoop. Shua, shua, shua. Right at this time, the power in the depths of Ye Feng's soul started to boil. What? Ye Feng was shocked, but he did not stop it. He allowed the spiritual energy to flow through his body. Using spiritual energy properly could increase his strength. Ye Feng knew this long ago, but after so long, he could only increase his strength by 20%. But now, his body was transforming. Swish! The next moment, he fell to the ground like a meteorite. Boom! A huge pit was formed in the surrounding lake water. Roar! Angry roars came from the bottom of the lake. Whoosh! A few giant claws emerged from the lake and clawed at the ground. Ye Feng looked at the lake with cold eyes, and he did not show any fear. Instead, he showed a mocking expression. Bang! A black shadow landed in front of Ye Feng. He lowered his head and revealed a dumbfounded expression. F***ck, it's this creature again. Roar, roar! The creature opened its mouth and a head rushed out, revealing its sharp teeth. Its body was over 7 to 8 meters tall, its python-like tail swept across Ye Feng's head. Ye Feng dodged sideways. But soon after, the creature flicked its tail again, and Ye Feng continued to dodge. Pa! Another whip-like kick sent Ye Feng flying. This creature was called the Black-Striped Crocodile King. It was a rather powerful A-grade fierce beast, but its strength was not limited to A-grade. Its other defensive and physical abilities were also very powerful. I'd like to see how powerful you are. Ye Feng gritted his teeth, the dagger in his hand shone with a cold light, his body shot out. Shua! The black-striped Crocodile King's skin was extremely tough. When the blade hit it, there was a sound of metal clashing. Ye Feng frowned slightly, the dagger spun in his hand, he then swung it out. Shua! With a flash of blade light, a crack immediately appeared on the black-striped Crocodile King's abdomen. Roar! Under the pain, the black-striped Crocodile King roared toward the sky, and the scales on its body stood up and stabbed toward Ye Feng like sharp blades. Humph! Ye Feng snorted lightly. He raised his leg and welcomed the attack. His leg was wrapped in a layer of pale golden energy, and he kicked the black-striped Crocodile King's stomach. Kika! The sound of bones breaking could be heard, and the black-striped Crocodile King fell into the water with a miserable cry. Ye Feng shook his arms and jumped into the lake. This lake was very strange. The water was extremely clear, and there was a strong fragrance floating in the air. One could not help but be intoxicated by it. But Ye Feng could not be bothered to enjoy the wine now. He swam quickly in the lake, trying to find a way out. He had to escape as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the other demonic creatures in the lake arrived, Ye Feng would definitely be killed by them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, Ye Feng heard the sound of air being torn behind him, he did not even turn his head as he punched out. Bang! Bang! This time, he dodged the attack perfectly, and at the same time, Ye Feng felt as if his fist had landed on a soft meatball. It's so smooth. It was wrong. His pupils contracted as he saw countless white soft-bodied creatures coming for him. Ye Feng's expression changed drastically. A nauseating stench instantly filled the air. Ye Feng hurriedly circulated the slime power around his fists, he then punched out fiercely. Puffed, 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 puffed. This punch pierced through dozens of soft-bodied creatures. But these creatures were too large in number. Once Ye Feng was trapped, he would not be able to escape. D*****. Ye Feng gritted his teeth, and his feet stepped on the lake water. Puchy! Ye Feng's body rose up. In an instant, he jumped into the forest. Roar, roar! Deafening roars could be heard from the lake, and countless soft-bodied creatures chased after him, but Ye Feng had already disappeared. Under the dense shade of the trees, Ye Feng was sitting cross-legged under an old tree. After going through so many intense battles, it was time for Ye Feng to take a good rest. After all, this was Fallen Soul Valley. It was not a safe place. Ye Feng had to maintain his battle state at all times. It was something that would exhaust all aspects of his body. Furthermore, Ye Feng had already accumulated a lot of strength, and it was time for him to cultivate and digest it. Ye Feng looked around. He did not find anything unusual. For safety's sake, Ye Feng still released quite a number of small slimes to keep watch in the surroundings. Anyway, he had hundreds of slimes now, he did not care about the consumption of releasing these slimes. Ye Feng slowly closed his eyes, recuperating his body. Time passed by slowly. After Ye Feng exited from his cultivation state, he opened his eyes. Two golden flames flickered in the depths of his eyes before he closed his eyes again. Hoo! He let out a breath of air and opened his eyes again. There was a sharp glint in his eyes that seemed to contain endless fighting spirit. As expected, my guess was right. This lake contains some kind of strange law that can increase my cultivation speed. Ye Feng's thoughts were quick as he speculated. Just now, after cultivating for less than 5 seconds, Ye Feng could feel that the power in his body had become much stronger, and his physical fitness had also become stronger. Then I'll first stabilize my realm and strive to stabilize it as soon as possible. Ye Feng mumbled. Although he already had 5 times the combat power of a powerhouse of the same level, he still had no chance of winning against a beyond A grade. This was because he still lacked a true trump card. As for the final battle of the symbiotic demon, what it needed the most was some external support. Other than that, it was his own realm. Ye Feng's foundation was extremely strong, this was also one of the trump cards he relied on. Thinking of this, Ye Feng took in a deep breath. Voila! A silver-white fish swam out from the distance. It opened its mouth and breathed out white air, before pouncing toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng's figure flashed, and he dodged the fish's attack by a hair's breadth. Then, he stretched out his palm and grabbed the fish's gills. He clenched his right hand. Kaka! The fish exploded instantly, and a milky white spirit core appeared in his palm. 500 The once in a century blood Lingzi mushroom, the bearded youth's shocking appearance. Ye Feng took the spirit core and studied it for a while, and he realized that this thing was useless to him. It seems that the attacks of these strange fish are all released through this spirit core. Ye Feng shook his head in his heart. He didn't gain much from this. Next, Ye Feng closed his eyes to rest. In Fallen Soul Valley, other than the mountains and rivers, there were also many towering trees. At the top of one of the trees, there was a huge fruit. The fruit was about half a foot long and was blood red in color. Its surface was covered with fine and complicated runes, which seemed to be some kind of seal. Ye Feng stared at this fruit. He did not even blink. Although he did not know the reason, Ye Feng felt that there was some secret hidden in the fruit. This fruit seems to be related to the black-striped crocodile king just now. Ye Feng licked his lips. He stuck out his tongue and slowly brought the fruit to his nose. Zi! A light fragrance entered Ye Feng's nose, and it made him feel refreshed and comfortable. This smell! Ye Feng looked at it carefully and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, it's the fragrance of the blood Lingzi mushroom. Ye Feng had once consumed the medicinal effects of the blood Lingzi mushroom. The blood Lingzi mushroom was a type of vegetation, but its juice contained extremely dense spiritual energy, making it an excellent medicine for cultivation. To ordinary symbiotic demons, the blood Lingzi mushroom might be priceless. But to a super expert like Ye Feng, it was of no use because the blood Lingzi mushroom had already lost its spirituality. Only to the warrior-type symbiotic demons, the blood Lingzi mushroom was a priceless treasure. And this blood Lingzi mushroom was obviously sealed, so the spiritual energy inside was very rich. Even if he only absorbed a little bit, it was enough to increase Ye Feng's cultivation. Wang! Ye Feng did not hesitate to pluck the blood Lingzi mushroom. He stuffed it into his mouth and chewed. As soon as the blood Lingzi mushroom entered his stomach, a surge of spiritual energy instantly spread through his limbs and bones, causing Ye Feng's skin to become more and more ruddy. This is good stuff. Ye Feng was extremely excited. He immediately circulated the dragon vein technique and absorbed the spiritual energy inside. Boom! Boom! As the spiritual energy was poured in, a thunderous sound resounded in Yefeng's danshan. It was as if there was thunder roaring in anger. Yefeng knew that his danshan had already reached the critical point, and it could expand at any time. Once his danshan expanded, Yefeng's strength would definitely increase again. Time passed slowly. After 15 minutes, a rustling sound was heard. Kaka. There was a crisp sound. After that, the rumbling sound in Yefeng's danshan gradually stopped. The depths of his soul were like an inflated ball, and it expanded to its maximum. Boom! Boom! Yefeng stood up abruptly. A ring of terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations swept out, causing the surrounding water mist to boil. Yefeng had finally broken through. At this moment, the spiritual energy in Yefeng's body was much more boundless than before, and it was like an endless ocean. It even had the tendency to condense and turn into liquid. Ha ha ha! So cool! Yefeng could not help but let out a long howl. Time passed. Suddenly, Yefeng opened his eyes. His gaze was cold as he took a step forward, his figure entering the forest. Roar! A giant lizard that was 3 to 4 meters long jumped out from the branches at the side. Its body was covered in a layer of dark green oil, and a foul smell permeated the air. Get lost! Yefeng punched out. His fist force burst out and slammed into the giant lizard's body like a cannonball. With a loud explosion, the giant lizard was flipped over and its body fell to the ground. The giant lizard struggled a few times and stopped moving. Yefeng retracted his aura, and he slowly approached the giant lizard's corpse. This lizard's scales were extremely tough and had extremely strong defense. Ordinary swords and sabers could not even scratch it. But at this moment, under Yefeng's punch, the scales flew and the attack pierced through it. There was a fist-sized dark green crystal in the center of the lizard's stomach. It was glowing with a faint light, and wisps of spiritual energy surrounded it, giving off a strange fragrance. The crystal was the blood lingzi mushroom. This thing had no use to Yefeng, but if he brought it to the auction house, he would definitely be able to sell it for a high price. What kind of thing is this? Just as Yefeng was about to leave, he suddenly saw a vine wrapped around the lizard's tail. This is the Overlord snake vine. Yefeng's eyes widened. At the tail of the giant lizard, there was a ball of green venom, and the vine was emerging from the venom. This! Yefeng's eyes were burning. The Overlord snake vine was a rare plant-type demonic beast. It was said that the snake vine could produce poison. Furthermore, the Overlord snake vine contained traces of natural spiritual energy, which was extremely useful to an A grade like Yefeng. And most importantly, this Overlord snake vine was one of the medicinal herbs needed to refine the body tempering pill. Under normal circumstances, Yefeng would not be able to afford such an expensive herb, but now that he had encountered it, how could he miss it? Let's take it first. Yefeng stretched out his hand and pulled out the Overlord snake vine. Whoosh! Suddenly, a silver light flashed in front of Yefeng's eyes. Following that, a pitch-black dagger stabbed toward Yefeng's chest. Puchi! The black dagger easily cut through the Overlord snake vine, then slashed toward Yefeng's neck ruthlessly. You're looking for death. Yefeng was furious. His figure flashed and he dodged it. When he looked up, he saw a young man with a ferocious face holding a black long blade and staring at him coldly. This young man was wearing a loose robe. He was 2 meters tall and had a full beard. His eyes were dark and fierce. Who are you? Humph! Brat, you're really lucky to have found the blood lingzi mushroom. But unfortunately, all of this will belong to me. The bearded young man smiled sinisterly as he rushed over like the wind, his speed as fast as a ghost. Boom! 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 Without a word, the bearded young man launched a fierce attack. Yefeng squinted his eyes. This bearded young man was not simple. His speed and strength far surpassed ordinary A grades. Moreover, the other party's moves were extremely experienced and each move was fatal, making it difficult to deal with. He was actually at the middle stage of A grade? No wonder he dared to rob me. Ye Feng snorted coldly. He did not take it to heart when he sensed that the other party was an A-grade expert. Bang! The two of them engaged in an intense battle. The bearded young man's strength was indeed amazing. His saber technique was sharp and tricky, and every attack was dangerous and impossible to guard against. Unfortunately, Ye Feng's reaction was even faster. After dodging several attacks, Ye Feng took a step forward. His right hand stretched out like a claw and grabbed the opponent's wrist. Get lost! Ye Feng growled. He kicked out and hit the other party's ribs.